Oh,
Yes.
man. Hello, everybody.
Hector, I
Welcome.
am
How
like,
good was that music?
I'm so excited for today. And also, you can't see, but I'm like covered in makeup. Like all, I have like random, I went a little crazy with my eyeliner. It is all over my face. So,
Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary friends, it is Halloween Queen Danny Fernandez right here.
yes,
Of
yes. And my
course you're
friend
covered
Hector
in makeup.
Navarro, I can there we go. No, wrong way. There we go.
So you
Welcome
are,
everyone.
hang on, you're dressed as a kitty cat. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about your costume? Where did you get the inspiration to dress as a cat?
Well, Hector, I wanted to do something that I could easily do in 10 minutes. But also, come, you have a cat on your thing, so there you
I
go.
do. I'm also dressed as a horror kitty cat. This is Battle Beast. He's one of my favorite characters from Invincible, which is a
Yep.
Skybound comic book and soon to be animated TV show from Amazon. And
Yes,
both cats, I just like to pronounce Amazon like Amazon. We're both kitties, but you said you had some makeup. What's going on here? What's
I
this? Is that
do. I have
makeup?
ma- I, c- I don't even want anyone to see it. My fingernails, y'all, they're not dirty. They like they're covered in like black eyeliner. But I do want to show you something cool. I have Medusa behind me. Can
Ooh.
you see her?
I don't
A
want to look right
little.
at her, Danny. What are you trying to do? I'm not trying to
I
turn
have
to
a,
stone. I got to host the thing today. Come on.
and
Don't.
I have
Come on.
this. I have so many cool horror things that I'm gonna pull out.
Well, hang on. That
But
was
yeah, I'm
cool.
really
Show that.
excited about
It's like
today.
it's like roses. What was
That-
that? That's super cool.
Am I in front of the
Whoa.
camera? I have no concept of this. I'm backwards.
It's
There we
perfect. It's
go.
perfect. People don't know that's what happens to our skulls when we die. Is they bloom into flowers, which is really cool. Bone flowers.
Yes. Thank you, Hector, for that. I didn't know that you knew about the afterlife, but of course you would.
A little bit, just
Hector
a
has
little bit.
all
Yeah.
the answers. Hector has all the answers. No, I'm really excited about today. Thank you everyone for joining in for our Skybound Halloween Expo. We have a lot of cool deals and merch that we're going to be dropping, but also just really dope panels that I'm excited
Yeah.
to listen to. A lot of horror writers, a lot of horror art, which you know me, Hector, I collect a ton of horror art. We also have
You're constantly telling your friends, guys, I have too much art. Please come get some. Please help me
I
out. Who
do.
wants this? Who wants that? It's awesome.
I love supporting independent artists, and we have some of those that are going to be coming up here too that we have partnered with for their
Yep.
Kickstarters. So that's really dope.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I'm really excited about our queer representation in horror because people don't know, but we've been here since the start. So we have a queer
Absolutely. Listen,
representation in horror, panel.
earlier in the quar, me and the roomies got super into what we do in the shadows, and that's a great example of queer representation in horror and sort of and even like Latinx representation, but just
Yeah.
having those great Venn diagrams of talking about wait, what kinds of people have been involved with the horror genre from the beginning, from even before Hollywood. It's so fascinating. It's so interesting. That is one of my most looking forward to panels for today as well. I can't wait to see it. Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but Child's Play is also seen as a queer franchise.
I
Child's
didn't know
Play.
you would Chucky, really? Wow. You know
Yep.
which is one I did know
Um,
a couple years ago, got into it was Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which I had
mm.
never seen, heard about it, watched it, and went, oh, absolutely, definitely, 100%. It's so fascinating to go back and visit old horror classics and be like, oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that Chucky's child was also non-binary, and we had Joan Ford, who's a writer, television writer, animation writer, on to talk on a podcast of Nerdificent, which you have been on, my podcast, to talk about how Child's Play is a queer franchise. So it's
That is
dope.
cool. Yeah. But again, huge thanks to everybody who's tuned in. We did this earlier in the year, Danny and I. We hosted an awesome Skybound Expo, and it was so great. Skybound was like, you guys got to do it again, but just one day. We're going to pack it all into one day. And the first thing I can tell you, which is really cool, is if you're watching this and you're getting FOMO, you do not have to miss out on this stuff. You can sign up for the email list on skybound.com for all of the notifications about the new launches, exclusive content, merch, drops, deals, etc. You can sign up for all that stuff, and you can also become a Skybound insider. You go to skybound.com/join, And all of the links that were thrown out throughout the day are also going to be in chat. They're going to be dropping those in there throughout. So all of that stuff is there. But the Skybound Insider deal is so great. It's free. I have been one for years. And that's how you are kept abreast of all of the drops and such. So you got to be sure to do that. Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
I also wanted to say that we have some cool cosplay that we are sharing today. And definitely, if you have some dope Skybound cosplay, any Skybound characters, tag Skybound, tag Hector and I so that we can see them and hype you up.
Yeah, you can use the hashtag Skybound costume, hashtag Skybound costume. And we're looking at stuff today. Oh my gosh, we're looking at the Walking Dead stuff, maybe some Invincible cosplays, which is my favorite Skybound thing, maybe. So super stoked about that. And I think it's time now, Danny, that we can reveal the first reveal of the day. Okay, the first reveal of the day. If you go to the store.skybound.com, if you go to the Skybound store right now, you're going to get 40% off key bestsellers and 50% off the most popular tabletop games. Boom, there's your holiday shopping done, right?
If you go right meow.
Right meow. If you head over right meow.
I love that I went as a cat. I don't even own a cat. Hector has like multiple cats, which need to make an appearance. I should say I'm putting in a request that you should have a cat make an appearance.
It's going to be tough because I'm in the garage, Danny, and the cats have never ventured outside the house. So that's going to be a little tricky. The garage is not connected to the house. I'm going to have to walk across.
You could just go pick one up, bring it in here, bless the people. Cats are Halloween. You can't have Halloween without cats.
That's true.
So,
but I know I'm the cat guy and you're the dog lady. How's Molly doing?
She is not a fan of Halloween, no.
There's no fireworks on Halloween. How come?
Children. She will frighten small children. That is fine. My dog will bark at a small child. So
that is the most that we can ask of her. That's amazing.
She's a true witch. She's a true witch. Hector, I'm really excited about this panel coming up because you hosted it.
I did, yes. I host this upcoming panel. It is super exciting because here's the thing. If you're living in the geek space, you're probably familiar with this incredible visionary artist's work, and you might not even know his name. Simon Stålenhag has done the work that has inspired the Amazon TV show Tales from the Loop. His book, Tales from the Loop, has inspired an RPG game. He's got another one that's available right now at the Skybound store called The Electric State, and he has a brand new one coming out, and it's horror-themed. And you get to hear him talk about it.
I love it.
It's so creepy. It's legit creepy. He's a phenomenal artist, and you get to hear him talk about his influences. I'm going to ask him about that stuff, and it's really cool because it's like, you know, we're all kind of in the same generation. So he grew up with stuff that we grew up with, and to be able to get to listen to what he's influenced by, it's going to be amazing. That upcoming book is called The Labyrinth, and then we have some really cool stuff. After that, really cool panel. Danny, do you want to tell everybody about that? The book about the book, The Residents.
Oh my gosh, y'all! This is what a super cool horror story that has to do with the White House actually being haunted, which I've always found very fascinating because you know it's 100% haunted. I've been in a lot of haunted places. Hector,
where the president lives, the White House.
Yes. It's like, so this book is like The Shining in a way that they're like stuck there. Has to do with Franklin Pierce's inauguration. We're going to get into it after that panel. But first up is your panel with Simon Stålenhag, creepy horror artist and author. Super excited to see it. Y'all check it out. Stay tuned.
Here we go. First panel, y'all. Well, thank you so much, Danny and Hector. Looking good, Hector. All right. I'm in another part of my own house here, and I am with someone who is a visionary creator. Now, that word gets thrown around a lot, but I really mean it here. I think it applies completely. Simon Stålenhag is the visionary creator behind hugely popular narrative art books like The Electric State. His digital paintings of scenic landscapes littered with discarded technological behemoths have garnered him a huge following online, and 2020 saw the premiere of an Amazon original television show based on his first novel, Tales from the Loop. And now Simon is running a Kickstarter for his newest project, The Labyrinth, a story of dark familial secrets and tense horror at the end of the world. The Kickstarter's got about 2 hours left, I believe. Simon, thank you so much for talking to us, man. It's so great to see you.
Thank you for that introduction.
I told you I was going to embarrass you, and I did. Okay, so let's jump in because I really want to talk about Labyrinth, but I don't want to give away the story. I want to make sure that readers can discover the story for themselves. So let's talk a little bit about the behind the scenes if we can. Can you tell us what inspired the story behind Labyrinth? Where were you when the idea gripped you and it would not let go?
I was here in Sweden, and I had basically just finished Electric State, and I was trying out different ideas for new projects, and that usually means doing a lot of sketches. And the only thing that felt relevant after trying many different things was doing things like landscapes covered in ash, like burnt down cities. It was something with the with the situation in the world that just made doing colorful stuff and that kind of thing just didn't feel relevant.
Yeah.
Or true. I guess I was kind of in a hopeless spot. So in terms of like looking into the future and hope for society.
Cool. Feeling completely hopeless. I think everyone can relate. Okay, great. So your books have a tendency to find a relatable human story amidst vast sci-fi worlds. Let's talk about science fiction. What is it about science fiction that lends to your type of storytelling?
It's a hard one. It's because I work so intuitively, and maybe that's the thing. I'm very intuitive. Like I think I always liked to draw since I was a teenager. Stuff that has a dreamlike quality, and science fiction allows that. But I also have this science interest, like a passion for science and nature, and I like things to be adhering to rules and known principles. But still be dreamlike. And I think science fiction, unlike fantasy, has that interesting quality that it's just, there are rules that are very similar to our world, yet anything is possible. So yeah. I think
that's very interesting. So did you ever, when you were a teenager, try to dabble in the fantasy world and make some beautiful, fantastic landscape, and then you went, nope, this doesn't make any sense. There's no rules. I can't get into it.
Well, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Lord of the Rings films and the books, and I like that world. But I wasn't, when I was a teenager, I didn't get hooked immediately. I think I had to. I think it's thanks to the films, the Peter Jackson films, that I actually discovered the genre of fantasy. Because I remember having all these friends who loved fantasy, and they loved the books, and they loved those kind of role playing games, and I was not into that until I saw the films, until the films came out. So, but I know it's just an area that I haven't. I mean, there's so much you need to. There's another type of like historical knowledge you need to do fantasy well. And I don't have that in terms of clothes and everything. You can't just make it up. So yeah.
Well, I think that's one of the things that people love about your work is that you do place your stories in worlds that are very familiar, except for that one element or a few elements that are completely futuristic or very interesting. But the clothing that you have, the setting, the tone, the lighting. I mean, the Electric State itself, it was inspired by your love of 80s and 90s sci-fi, and you can definitely feel that. Now, the tone of the Labyrinth, it seems to kind of put it more in a horror category. You talked about everything being covered in ash. You talked about the feeling of hopelessness. I would love to talk about your influence in the world of horror. What are your favorite horror movies, games, books, and how did they influence this new direction you're going in?
I think I always was like a more of a horror fan than science fiction. Actually, it just happens to be. I mean that Alien and Event Horizon and films like that are like some of my favorite films, and they are also science fiction. So, and I also one of the first films that really one of the first like R-rated films that I saw was Terminator 2, which is, I mean, people think about those films as action films, but the Terminator 2 is pretty grim. There's a lot of scenes there that are pretty shocking. So there is a horror element to that as well, and I think that's always something I've been fascinated with, and also violence and violent. I mean, I played like games like Doom, which is like a horror, really violent game. There's something about that. I guess I'm a little Satanist or something. Hiding.
I love that. Terminator 2 is one of my favorite films of all time. It's a wonderful, amazing action sci-fi, but like you said, it's bleak. People forget how bleak it is. And even when it kind of ends on somewhat of a positive note, every one of the different sequels has been like, no, you know what? It's still bleak. We're going to go back and, and that violence is there too. You know what else? I just happened to have seen for the first time John Carpenter's The Thing. And that movie, it's incredible. And that level of horror and dread, I feel like could be applied to some of the imagery we've seen from the Labyrinth a little bit. There's some horror there that I think has roots in science fiction, but it is definitely shocking and intense and great. I can't wait to see more of the Labyrinth. That's very exciting.
Yeah. I would say The Thing and The Shining, especially The Shining, to be like the biggest influences on the Labyrinth. I mean, the Shining, the Labyrinth actually, the Shining has a labyrinth, right? Maze, and that was one of the themes. I kind of took that from. If there is like a labyrinth game that like a computer game in the book that is kind of reference to that.
Very cool. That's very, very cool. So, Simon, what is the most challenging part of creating a project like the Labyrinth?
It's the challenge. The first half of the project is the most challenging part, because that's when you. For me, I try to explore intuitively and explore by feel and not by thinking too much. But I also need to make art that isn't too varied. I need to tie it together. I need to have a theme, and I need to be able to remember and have a loose kind of backstory in the back of my head while I'm exploring. So I don't just end up with stuff that I painted during a period of time, just randomly. I mean, so it's really hard, and I mean, you could, because if I would just explore and explore and explore, I would never be done with the book. So it's really hard to find the balance between exploration and structure.
Absolutely. Well, as a fan of your work, thank you for walking away from your art, because I understand what you're saying. You know, an artist can continue to work and work and work without sometimes having to force themselves to step away. I wanted to ask, when you're in the sketching phase, when you're in the phase of development, do you do finished pieces, or are these all pieces that you will go then and revisit once you have your sort of solidified theme and you know what the story is going to be?
It's quite iterative. So the first 3 months I do sketches. I might finish 1 or 2 and post them online to just see the reaction.
Ooh.
That's always interesting, but that it's not until I have maybe like 30 or 40 sketches at least.
Wow.
I start doing, because that's when I can start pick out the ones that I like and see what works, and also where I can start working on a story, because with Electric State I almost had all the art done in sketch form before I started rendering them properly, and then I could basically just start writing the story. No, but I like to post stuff online before I've started working on the narrative, actually, to just see how almost like a teaser, because trailers are the best because they just give you a taste and a feel of the world, and I like to do that.
Wow. I know storytellers have talked about this all the time. They talk about how they can't read pitches or, hear ideas from their fan base sometimes. Do you ever post something and then people come up with comments that are like, oh, I think this is happening, and you have to be like, stop, don't do that, don't do that. Do you ever worry that might influence or find, people that just come up with these incredible stories when they see those teases?
There have been. I remember in the first book there was one little thing that I actually used, and it was like this concept behind one picture that I can incorporate almost like a reference to this one of my fans on Twitter, and which I also attributed that idea to in the book. So but that's the only time because it was so obvious and good that it was just a function of a robot. And I hadn't thought of it. It was just, that's perfect. But other than that, there is. I mean, like in the beginning of my project, when nobody knows what the story is or the backstory, that's people have so different ideas. So and I already know where it's going. So
wonderful.
So yeah, I'm not so worried about that.
Okay, great. I've got another question for you here. 2020 saw the premiere of Tales from the Loop from Amazon, which was based on your book of the same name. So we got to see an adaptation based on some of your work. When you work on subsequent projects, when you work on something like The Labyrinth, does that ever play into your storytelling? Do you ever think, well, if someday this maybe was adapted, does that factor into your storytelling, or can you sort of keep everything separate and go, this is what this project is, and if someday it's ever adapted, that'll be a different thing, and we'll worry about that when we get there?
I mean, of course, I take into consideration, like, because you want it to become a TV show, right?
Sure, yeah.
But you don't want that to affect the quality of your work. So I try to make. I think that the formats are very consonant. I mean, these books are basically like illustrated screenplays, or I mean, they're I think of them as films or as moving pictures almost. So, and that's always been what I want to capture. So it's not that big of a leap. So, but sometimes I really have to forget about that whole world and just focus on the book. Because you don't want the book to suffer from you trying to be smart about
Exactly. But yeah, your work is so cinematic that makes perfect sense that it's almost like an illustrated screenplay. It's beautiful stuff in that regard. Yeah. All right, last question for you. I'm very excited about this. We talked about Terminator 2, we talked about The Shining. A thing I love to do is I love to listen to music when I'm reading comic books or novels or stories or anything. And in addition to being a writer and an illustrator, you are also a composer, and you create soundtracks for each of your projects. Did you make one for The Labyrinth, and will fans be able to listen to it?
They will, and I did. Yes, it was really interesting because musically, I had a very, very specific idea of how this would sound, and I listened to a lot of modernist classical music, especially a composer called Morton Feldman, who did this piano piece, which is I mean, it's kind of polytonal or atonal, like that. It's very not rooted in any harmonic scale that you feel at home with, and it felt and that inspired me to play around with that kind of thing tonally, like making you feel very lost.
Yeah.
and use tonal ways of just detuning everything and making everything feel like there's no center and no safe center. So it was really a nice little thing I did on the side, and so that will come out on Lakeshore Records, and hopefully everybody will be able to listen to it on Spotify.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, I cannot wait to listen to it. I cannot wait to get my hands on the Labyrinth. I mean, everything you just described, feeling like there's no center and it's very horror based. And I'm so excited. So congratulations on the book, Simon. Thank you so much for talking to us, man. The Kickstarter is live for another hour or two. So go check it out right now. And in the meantime, we're heading back to the Skybound Expo. Over to you, Danny and Hector.
Well, gotta fix that smoke machine. Hello, it is I, your community manager for Skybound Games, Count Los. How's it going, guys? Hope you guys are doing well, and I hope you guys are staying safe during these hard times. Of course, I hope you're staying at home, Halloween and trick-or-treating in your own delight. Hey, the more candy the better, right? Well, I'm not here just to make you not laugh, because that's pretty much what I do on a daily basis, but it's okay. We got some cool stuff we got to announce, and of course, for my beautiful creatures of the night, we got some amazing deals, of course. First, right off the bat, for all of you, get it off the bat. Yeah, just forget about it, the dad jokes. Anyways, first, you know, people have been asking, wanting to give you more, been asking us on our Twitter, but yes, Skullgirls second encore physical editions are available now, so get them now. I mean, act fast now. Seriously, there's like a lot of people looking for this, so go do that. You want to go do that now. And also for my little creatures of the night that love our amazing game of Telltale's The Walking Dead, we have some goodies that will make you more hungry. Okay, I'm gonna drop this thing because doing this voice is really weird. Anyways, we got some cool stuff dropping in the store right now. A lot of cool stuff. I'm gonna just show them here. It's finally Disco Broccoli. You guys have been asking for it on, of course, on our socials, and we thought, hey, you know, let's put some more Disco Broccolis up on our store. Not only do we have that, there's some other amazing stuff. We have an AJ figure, an AJ face pin, a Rosie. Oh, come on, a little Rosie. Can't see. That's the pup of the year right there. Anyways, we have a face pin of her up on our store as well, and also a Lee face pin. So you want to get on those before they're all gone. I don't want to do this. Why did it make me do this? Actually, I decided to do this. But guys, please, thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you're enjoying the expo as much as I am. There's so much candy around. Probably have to go check out my dentist later on this year, but you know, COVID, you know. Guys, take care. We'll see you. Follow all of our socials. Love you. Stay safe. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
My name is Lauren Jackson. I am a publicity and marketing manager at Saga Press, and I work on Skybound books as well. And I am very excited to be here with Andrew Piper, who is the author of The Residents, which went on sale this September. So how's it going?
It's going well. Good to see you.
Likewise, likewise. I'm really excited to start talking to you about this book. I am a big spooky person, as I like to say. Love horror, and I love particularly the supernatural. So I'm really jazzed to jump in on this, and I'm just gonna go right in and not give you any breaks.
Sure.
So one of the things that interested me most about the book is actually you, because you're Canadian. You're Canadian, and you wrote about this really interesting, sort of little known, and I think Wikipedia called him one of the least memorable presidents of U.S. presidents of all time. So do you want to tell me a little bit about what made you pick the Pierces?
Yeah, I mean, it came as a surprise to me too, because I had never heard, like you, I'd never heard of Franklin Pierce as a president or anybody. And I stumbled on him through just sort of Google searching, wasting time. I wasn't trying to research a project or research a novel. I wasn't doing any, looking for subject matter. I was just wasting time. And my time wasting, I don't know about, we all have our own particular fetishes. And for me, it kind of all roads lead to Sasquatch videos, UFO abductions, and haunted houses. And so I was in the haunted houses, quadrant of my interests. And I stumbled on the White House as being a haunted house, which I had already sort of known about a bit. I mean, the Lincoln's ghost and some of the lore I had already was aware of in a kind of a touristy way. But it was the further I went down that rabbit hole, I found the Pierces and particularly the tragedy that befell them before Franklin moved into the White House, the loss of all three of their children, just the last of whom died just weeks before the inauguration in a bizarre train accident in which the little boy, 12-year-old Benny, was the only fatality. So that tragedy and the particular kind of singular nature of it, the way it was only affecting the Pierces just as they moved into the most powerful seat in the world, that fascinated me. And the more I dug into it, the more facts I discovered that said to me, okay, wait a minute, this is a novel.
Right. And so what were, in the course of as you were in the quadrant of haunted houses, what other stuff stuck out to you? I mean, were there any other weird occult or spooky things that made their way into the book?
Oh yeah, for sure. So specifically in the case of the Residents and the Pierces, it was Jane Pierce, who was Franklin's wife and first lady. And she, as I've already mentioned, she lost all of her children. Mm-hmm. She then moves into the White House, a place that she does not want to be. She made her husband promise not to run for the presidency. He breaks that promise. He runs for the Democratic nomination, wins that, then is ushered into the White House. And so she takes up residence on the second floor. She doesn't come out of her room. She doesn't do any of the social, any of the social activities that is normally expected of a first lady. But what she does is she spends her time writing letters to her most recently deceased son, Benny. And these letters are real, and I've read them. And in these letters, she pleads with Benny to come back to her. And according to her letters, he did. And not just my interpretation of it is that she doesn't mean that in a kind of metaphorical sense or kind of a spiritual sense of, I feel his presence. She describes him as being a corporeal presence in her room, standing by her bed, moving out from the corner of the room. He's here with me. He's here with me. And so that was, for me, that was the pushover point of, this is going to be my main character. And this is going to be a novel about what if Benny, or some version of Benny, was in fact made manifest and brought back to life.
Wow. That's really intense.
Yeah, it is. Especially when you consider that that's all real. I haven't even started telling the fictional part yet. That's all real.
Oh, well, please tell the fictional part. I'm ready.
Well, I thought there was an opportunity there to tell, like, as a ghost story, a really traditional ghost story. But given that it's the White House, I wanted to also maybe bring in or tell an origin story of sorts, of an entity, a darkness. Because the more I researched the White House as a haunted house, the more I saw recurring entities or recurring experiences that people had with the supernatural. So I'll give you a quick example. In the residence, there is a demon that I have Jane bring into and sort of essentially has been sort of haunting her all of her life. And she brings this entity into the White House. And I propose that it's been there ever since. And there's some evidence of this. So, for example, in the 1950s, President Truman did a massive renovation on the White House. The place was falling apart. It's never been a very good house, actually. It's always been cold.
Yeah.
Like, who'd want to live there?
Right.
And in the 1950s, there was a photograph taken, and you can look this up, of when the White House is essentially gutted. You see a picture taken by the National Park Service official photographer of a sort of a shadowy figure against the far wall of the structure, a figure who was not there the moment before the photograph was taken. And so, in part, the residence is kind of a biography, a fictional biography of who that figure is. Where did he come from? What does he want?
I was reading a little bit I was refreshing my own history. I'm an American and I didn't know much about this stuff either. But so I was reading about Jane Pierce, and you talked about her a little bit, but one of the things that fascinated me is that she was considered a very depressed person, or not considered, she was a very depressed person. And you just brought up that interesting point about spirits. And I wonder, do you think that when you wrote her, did you write it as if she were depressed because of the spirit, or because of maybe the tragedy of her circumstances, or she was misunderstood? How did you write her?
Well, she was fascinating to me right from the get-go because, she had all of this loss. A. B, she didn't want to be there. She was not a typical political wife, that is to say. Thirdly, it was an interesting marriage. I wanted to tell a story of a marriage that on the face of it didn't make a lot of sense. So Franklin was, by all accounts, a very handsome man. He was very athletic. People always regarded him immediately as like, this guy's a born leader. It was almost like he was preordained to be president based on his looks and his voice. He had a wonderful speaking voice. Then you have Jane, who was, even among her own sisters, was regarded as the least appealing. She had older sisters who were much more pretty and more fun at dances. Jane was always sickly and off in the corner on her own. Why did Franklin choose her? Among all of the girls, all of the people in his society to whom he could have proposed, he proposed to Jane. And so that, for me, was a provocative question that I answer in the novel. What was the secret behind this union? And I sort of propose a particularly kind of gothic answer to that question.
And you don't want to spoil it.
I don't want to spoil it.
That's also really interesting. I love unlikely marriages and love stories, and I think that they really function. They're not used enough in non-romance literature, so I think that's definitely a really interesting angle. But I don't want to forget to hit on this point, and I know that we're running out of time, but I really want to talk about the scope of, I guess, the political environment at the time, right? So Franklin Pierce, in addition to being the least memorable, he was also one of the worst presidents I've heard, which I don't know how those two go together, but whatever. But so how did you how did you contextualize his story in sort of the broader what was going on in the United States at the time?
Well, Franklin, putting this as briefly as I can, it was only 2 administrations after Pierce that we essentially have the bed is made for the Civil War. And at that time, all of the factors, particularly, of course, slavery, and should the United States, pursue some kind of policy where, allowing some states to continue to have slavery versus others that were abolitionist, or should Pierce have done the right thing, which is to, make a policy that the entire United States should abolish slavery. He pursued and was told by his party to maintain a middle ground, a compromise. And that turned out to be a profound moral failure, obviously, but also a political failure in the sense that it didn't work and hundreds of thousands of Americans ended up dying in a terrible, bloody war. So here we have this guy, Pierce, who's not really, doesn't have the right stuff for the presidency. And this is maybe sounding familiar, maybe in a contemporary context. Does this ring any bells? But he is the wrong man at the wrong time. And that fascinated me from a fictional point of view, and it also from a supernatural horror point of view, because he's someone who is a gateway. If you have an interest, if you're a demon, say, and you had an interest in infiltrating the White House, you're going to find the most vulnerable, the weakest link, the door that's already unlocked to get in. And so I build a mythology in the novel where Franklin Pierce is the gateway to evil, an evil that it sort of was born there or found its way in at that time and is there to the present day. And it was his weakness, his moral weakness, that allowed the evil to come in. And so that was the marriage for me of like the history with the fictional mythology.
And by demon infiltrating, you mean Russian cyber attacks, right? Is that what you mean?
That's how they're manifested today. Yes.
That's what I was thinking. What's the modern day demon that's infiltrated? Well, I mean, there's many answers to that question, but regardless, okay, I had a point that I wanted to make, and of course I forgot it because I was distracted by my own joke. I wanted to talk about, so in your mythology, I mean, we can joke about Russian cyber attacks being demons, but in this mythology that you've created in this story, how do you have an idea of how that demon manifested throughout history? Like, did you carry it that far into the world building?
Not in this particular novel, but there is a sort of an author's note at the end of the novel where I, in a couple short paragraphs, tease out how there are continuities from the novel going forward. I'll give you a quick example. So we have Benny, who is we've already mentioned, he's the Pierce's child who dies and who Jane asked to come back, and that according to her, he does. You have just 2 administrations later, you have the Lincolns, who their son Willie, also 12, dies in the White House. He's beloved. Mary Lincoln has seances, just as Jane Pierce did, in the White House, summoning Willie. And according to historians who studied those seances at the time, he communicated to them. Then you have somewhat later, the beginning of the 1900s, President Taft, who during his administration, many people in his family and his staff saw a little boy around the age of 12 terrorizing the staff. They called him the Thing. And it so upset the White House and Taft himself that he issued a memo forbidding anyone to even talk about the Thing anymore. It was as if he was scared. Perhaps he even saw it. But this recurring entity of a little boy was born of the Pierce administration, but that's not the end of it. This, by the way, all of this I've just related is historical fact. This isn't my mythology. This is actual history. So again, I wanted to build the Residence as, yes, an original story, but one that readers could sort of at the end plug in, oh, wait a minute. There are recurring features to this story that we continue to see, or witnesses have seen in the White House for decades and centuries subsequent to the story.
And now, did it start, because you said that it started with the Pierces, and then this little boy, this figure kept recurring. But was there any instance of spooky stuff happening before the Pierces in the White House?
There is. I mean, the White House has always been a site for ghosts. I mean, one quick example is that prior to Pierce, there was a lot of the White House was more accessible then, and people would you could go up to the door. I mean, there weren't the same kind of security perimeters that we have now, and so there were after battles and after the war with England, there were soldiers who would come up to the door. These are dead soldiers, the spirits of dead soldiers, scratching and knocking at the front door of the White House. That was sort of the original spirit. There was also the man, I can't recall his name right now offhand, but he owned the land on which the White House was originally built. His ghost was, and still is, witnessed to, I don't know if he's complaining about the construction that's there or what, but the place was literally haunted from the start. And there's been consistent complaints about you no matter how much you burn coal in the furnace, no matter how much you turn up the heat, it's always cold. The warmth never gets into the corners. It's been a place that is that has the characteristics of a haunted house, again, from the moment of its construction.
Oh my God, that's so much. I'm going to do a lot of reading now. But, we have to wrap it up. I have a million more questions that I want to ask and talk about spooky things. But this has been fantastic. I feel like I just had a history lesson for the first time since I was in high school. History lesson I always wanted. But so again, this is author Andrew Piper. He has written The Residents. It's a ghost story that takes place in the White House about Franklin Pierce and his family. And it was really great to talk to you.
Oh, thanks for having me.
These beats are sick. Man.
Whoever our DJ is.
Use.
I was going to say, whoever our DJ is, every time we do this is always so cool.
I just picture Frankenstein spinning on a table, just like, and it's sick.
I love
it. So good.
I was going to say, I love that this year everyone found out about the Monster Mash, that it's actually a song about the Monster Mash and not the actual Monster Mash. Do you know that?
It's like Tenacious D's tribute is about the greatest song in the world, but it is not the greatest song.
Not
that
the
kind of thing.
That's
world. Amazing.
Yes, that's exactly
That's
it. It's
great.
not the Monster Mash. It's a song about the Monster Mash, and no one knows what the actual Monster Mash is. That's just a little trivia for y'all.
Cannot wait for the actual Monster Mash to drop. That's going to be a good day for fans of. Yeah. Danny, that was rad, and I do want to say, I wish I had more time to talk to Simon Stålenhag. That was such a fantastic interview. That dude is so talented and so cool. And getting to talk about his influences was rad. His book and Kickstarter is still happening right now. It is ending soon. So the link is in the chat.
Yeah.
It's ending today. I'm talking in the next hour or two. It is ending very soon, the Kickstarter for The Labyrinth. And I can't wait to get my hands on it and then listen to the music that he's going to put out, which is so cool. So be sure to go to the link in the chat. And the panel that we had after that, the interview about The Residents, was fantastic. I could have listened to Andrew Piper and Lauren Jackson continue to give us a history lesson for another hour, man. That stuff is fascinating, man. Danny, I know you like those spooky ghost stories, and that stuff was cool.
I mean, their family is haunted. But it is fascinating to find out about haunted presidency, like JFK's family. Like the Kennedys have a curse that people believe, and the fact that all of their children, the Pierce kids, all died. And then the train their child was the single person to die on the train. Like, that's just so
I know.
traumatic. So
I
it
know.
makes sense that the place would be haunted. I'm so glad that he went down that rabbit hole one night and
Yeah, I know, right?
and looked into it, and made this whole horror story, because I am very fascinated. I think that a lot of those places, historical places, carry a lot of weight and ghosts and spirits to them. It would just make sense to me.
Danny, we're ignorant Americans. Why didn't they teach us this stuff in school? Why didn't they teach us about the haunted history of the White House? I would have been so all about that. Come on.
You know,
Task
actually,
being like, yeah.
Hector, I think one of the reasons why I'm so into horror stuff is when I was in 4th grade, when I was living in San Diego, they took us on a field trip to the Whaley House, which is one of Travel
Whaley
Channel's
House,
most
baby.
haunted houses. It's a historical playhouse in San Diego. So I did actually go to haunted places when I was growing up. So that's probably why
I
I'm
love
haunted.
the Whaley House. I also grew up in San Diego. That's how
Yes,
we're
I forgot
friends.
you
That's
did. I forgot you did.
and I
Yes.
remember taking that field trip too, man. And the one that really got me was like, they told us about all the ghosts at the Whaley House, and they were also like, also there's a dead dog in the backyard that is still heard to this
Yeah.
day, yipping around in the back. I'm like, man, that's so haunted. Even the dog stuck around. Boy, oh boy. But speaking of sticking around, y'all should be sticking around, because we have an awesome panel coming up next. It is the IAM8BIT panel. They're going to be talking about some of their recent projects. This is really, really cool. It's this amazing creative production. You know that they do a bunch of different stuff. They juggle events and marketing and promotions, and they partner with other creative studios like Skybound to do video games and film and fashion and all this different stuff. This is going to be really cool, because they're going to be talking about some of the stuff they've worked on, like Untitled Goose Game with Skybound, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and more. Plus, there's going to be some reveals, exclusive recent reveals that they're going to be talking about, which is really cool. Some TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right there.
Oh, I'm so excited.
There's all my guys.
I need to cop that. I've also been to their gallery, which is in LA, multiple times, because they do cool fan events. They have dope art there. Speaking of fan events, we have some cool cosplay. People send in cosplay. We got some. Let's see if we can pull some up here. Thank you for submitting, everyone. Yes, got the dog too.
Yeah. The dog with the hat. I love it.
Whole
Abraham's
family involved.
Army.
Love this.
I love that commitment. Love that commitment. That dog is into it.
Yes, also
Ooh,
another
we got a
family
little-
affair.
Morgan's group from Fear the Walking Dead, which is very cool. Look at that family affair, like you said, Danny. Wow.
Oh, this makes me miss cons.
I know, me too.
Yes. Wait, is this a weather person? Is this person
I hope so.
This is
Here's
so
what I love
cool.
about this cosplay is that this Negan, apparently being cosplayed by Carl. Carl has got the lean down. It's all about the lean with Negan, and he is
The
leaning back.
swagger.
That Jeffrey Dean Morgan lean. That is amazing. All right, guys. Next panel is the IAM8BIT panel. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Enjoy. Bye.
Hey everyone, my name is John Gibson,
And I'm Amanda White.
and we are the co-owners and co-creative directors of IAM8BIT. 15 years ago, yes, it's our anniversary, we started IAM8BIT as a wee little art show that made a big impact in the industry. It was the very first pop culture art show, because before IAM8BIT, there was no such thing as paintings and sculptures and all this stuff about your favorite video games and movies and TV shows. You weren't really allowed to interpret brands, officially at least. There were just style guides and pre-branded assets that you were to use over and over and over again. So what our goal through the last 15 years has been is to propagate that message across all products, to bring artistry into the fold, regardless of what we're making. So whether it's an art show, or a vinyl record, your favorite video game soundtrack, or favorite cartoon soundtrack. We always apply artistry to that, commissioning artists to do interpretive works that expand the mythology of the thing we're working on. For me and Amanda and everyone else at IAM8BIT, we don't like putting out junk into the world. We like to make things that build upon things you love. They're things to worship and cherish and collect. So we want to make sure that everything that we're working on actually fulfills that mission statement of being something that is a premium ilk, that does bring something new to the franchise or the IP or the universe that we're collaborating in. That also extends itself to physical games and other kinds of collectibles. If you go to IAM8BIT.com, you can see all sorts of stuff we've worked on. But that also is limiting. IAM8BIT.com isn't the only place to buy IAM8BIT things, but for a very long time, we were kind of limited by our own approach, and that brings us to why we're invading your stream in the first place.
So for the past year or so, we've been working together with Skybound in a strategic partnership of sorts to bring our collaborative products to global retail. And you might be wondering, well, why? Why Skybound and IAM8BIT? Well, Skybound has a robust global distribution network, and that was very appealing to us. But I think even more important than that was that the roots and the philosophy that underline Skybound and their choices are very akin to ours. They are creator-focused, they are fan-focused, and artist-focused. To the same degree that we are. And it was a natural fit for us to come into partnership with them. And we think that it's a match that makes for really amazing things. We're excited to get these products that we care so much about out into the world, into the marketplace, so that no matter where you are, you'll be able to find one, buy one, put it on your shelf, play it, whatever you want to do with it. And Skybound makes that possible for us. So we are extremely grateful to be working with them.
Yeah, it's exciting because IAM8BIT, while we shipped globally for the last many years, we are now in fact a global company thanks to our partnership with Skybound. And that's a big deal. That means people getting things that we care a lot about that they never had access to. And that means spreading the love of really awesome games and animation properties, all the stuff that we as big old nerds love, getting it out there in a much broader way without losing that quality edge and that premium edge that's never
and the authenticity, John. We're keeping it authentic, and we're able to keep it authentic. And I think that's the shared philosophy is really what gets us there with Skybound. We're not compromising quality or authenticity in the name of this partnership.
Yeah, and we also get a lot of free comics out of it, so that also is a pretty good perk. Now we're really enjoying our collaboration. It's just the beginnings with Skybound and IAM8BIT, and you'll probably be seeing more of us in the future. So get used to it. But with that, we're done talking, and we want to toss it to some of our other IAM8BITers, Nick and Billy, who run our community and social. They interface with fans all day long across all our channels, and they're here to tell you about a few of the things that we've been working on with Skybound. So take it away, Nick and Billy.
Thanks, John and Amanda. That's right, I'm Billy.
And I'm Nick. We are the social media managers at IAM8BIT. So we're the ones always interacting with you in community, Twitter, Instagram, all the fun stuff.
That's true, Nick. And today we're going to talk about some of the cool games that we're working on and that we're collaborating with Skybound on to bring to retailers and stores around the world. The first game we're talking about today is Untitled Goose Game, which you may know was developed in Australia by House and initially published by Panic. And it even won the Game of the Year award at the GDC Awards last year when it was up against big budget AAA games.
Huge games, yeah.
So yeah, a favorite title of ours really fits kind of the tone and kind of voice of the IAM8BIT games that we like to partner with. And I believe we have a trailer that we're going to roll for you right now.
Let's check it out. So I have with me some of our lovely editions. So these are the IAM8BIT exclusives. So what's cool about these, the PS4 version is our very first Eco Pack. You can see it looks a little different than your standard plastic case, and that's because it is not a plastic case. It is made from 100% post-consumer materials. But we're really proud of this packaging. We worked hard on this to make it fit on the shelf with all your PS4 games. It's got your same spine, same title down the side there, and has an awesome pocket for the game, manual, a sugar-based no goose sticker.
Don't eat it though.
No, sugar-based, but not delicious. It probably tastes like uncooked geese. And there's an awesome poster in here, and all of the components are on post-consumer material as well. I'm sure you love that unfolding paper and my microphone. But look at that. That's the entire town map. Pretty awesome. So these pack-ins are in the retail editions being distributed by Skybound as well. So that's a good indication of, the benefits of this partnership is that we get to do these very high quality releases with small indie games that we pour our hearts into and give it a lot of attention to detail. And with Skybound's help, we can have them reach all over.
And then we also produced a vinyl soundtrack for the game, and that soundtrack is also made from recycled material. We see this eco packaging as a first step towards making game production more environmentally friendly and making the game industry in general more environmentally friendly.
And the other fun thing about the vinyl is that it's a double groove vinyl. What that means is that there's 2 grooves of recorded music on the vinyl. So when you put it on your record player and you lower the needle, you don't know which groove it's going to hit, which makes it feel very much like the experience of the game and the way the music is emergent and just, the chaos of Goose in general.
The next title we're talking about is Ori and the Will of the Wisps. This is, of course, the follow-up to the critically acclaimed Ori and the Blind Forest. And we're really stoked to be bringing the game to Nintendo Switch. We're also publishing the game digitally on the Nintendo eShop, which is a first for us, and has been a really exciting thing for us to work on in collaboration with the developers at Moon Studios. The Switch version is currently rated the #1 game on Metacritic for Switch in 2020. So just an all around like top tier title, and I think we're going to roll a trailer for that, and then maybe talk about our awesome collector's edition. Boy, what a trailer.
It's 60 frames per second on the Switch, which is incredible. I don't know. The Moon Studios guys are dark wizards. Not really sure how they do it, but it runs incredibly on the Switch. The collector's edition, we're also very excited about. This is just what IAM8BIT does in general. We like to bring our favorite games into the real world in a way that you're going to be proud to have on your shelf for years to come. So our production team designed this box from the ground up. We've got this stained glass piece, which is a little Easter egg for all you hardcore Ori fans. Both physical editions of the game, digital soundtrack, pin. It's all super premium, beautiful, and we make sure all of it is worth your hard-earned gamer bucks.
Go to ori.im8bit.com to check it out.
Earlier this year, we also pressed both Ori soundtracks on vinyl. We had amazing artists interpret the covers with gorgeous soundtracks on high-quality black vinyl. Definitely worth a spin.
The next title that we're talking about today is one that I'm super, super excited for. It's The Pathless. And this is a game that is being developed by Giant Squid. You may know them from their previous release, Abzu. And it's also being published by Annapurna Interactive, which at IAM8BIT, Annapurna Interactive and us are like two peas in a pod. They really are an awesome ongoing partner of ours. We've produced vinyl records and physical editions of a lot of their releases, including an awesome Annapurna box set for PlayStation 4, which is going to be shipping later this year. Really, really cool release with some of the best games of the generation, hands down. And I think that Pathless is definitely going to be on that list for the next generation of consoles, because one exciting thing about this title is that it's a PlayStation 5 launch title. We have new hardware coming out this fall, and I think the game selection list is maybe looking a little thin, and with that in mind, I think there's there's a lot to look forward to in the indie space, right? When we don't have a lot of AAA games that are going to be coming out this fall, it's up to the indies to fill the gaps, and I think the Pathless is really going to do a great job of highlighting the technical capabilities of the system. It's a gorgeous game. It's going to look amazing on your PS5, and we are in collaboration with Skybound releasing a physical edition.
Yeah. I mean, it's our first PS5 title, so we're very excited about that. And
it might be your first PS5 title also. The Pathless looks really awesome. We're super stoked for it, and we have a gameplay trailer for you to see right now.
looks like an Annapurna Interactive release. They have no misses, so I'm really excited for that. For our physical releases, there's going to be a day one edition. It's going to be the Skybound Retail Edition. It's going to be available at retailers all around the world at launch. And there will also be an IAM8BIT exclusive edition. Sorry, an IAM8BIT exclusive edition, which has an O sleeve, some cool art on the outside, reversible cover, and a poster of the hunter, which is the main character, and some other cool goodies. So we actually, when you're watching this, these are launched. These are available for pre-order. So if you check them out at IAM8BIT.com or at your local retailer of choice.
Cool. And the final product that we have to talk about today. Well, I think I'm going to let Nick handle this one since he's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles nerd of the two of us.
Yeah, in collaboration with Skybound and Nickelodeon, we are releasing a series of high quality Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles art prints called Lean Mean Green. We just released 4 prints from Attack Peter, which are traditional Japanese woodblock prints. There's going to be 4 more releases in this series. So look to the IAM8BIT and the Skybound channels if you're a Turtles fan and want some beautiful art for your boring walls since you're at home all the time. So yeah, we're super excited about that. It goes back to the IAM8BIT roots as an art show. We have a gallery in Echo Park, Los Angeles, and the working with artists and interpreting classic brands that you know and new ones that you know. That's what IAM8BIT does. So this is very near and dear to our hearts.
Thanks everybody for watching. One final note is make sure to check us out on IAM8BIT.com. Make sure to check us out on the social media channel of your choice. Find us where we'll be posting about new products, vinyl represses, new physical editions, and occasionally just sometimes we're just having fun there too. So thanks for tuning in, and enjoy the next segment in the Skybound Expo.
Oh, so scary. What a good intro.
Do you love all these classic horror intros that we've been
I
doing?
love it. I love it. They're so cool. I'm so glad with the panel at the top of the morning here. I mentioned John Carpenter's The Thing, and then we got that one, and it was so cool and so spooky. Danny, what was your favorite game that was just shown off from the I Am
Oh my
8-bit panel?
gosh. Y'all, the Untitled Goose Game is so mischievous. Like, that's so hilarious to me. It's just like chaos.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I think anyone, I love the fact that you can play it with a family and like, I think it's for all ages of people that just, yes. But
Love it.
I want a copy of this. Can I get a copy of this, Skybound?
The Ori game, of course, looks gorgeous, and I also have to mention the Pathless blew me away. That looks stunning, and I'm such a TMNT fan, and I love Attack Peter stuff. That those art
Yes.
prints are so dope. So huge thanks to Amanda and John, the co-owners of I Am 8-bit, and Billy and Nick, the social media managers. That was so cool and super fantastic. Danny, what panel do we have coming up next?
Ooh, we have the Art of Ava's Demon up next. This is really cool. It is about a girl, Ava, who travels across the universe and has a really mean, taunting demon that follows her. But also, I feel like it's both sides of me. It's like I'm a Gemini. So it's this like her inner demon, which is actually an alien ghost god, Rathia. And this is by Michelle Fuss, who has been doing this comic actually since 2012. She had a very successful Kickstarter that she partnered with Skybound, which y'all can check out. And so we're going to be going over the Art of Ava's Demon.
She might make a little surprise announcement as well. And before we do that, we've got some more cosplay to check out, some amazing Skybound cosplay. So let's throw that up there. Let's look at some Skybound cosplay. Oh, very nice. Connie from The Walking Dead. Love that. Love that. Love the shadow effect.
Too. Yes, very creepy.
Very
Adore
nicely
this.
done. Lexandra, nicely done. And classic, the OG, Rick.
Oh my gosh. I would break out my accent, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it.
Well, I think that's a great cosplay.
Yes.
Love the pose. That is fantastic. Okay, guys, we are moving into the next panel, the Art of Ava's Demon. Enjoy. See you in a little bit.
Hello, Skybound fans. My name is Michelle Fuss, and I created Ava's Demon. Ava's Demon is an Odyssey-type story set in a dystopian future full of godlike alien ghosts haunting the life forms of the universe. The ghosts are a metaphor for the inner selves of the main cast of characters. They are their inner demons and hidden turmoils that they deal with while navigating their chaotic, space-bound lives. I try to depict unique types of struggle and emotion in all of the characters through their demons, and use their journeys to teach empathy for others through displaying reason behind their outer and inner selves. The Halloween-themed print I've created for the Expo is available today. It is a vampiric and mummy-themed Ava with all my favorite symbology from the comic. When I first create a drawing, I try to pick both poses, themes, and colors that aid the emotion and mood of the overall piece. I spend a lot of my time polishing shapes and making the colors stand out. Out of everything, I try to focus on how I can make my illustrations fun and appealing to the audience. Skybound reached out to me, and I am eternally grateful that they found me. It has been really hard making a comic that is experimental in digital media while also trying to demonstrate that it could work as a physical book. I am super lucky that Skybound understood my comic despite its format and digital multimedia execution. I really hope that getting the comic into the hands of readers will not only help bring the story to an all-new audience, but also help the AVA'S DEMON universe reach its full potential. If you would like to get my newest illustration as a print and more, head over to store.skybound.com. If you missed the campaign, don't worry, you can still make a late pledge at avasdemonreborn.com. Thanks so much for having me, and I hope you enjoy AVA'S DEMON Reborn.
What's up, Skybound Expo? It's me, Peter Santa Maria. By the way, a couple of Skybound legends in the making right here. We got Mark Grayson, Invincible, and the new guy, Takaro, who's coming to take over your town soon. So welcome to Skybound Expo's segment with me, Peter, a.k.a. Attack Peter. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm so excited to bring you so much new cool stuff today. We got, what can I say early on? We got a special treat with our friend Bear Walker joining us today. We are dropping some killer merch. If you are following the Month of Monsters, you're really going to love this. We have a brand new entry into the Takoro print world. You're going to really dig that. And I don't even know what to say because this is going to be a fun one. So if you don't know me, I'm a printmaker. I'm a designer, a printmaker, all the way from Miami, Florida. So it's a little later over here. I basically get these linoleum blocks. If you've never seen linoleum, it's shout out Speedball, by the way, for providing this. It's like a leathery surface. We kind of mount it on wood in this case, but sometimes it just comes by itself. I draw designs onto this with a big fat Sharpie, and then I carve it using these like sharp tools. So here's an example of like a carved one. Here's like a little Godzilla head. Right? So it's like making a big stamp, carve right into that. And then I roll ink on the carving, press paper onto it, and that's how I get the handmade prints that you guys see. In fact, if you were just paying close attention to the IAM8BIT panel, they were talking about our recent TMNT print drop, which I got to say, I think they're almost gone. So if you're interested in getting the Leonardo print, the Raphael print, in fact, I got one right here if you want to see it. Let me show you this out. Just so you can get an idea of how big these guys are. Look at that. There's Leonardo, right? So each one of these prints is made by hand from a larger carving I roll ink on. And that's what you get. You get an actual handmade print in these cases. So They're limited to 75. I know Michelangelo sold out. I know Donatello sold out. I think there are a few Leonardos and a few Raphs left, so I would head over there soon if you want to grab one of those. But that's just the beginning. Next week we are going to be on our show. If you don't know, you can click on the search title here in YouTube, find the Attack Peter channel. We drop new prints, new merch. We have guests on. We have a show called Attack, and it's super fun. It's every Thursday night, Eastern time, 7:30, 4:30 Pacific, and we have guests on. We do fun stuff. We actually did a live stream of the Untitled Goose Game from our collaboration. That was awesome. And next week, people have been asking for it. Next week, we are dropping the Godzilla versus Gigan artist proofs, but more on that a little bit later. Let me check in and break the fourth wall and see if we're ready to go to a video clip yet. Amazing. So without me rambling on so much, I want to make sure that you guys get a real good idea of what I do, especially if you're new to the Attack Peter world. So roll the clip, check out what I do. All right, so I just finished the majority of the drawing that I'm gonna do on this piece of linoleum. I normally don't draw more detail than this. You can see it. It's kind of like a loose, sketchy thing with white colored pencil, Sharpie, and originally I had put red spray paint on the linoleum because when I carve, it's easier for me to see what has and hasn't been carved. So let's get into the carving. Now it's time to print it, but before I do, you can see a shot of the whole linoleum, clean, post carved, but hasn't been printed yet. Once I print it, then I wash it, the whole thing gets a little bit darker. So this is like the prettiest stage of a carved piece of linoleum. So let's get into the printing. Well, so there you go. You get an idea essentially of how I make these prints. That was from earlier this year where I made a ghost samurai print, and that video came out so cool. It's a really good way to show you guys the process. Here's some of that ink that I use, by the way. Shout out Speedball. They make the best ink. Oh, yeah. And these are the kind of tools that I use. Look at this giant Mjolnir of an ink roller. This is like everything is handmade when it comes to these. So if you want to get one of those handmade prints, like I said, head over to IAM8BIT and grab one of those TMNT prints now. Now, in addition to those handmade prints, we've been doing some kick-ass screen prints this year. We had Okay, cool. Breaking the fourth wall. So we've been doing some kick-ass screen prints this year. We had a killer Takaro print, and we did the month of monsters this month of October. And if we can go to those images, you guys can see a lot of you guys picked up the screen prints for the month of monsters, where we did our take on the sea creature from the Black Lagoon, a werewolf, mummy. I mean, look at this one. This is the werewolf. The fun thing about this is that people may not know is that on our show, we designed this together with the live chat. So people who were in our live chat, which I know there's a bunch of the print crew in the chat here today. Shout out Colt, Omnibusters, Aquatic Life, and more. We designed these together, like where to put certain things, what elements to include. There's other ones that I think we'll show here in a second. Let's see. Do you get the next one there? Anyway, these are all available in the Skybound shop right now. No problem. They're 18 by 12 screen prints made on super high quality archival paper. I mean, the colors on these just pop. So I can't encourage you guys enough to make sure you come to our channel on YouTube and join us Thursday nights. It's really just a fun hang. It's just a fun hang. We do drop merch there. We do drop prints there, but it's just an awesome place to hang and get creative and work together on cool, fun collaborations like this. So, yeah, so that's in the Skybound Attack Peter shop, which I believe is available now. Yeah, here's our Scarecrow. So this one was a complete audience suggestion, the Scarecrow Jack-o'-lantern. In fact, I think Raph, who's in the chat right now, Omnibusters, threw this idea out, and we really just went with it. And so, yeah, this monster was created with the chat. The mummy was a popular one, and I believe is still available now. You can grab one of these screen prints in the shop. They all have like a similar composition. It's like my take on like a retro vibe. Shout out Eric Denman from Skybound, who helped put these compositions together as well. I love these. And if you're feeling spooky, and if you're like me and Halloween is all year long, this is the kind of stuff I like to hang in my house because it's just kick-ass artwork, but it also gets that seasonal vibe all year long. So shout out to the month of monsters. But that's not enough because people were saying, I got so much stuff on my wall, I can't always put up a new print every day. So we said, let's throw these designs on T-shirts. And so this is an example of the collaboration with the live chat, with the audience, getting together, making just cool stuff all around. Look at the Salty Sea Devil. This is the back of the shirt. You see it there with the tentacles and the flowers and the skull. We did one of these shirts for every one of the monsters. They're available in black. They're available in white. And the front says Attack Peter's Month of Monsters. I love that font. Love that vibe. Definitely gives me that famous monsters vibe. So yeah, man, if you want to wear those monsters all year long, this is the way to go. I cannot wait. There's the mummy. I cannot wait to get my set. Yeah, man. So if you want to get one of these shirts, they are available today in the shop. I bet you the shop link's already dropped in the chat. There's that jack-o'-lantern Scarecrow, and I believe the werewolf is there as well. So merch, man. I mean, to me, like I love collecting artwork from different artists so much, and I'll usually get like a big print or something from my favorite artist, but then I love getting shirts and hats and stuff like that because that's what I wear all day long, and I love showing that stuff off. I love it. That werewolf might be my favorite one. Love it. So that is dropping today. That's brand new. I'm super excited about that. Now, let's shift gears for a second from some of the famous monster icons that we interpreted to my favorite monster of all time, and that is Takaro, the Attack Peter original kaiju, launched here on Skybound. Fan favorites. Takaro's had an amazing year. We've dropped, and shout out the available in the merch shop right now, the Takaro shirt. We've had an amazing year for Takaro. We've released a number of prints showcasing him fighting against different giant monsters in different environments. And each one of them sold out so fast that we decided to bring them back. We brought the first Takaro print back as a screen print. And today That was so popular. People love that so much. Today we are dropping a brand new screen print of one of the favorite designs, Takaro versus the Space Yeti. So let's slap that guy up on the screen and let the people see it. Boom. There it is, showcasing the iconic black and orange and white offset vibes now associated with the Attack Peter brand. Takaro is facing up against that Space Yeti. Is the Space Yeti a bad guy? I don't know. I don't even know if we figured that out yet. I feel like he was just kind of in the way, threatening Takaro's companion on his little beast mount down there in the corner. And Takaro's like, well, I better just handle this guy just in case he's a threat on our journey. And we caught him mid-battle here as he's got the arm and the neck wrapped with his tentacles and that weird mechanical eye just kind of keeping focus on the Yeti. I love this colorway. And these are going to be screen printed on incredible archival French paper, screen printed beautifully. These will be the size and details. This will be a big boy. I believe this is a standard size, 24 by 36, if I'm not mistaken. But those details will be in the site and on the chat pretty soon. So super excited for that. A lot of people have joined the Attack Peter world after some of those prints came out and are scrambling to try to find some of those older designs. And instead of like going back and just doing extra editions, those will stay valuable, and then we'll be able to add extra value by putting color in and doing screen prints. And it's just like a rad option that we can do here at Skybound. So, man, is that enough? Are we done, or should we keep going? I think we should definitely keep going. Now, if you guys know, like I said, before we get to this, let me just recap real quick. We talked about the TMNT prints. This is what we learned today so far. You understand? Wake up. Pay attention. This is what we learned so far today. IAM8BIT has got the TMNT prints. They're going super fast. You understand what I'm saying? The Godzilla APs that we released on Mondo recently, Godzilla vs. Gigan, those 50 special artist proofs, including 25 special editions. If you were there when we dropped the Mecha Godzilla APs, you might remember seeing this guy on a few of the APs, the special edition ones. Only 10 had this last time. Next Thursday, we're dropping the APs, the special edition APs featuring potentially, here's a little tease of what's coming on the bottom of those special edition ones. Don't want to hold up there too long because it's unfinished. But you guys, it's going to be a big one. And we'll have some special surprise guests there as well. I think we might be ready to go. Yeah? So let's bring in the man of the hour, aside from me, my second favorite person on this show, Bear Walker. Bring him in. Look at that face. What's up, dude?
What is up, man? How's it going?
Man, I'm stoked to have you back on with us here. And every time we get together, you know it's going to be a banger because you make such kick-ass work. Tell the people a little bit, in case they weren't here last time, about what you do and what you make. Don't reveal the reveal yet, though.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I kind of specialize in carved out pop culture artwork, specifically skateboards. But yeah, you know, I get to work with awesome artists all the time like Peter and kind of, you know, impose their work on my style of stuff. Is that a good enough like build up to it? Is that good?
Heck yeah. Yeah, you're a great craftsman, and you've put out some like really original stuff in a world where there's so much different artwork going on and killer stuff. You know, once in a while you see something different, original, and it's like, whoa, never seen that. And Bear's got these carved relief skate decks, prints. It's insane. The colors, the textures, things that you can feel. They look like you want to touch them, and then you touch them and you're like, whoa, this feels great. You got to check those out. But last time we were together, we collabed and we dropped a wood print of the two-headed monster Kame, and we dropped 10 of those. They sold out in seconds before the stream even finished. And so today we are excited because we are dropping something the fans have been asking for a while. We have Takaro, the original design, available on a Bear Walker collab. Oh, son. There it is. Heck yeah, I'm so stoked on this. I'm so stoked on this. If you guys, I don't know if you guys in the back have a graphic to put up so it'll be like super clear, but this is a solid piece of wood, and if you can't tell, it's engraved, it's carved in. Explain that process a little bit, would you, Bear? How you do that?
For sure. Yeah, man. So, first we start out by getting your awesome artwork, and then, I vectorized it. I guess it was already vector, but then I programmed it to carve out my CNC machine. Spent about 3.5 hours carving this out on my machine. It comes off. We file and brush every edge, all the surfaces to make sure they're smooth and crisp. That takes about 30 minutes to an hour a piece, depending on how clean it cuts. Then each one is hand painted. We sand the surface to reveal the wood tone back on the top and keep the paint in the recessed areas. I chamfer the back edge so it has like a nice kind of hand feel and it looks like it's floating off the wall a little bit. And then we clear coat it to kind of bring out the color, seal it so it lasts a long time, and then we sign and number the back of it, and it's ready to go.
I'm so stoked on this, man. This is really look, if you guys go back to me and I'll show some of the detail here. This is really about one of the things that I had been thinking about for a long time, which is how do I, because what I do, Bear, we've talked about this, but for folks that are just learning, what I do is I carve these pieces of linoleum. Can we get the camera back so you guys can see this on the camera? I carve this linoleum, right? So after I finish carving it, I roll the ink on it. This is obviously not the linoleum, but to give you an impression, right? So here's one. Here's one. This is why I think what you do is so brilliant, and it's like a miracle that we got together. This is like a carving, right? So I'll carve something like this. I roll the ink on it, right? And then people say, people used to tell me, but do you sell the carvings? I love the prints. I want the print, but do you sell the carving? I'd love to have the carving side by side with the print, and of course I turn people down repeatedly over and over again. Why? Is it not because I'm hoarding it, but I need it. I need this to keep making prints. You know what I'm saying? And so I would say, unfortunately, no. One time, I have to reveal, one time I did a big sell-off of some of the Star Wars linoleum. So they're out there to a private collector. But I used to always think, how could I do it? How could I do it to have like people get the feel, the look? This is even more beautiful than the original linoleum itself because it's got that wood grain on it, And I look at this thing all the time and I just marvel at how it's almost like we got a sculpture print. You know what I'm saying? And when we put those,
for sure, man. Yeah, like when I first saw your work.
Go ahead.
When I first saw your work, dude, I was it was like almost like different sides of the same coin. You know what I mean? Like the process was kind of similar, but then you ended up with a different end product, and it's almost like mine's like yours in reverse. But the way you do your art, it's kind of hard to work with artists and their style mesh with the way I make my product. And yours was just like set up for it. It's like you carve it out, so it's like meant to be carved. So looking to do these collaborations together, it was kind of just meant to be. And these first art pieces are super dope. And just excited to see what other crazy shit we can make, man.
I think it's a match made in heaven, so to speak, and it does what I've envisioned for a long time. It's like, how do we keep expanding on what these designs can be? Because I'm excited to be able, like I said from day one, I love this medium because I can make handmade artwork, and because there are prints, I don't have to charge thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for an original handmade piece. I mean, if you make a painting, if you make a drawing, it's a one of a kind. It's handmade, one of a kind. So how can I bring that to a level where people can buy it, with regular budgets, And so with prints, we can do that. But then to go to the next level and have that tactile quality that I get to enjoy whenever I'm touching these blocks, right? And to be able to bring those forward as prints. We're only dropping, by the way, if anybody's interested in knowing, 20 of these. There's only 20 of these. Last time we did 10, they were gone in seconds. I'm hoping that we can get to minutes this time at least, because we put twice as many out there. This is a super iconic image. If you know me, Takoro is near and dear to my heart. Skybound's back in it big time. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a major collector's item in the very, very, very near future, because what we're planning with Takoro and Skybound is big time. Bear, dude, where can people find more of your work and what you do? Because I know you make, aside from the killer prints, you make killer video to kind of like speak about and show what you do.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we make skateboard, guitars, all that good stuff. But Instagram is probably my biggest portfolio. That's Bear Walker Official. You can see some of the process on our YouTube channel, which is under the same name. And then yeah, messing around a little bit with TikTok, but I wouldn't really focus on that too much.
And it's so important to be able to reach out to your fans that way, because what we do, and when you see it in person, you get it, you know. And now, because our brand is growing, people already know. But when there's people who are not familiar, the ability to show off that tactile quality, and then people get these in their hands, it's like they become evangelists. I remember when the Akukame prints got out, the 10 people who got them, and then everybody else who wasn't able to was like, who got it? Who got it? Who's the one who got one? And people were just looking around to see where they were, because and it was like FOMO meets evangelizing for how awesome they were. And I got messages day after day after day, make another one. You know, the funny thing is, I discovered your work on a Netflix show before we met at DesignerCon, I believe. And can you talk about that for a second? Yeah, because didn't you do a board for a show that I watched on Netflix?
Yeah, well, we did like our own rendition of it, but there was a show called Daybreak that we kind of made an upscale version of the board for.
I love it. Yeah.
But yeah, man, no, that was a dope show, and the board ended up dope. But yeah, I mean, I fell in love with your work right when I saw it at DesignerCon, and you know, I think that's like kind of the beauty of both of our works is that, you know, you can see it in pictures, and you know, you can fall in love with it that way. But when you have the actual product, you can see all the work that goes into it and feel the texture, and it's almost like getting a second piece when it actually gets there.
And that Pokemon series, is that what you have behind you? Are those the Pokemon boards?
Yeah, that's the Pokemon one. Yeah.
That series is insane, because like if you get one, it's rad, but look at them in sequence. It's such a rad collaboration. I'm so stoked, man. I'm so stoked to be able to do this again. I'm pretty sure the fans are going to be super excited about it, because this is something that people have been asking for a while. They love Takuro. They love your work. It's kind of like a peanut butter and jelly kind of deal now. And I hope we get to do a lot more in the future.
Absolutely, brother. Anything you want to send me, I'll make it into something else.
I love it. Excellent. So without further ado, I think we're wrapping up here, and I want to make sure we say everything we got to say. So Bear just told you, Bear Walker Official, everywhere where it matters, right? You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Attack Peter, Facebook, Attack Peter Art, and we have a Facebook group, Attack Peter Print Crew, where a lot of people get together and they buy and sell from each other without scalping. They, which I love. And they'll trade stuff, and they'll kind of like help each other get the prints. It's a rad group. Then, like I said, on Thursday and 4:30 Pacific time, we do a live show on YouTube called Attack, where my wife Gabby gets in on it, my dog Wonton gets in on it. We bring special guests on. Bear, we got to have you soon. And we basically do lots of fun stuff. Getting together and just creating a hang online and talking about art and movies and film and like creating artwork together. It's been a really rad experience, and I'm so stoked to keep doing it. I'm so stoked to meet so many new people here in the chat. If you don't know me, if you don't know Bear, make sure after this is over, you go over and follow and see what we're doing. You won't regret it. All right, guys. Thank you so very much for joining today. I'll see you later. Thank you so much.
wait, Hector, are you muted? One of the fun. Are you?
Oh my gosh, I was, because I didn't want to jump in when Attack Peter was doing his thing with Bear Walker. I was just saying, I recognize that as Nightmare on Elm Street. I recognize it. That was great. That was great. How you doing, Danny?
Doing good. That's amazing. I want one of those TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle prints. I know they're going really quick, so I was like off on the side trying to like get into the site while they were talking about it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's always so cool to be able to get a glimpse into Attack Peter's process, which is super cool. I know that we had him on our last Skybound Expo, but it's dope, man. I love to see artists get to talk about their stuff, especially someone as enthusiastic and as charismatic as Attack Peter. My favorite thing, I think, in that last panel was the werewolf art. I love the werewolf art. I want to get that shirt, man. That looked so cool. I love that style so much. Did you have a favorite thing that was kind of shown off, Danny, or was it the TMNT?
Yeah, I mean, so one of my friends, one of my friends I was going to say is has a bunch of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle tattoos. So I also feel like I'm in a horror movie. Do I have a weird delay happening right now? I feel
You're good. You're good.
Okay, maybe it's just for me. But yeah, thank you to Attack Peter and Bear Walker. Definitely go to skybound.com/join for whenever they have drops. He normally announces them, I think, a week in advance, but you can get your hands on them because they go very quickly, just like he was saying.
Hours. We're talking, I mean, he said seconds, minutes, like it's nuts. It is nuts. I also have to say, well, we're here, we're live, we're doing the Skybound Halloween Expo. I'm going to hold Skybound to this. I need to figure out how to get my hands on one of those Takaro action figures, okay? That little prototype that he put up against Invincible, I was like, oh, I want that. I got to get that. I got to get that. So Skybound, keep me posted on whenever that's gonna that's gonna happen, and if there's any way that I can get one of those bad boys, because that looked amazing. But we mentioned this earlier in the show, Skybound Insider, a completely free way for you to sign up and be caught up on everything that's happening with Skybound. On top of that, look at all those perks, y'all. Look at all those. I'm not going to read them to you because y'all can read, but look at those perks. You get access to digital comics. You get early access to stuff. And when the world is back to normal, there's going to be in-person meetups as well. Skybound Insiders, I've been one for years, and it is a fantastic community and a great deal. And that's how I was able to get a bunch of cool Skybound stuff before anybody else did. So, yeah.
I was going to say, speaking of the community, we have a shout out, Hector, that we have to give. Two of our biggest fans have their wedding anniversary today. That is Robert and Katrina. So congratulations.
Happy anniversary. That's great.
Thank you for sharing your anniversary with us. With Skybound.
That's very cool. That's very
definitely,
cool.
I don't know, surprise each other with some cool art and or a game about a goose, you know, that you can be enthusiastic about. Or yes. So congratulations to them. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being fans all these years. Thank you.
Hey, Danny, we got some time, and I wanted to ask you a question, something real quick, because I saw you interacting with a cool little online poll that's kind of happening. Our friends over at Geek Bomb were asking, and I think this is a great question. We're in the spooky spirit. If you know somebody who has never seen a horror film, probably because they're a little scaredy kitten, what would be a horror movie that you would recommend? And you had, I think, a pretty great pick. Do you want to just let everybody know? I'm curious.
Yeah, well, so that was our friend Maud Garrett, who's also a host, who was asking about that. I guess she's not really into horror. And a lot of people were saying, well, you have to go with the classics. Halloween. No, what did they say? Halloween, or I think they said Poltergeist and The Shining. And those, she was like, oh, those sound really scary to me. So especially Poltergeist and The Shining, which I think are horror musts. Like, though, if you're trying to get into horror, I think but if you're a scaredy cat, I would recommend Scream. I would recommend Scream because it is a classic. It's such a classic scary movie, and yet it doesn't have terrifying ghosts and demons. Yes, it has gore, but I think that you can handle like the high school horror antics, gory antics that they're doing in it. So a lot of fun. Matthew Lillard, I just posted about him last week as a horror movie icon. He should have won an award for that role. It was phenomenal. His acting choices in that are phenomenal. So
But
as this
I
little
love that
psychopath
pick.
that yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love that pick, Danny, because it's a movie that kind of deconstructs the horror genre. And then with that sort of knowledge, you can kind of go and appreciate the other movies that movie talks about. You know what I mean? It's a pretty good primer. In the same way that if I ever meet somebody who's not into Star Trek, I usually go, well, you got to watch Galaxy Quest so that you can understand why people like Star Trek. And then once you see the comedy that kind of spoofs it, deconstructs it, does all that stuff, then you can go back and watch Star Trek and go, oh, okay, I get why people like this. I get why people like Halloween once you watch Scream and you can see them talking about all the rules of the movie. So that's a great pick. I think my pick would probably be the original Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis, because similar sort of stuff. It's so suspenseful. It's more suspenseful than like horror gory. But it's still got some, it's just a classic, man. But I love Scream as a pick. That's an excellent pick. Danny, and a great way to get into the spooky season at home, staying safe, is you just pop on one of your favorite movies. Danny, we got some cosplay we got to get into, y'all.
Yes. Thank you, y'all, for sending in this cosplay.
Yep. Okay, here we go. We have got, oh my goodness, Carl. Just took some pictures of my Carl cosplay, my comfort character for years now, to be honest. That is amazing.
I love it. So on point.
Nicely done. Oh my gosh, we got a Beta from The Walking Dead with a little bit of that Negan lean in there. No, that's not Beta. That's Whisperer Negan. My bad. That's Whisperer Negan. That's amazing. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's all about the lean. I'm telling you, Danny. That's what it's all about. And who do we have next? There it is. There's Beta. That's Beta.
I love everybody's commitment with these masks.
I know. And there's nothing scarier than a bathroom selfie. Let me tell you. Sometimes you put those out there in the world, and it's like, how's this gonna blow over? And that's what's scary. And that's so cute. There's a Negan and Judith. Wonderful. I love that. That's fun, man. Get the whole family.
The forest background too. I love that.
Very cool. Well, we have got a really cool panel coming up next, y'all. We're talking about the Comics Vault live with our dude Sean Kirkham, aka Big Clutch.
Mm-hmm.
His name was so spooky.
What's going on? San Romero. Woo! What's up, everybody? Let's get going. Let's do this. Ooh, that's a little warm and toasty. I love this little pentagram mask, a little Venom action too. This thing's super cool. Mass Republic got these. Super great. Welcome to Halloween Expo, everybody. Things have been awesome. It's been a good show today so far. Really digging everyone's all the panels. The Residence panel was super cool. I got to go read that book now. I didn't realize how dope it was, and love the Tech Peter stuff and Bear Walker. It's good to see those guys hanging out. So yeah. Ooh, Lordy, look at this thing over here. This is pretty. I'm gonna pop. My face is gonna pop off screen. I've got a new setup. Trying to stand so I can be a little more healthy, I guess. But books are over here on this side, so I'll be popping over, swapping stuff out. But as you guys can see, this is this is what I think most everyone's come here for. Walking Dead. I mean, that is it. Maybe I can adjust the. It's fine. It's good enough, right, guys? Good. All right. Excuse me. So, what's going on? How's everybody doing? If you have any questions in chat, feel free to send them through. Jess and the social team will be putting those into another chat screen for me to look at. So I'm not going to be able to see things directly as you're typing them out. But I will make sure that I figure out how to do it. Yeah, I wish that book was in. I wish this thing was like focusing right here. Focus on my hand. Anyways, we're gonna do it. This thing's a little bootleg right now, but Brian and the team have done a great job, and I'm the one who's mucking everything up. So good times. By the way, got a shout out to got my Alex Pardee Sailor Moon shirt on. My girlfriend said she loves all the art that I collect except for Alex's stuff because it really triggers her. So good times for me. So what are you gonna do? Let's do this today. Comics Vault Live. We have this is our first Comics Vault Live specific variant. I'm gonna bring it up here and show you guys in the chat if it focuses. If I can find the focus. I don't know if I can find my focus. Anyways, on the back of this book, it does say Comics Vault Live. Right there. All right. We're going to give up on this thing. Anyways, this is a Walking Dead #1 CGC 9.8 version of the Dave Finch cover, Virgin variant. It's super cool. You even on this one too, you can see like blue lines from the artboard in there. Super great. We're pumped to be able to have this. Dave is definitely one of those artists that his work is stellar and it's out of this world, and the fact that we're able to get him to do covers for the entirety of Walking Dead Deluxe is going to be pretty amazing. So we're excited to have this. So if you're able to get this, we have 250 copies of this. It is $99.99. We're not going to be releasing any raw variants. We went through stuff and got 250 pretty crisp looking 9/8s. Thank you to Sean and Bree and Brittany and everyone over at CGC for taking good care of us. These are going to be, they're going to sell out. I'm going to tell you, I think we have a limit of 3 per order. So if you're going to try to get a bunch and flip them, sorry, we're trying to make sure everyone can get a chance to get them, but 3 per order. They're pretty badass. I really like them. I hope you get a chance to dig them out. People are already asking about Invincible. We've got some for Invincible. Just hold your horses. We got some good stuff here. So we're going to have, hey, Jess, if you're going to send stuff in chat, you want to send it to a personal one on me, and then we'll go through that way. We're not confusing everybody over here. Man, stuff's falling over. Got a lot of stuff to show you guys today. So here we go. We're going to do this. There we go. I got some new stuff. We also have some mystery boxes. I know people are interested in those too. Those are $50. Those are in the store. I think we're going to have a link in the chat somewhere on the page. You'll be able to find it. The collection for the entirety of all the books. So like always with Comics Vault Live is an acclaim sale. We've got links to the web store. You want to buy the books, buy them. Buy them when you see them. Don't wait. Don't put them in your cart and think you're going to get them later because they're going to be gone by the time you do check out. So if you see something you like, you want to get it, go buy it then. We will combine orders. We've got free shipping on these items. So just the CGC books during the stream. So CGC books are free shipping in the US. I think we have discounted shipping internationally. What else? Mystery boxes. Let's talk about them. All right. So we did a big thing. I don't know if some of you have heard. You've probably seen that we've talked about it online. We shut down our warehouse here in LA. So Dan, Alex, Kadar, Stefan, those guys did an amazing job. As we were shutting down that place, we decided, hey, let's make sure we have enough mystery boxes to get through the Expo, and then hopefully end of the year too for the holidays. So put together a bunch of mystery boxes. Those things are now in the web store. We have a limited amount. I think they were pretty close to being sold out earlier today because they went live last night. So I think we have about 650 that are available today. So if you want one of those now, go get it. There is a chance. There's a chance that you might get infected with foil fever. Just saying, we shoved a bunch of stuff in these boxes. I don't exactly know what was going in there. A lot of product got shipped out in the last 2 weeks of the warehouse, but there is definitely a chance that I know you guys have seen a little foil fever action here. This thing could be in there. We'll say this thing could be in there. I mean, that's a lot of red foil fever for you guys. So can't say what they're going to have. Don't know what the ratio is, but I know that we've pretty much put most all of these in there somewhere. And we've got a bunch of rest of these in there too. So if you guys are looking for foils, there's a chance you get that there. We might have some slab stuff down the line. Who knows? But not today. See, we got some questions here. Do the mystery boxes contain a CGC 9.8? Yes. Every mystery box is guaranteed to have a 9.8 graded CGC Walking Dead comic book in there. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. Hardcovers, posters, pins, action figures, other swag, all that stuff. So if you're going to buy one, you're going to get some cool stuff. Also know that if you buy multiple, there's a chance you're going to get the same items. You're going to get a lot of redundancy, a lot of duplication, because we just got a lot of stuff. We made a bunch of these boxes. Not everyone can be exactly, as diverse as we want the box to be. So just be aware, if you're going to buy multiple boxes, you're going to get a lot of the same stuff most likely. But the books and all that stuff are it's kind of worth the wait. So if you want them, get them. $50 in the shop. Also, once again, Walking Dead #1. Limit on the boxes. Limit, not the boxes. I don't think there's a limit on the boxes. So if you want to order them. But like I said before, if you're going to get it, you're going to get a bunch of you might get the same stuff. So don't be disappointed. Don't complain. Don't send notes to the social media team. Just know, like, hey, you're just taking a shot to try to get some other stuff. So anyways, there you go. Once again, Walking Dead #1 Deluxe. This is the Dave Finch cover. This is the Virgin variant, black and white. Are there less black and white versions in the red foil print run? I'm not going to say. I don't know. I know, but I'm not going to tell you. It's a big mix. I know that we put a lot of stuff out there, so it's all been a blur the past couple weeks, so I can't really say, but we're only releasing 250 of these in CGC 9.8. That's it. Not going to add more. We're not going to sell raw, whatever. Raws may pop up somewhere. There's comps, like with every comic company. Comp copies get out there. That's just what it is. I have no control over that. But this is straight up the only way to get it. Through the stream, CGC 9.8, 250 copies available, $100 in the store. If you want them, get them. Go do it now. Is the Walking Dead red foil available for purchase separately? It is not. It is not available anywhere else at the moment. Not saying it won't be available somewhere down the line in some form, but currently the only way to have a chance to get one is going to be within a mystery box. That's it. It's a fun little surprise. We decided to add them in there. So if you like them, cool. If not, cool too. Anyways, let's jump in. Let's go to the next book. So we kind of did a little Halloween theme, a little spooky theme. So the next books should be pretty good. So we are going to Nolans. So this is the Wizard World New Orleans variant. This was awesome Michael Cho cover. I'm trying to see what date. This is 2015. So we did a series with with the cats over at Wizard World. We did a bunch of variants that were for Walking Dead issue #1 that were only given out at the show to attendees, and then there were black and white variants for the VIPs. So as we dug through the warehouse, which awesome, by the way, a lot of cool finds for down the line for CVL. So we found some really neat stuff, but this will be what you're looking for. So this is the Walking Dead #1, New Orleans. This is the color version, Michael Cho. $40. No, $30. Oh my God, $30. $29.99. CDC 9.8. This is sweet book. So dig it, love it. Abraham is one of my favorite characters of all time. Michael Cudlitz is one of my favorite actors of all time. Love that guy. So good. Southland. Best cop show ever. Besides, well, Homicide. We'll get to it later. Anyways, again, this is the New Orleans color version, Michael Cho cover, CGC 9.8, $29.89. I don't think we have a lot of copies of this. There's only 15 copies. That's not a lot at all. So 15 copies of that bad boy. So if you want to get it, go get it. Next, we'll take a quick look at this is a good one. The Gerard cover. This is the Walking Dead. This is a Wizard World St. Louis sketch cover. This is the sketch variant. This is $34.99. I've only got 5 of these. The sketches were actually printed in a much lower ratio. So we don't have many of these, but I've got 5 of these for you guys right now. $34.99. This is the Gerard sketch cover for Wizard World St. Louis. Let's jump to the next. I'm assuming the links are all being put in the chat, so if you guys see them there. If not, there should be a link to the master group collection on the site as well. And that'll show it. This is awesome. So one of the things we worked with, and we started working with him on the Wizard World covers, was Julian Totino Tedesco, who's doing a series of variants for Walking Dead Deluxe that are pretty. I think they're sweet as hell looking covers. This is the Fort Lauderdale from 2015. This is a super dope cover of Michonne sitting in a cafe drinking some coffee with the zombie horde outside. Pretty awesome. $34.99. I only have 5 of these available. Julian Totino Tedesco black and white sketch cover, CGC graded 9.8. So get those while they're there. Next one. This is actually a book I'm super stoked on. I'm proud to say that that this is an Eisner Award nominated book. This is Gasolina #1. This is an awesome horror, drug cartel crime story. Sean Makowitz is our editor-in-chief, and this is his debut book, and it's pretty awesome. Big thing about this too. This is I'll tell you the details here first. I got 20 copies of this. Am I right? Or is it supposed to be? Yeah, Gasoline #1. I've got 20 copies of this. CGC 9.8, $29.99. Understand that, Brian caught me. I skipped the book, and I'll put it up here. We'll go to that one next, Brian. I'm sorry about that. Gasolina just got picked up. We signed a deal with Audible to do a podcast, a narrative podcast for it. So that should be coming down the line. Super cool. So if you guys want to get something that to hold on for the kids in the future, this is the book. Once again, Gasolina #1, CGC 9.8, 20 copies, $29.99 just for you. Shipped out. So we did miss one. We're gonna go to one of our classic horror titles. This is Outcast numero uno. Giving you guys an awesome deal on this one today too. I got 20 copies. They are $29.99. As you guys know, this was Robert's horror book that we did with shortly after The Walking Dead show came out. We did the show with Cinemax, Patrick Fugit, amazing cast. One of the coolest shows I've seen horror-wise in a while. Super creepy. We've got 20 copies of this. 20 copies, $29.99. Super awesome. So pick this up. Definitely worth holding on to. This is a first print, of course. We've had a bunch of different prints on this book. We had photo variants and a couple second and third printings or whatever. I think it went to like maybe 4 or 5 printings. Had legs, I'd like to call it. So yeah, Outcast #1, CGC 98, $30, 20 copies available. Pick it up if you want it. Now we're going to shift over to, I think one of my favorites. This is one of my favorite covers we've ever done. This is super cool. This is Invincible. Some people asked about some Invincible, so I just found this. I thought it was pretty neat. Definitely Halloween themed because it's so brutally scary. But this is Invincible 115. Battle Beast, super dope. I mean, check this out. Amazing cover. I know Sean Makowitz has the actual original art for this cover in his office. I will go in his office when he's not there, and I'll sit and just stare at this cover. So probably shouldn't have said that out loud, but I did. So there you go. Sean, enjoy. Your seat is super comfy, by the way. So once again, Ryan Otley's amazing Battle Beast, Invincible 115. I only have 8 copies of this, $39.99. Super sweet cover. It's one of my favorites of all time. I mean, Battle Beast is one of my favorite characters. So super dope. Hector, what? How dope is this?
Battle Beast.
That shirt. That shirt is dope. So good. Hector, I don't have one of these for you. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to buy it like everyone else. But I've got 8 copies, 7 if you count Hector purchasing that one right now. So yeah, that is good. So look, I know who asked this question. Hi, Jason. How are you? Graded Walking Dead figures, not today, but the next CVL, I'll have some figures. We ended up, when we went through the warehouse, found all of our graded figures. They are all set aside and ready to be cataloged, inventoried, and put up on sale. So we'll bring out some cool stuff for you guys on the next CVL, which we'll announce later today, by the way. So once again, Invincible 115, Battle Beast, awesome Battle Beast cover. This is $39.99. Super cool. Let's take a look at another spooky one. This is actually kind of cool. This is Skybound's 10th anniversary. Back on our 5th anniversary, we did a really cool project, which it was the 5th anniversary box set. So we took 10 titles, did really cool kind of like pseudo virgin covers, and did different color treatments. We had the regular version, black and white, and then the rare blues. These were super limited, and I wanted to pull out some here for you guys. This is the Ghosted #1. This is our supernatural crime story. This is the 5th anniversary blue line version. I've got 15 of these. These are $39.99. Super rare to get. It's been so long, I can't even remember how many versions we had or how many editions, but we had some of these done up for the office, and so I've got them here for you guys right now. So $15 15 available, $39.99. So if you want to check those out, link is in the chat. I got one more book. I know this is going to be a super cool one. I know people have been waiting for something signed, waiting for something related to one of our upcoming media properties, related to, well, I mean, I already gave you guys one Invincible. Might as well give you 2, right? This is it. This is super dope. This is Invincible #1. This is the free comic book day variant that just came out. This is CGC 98 signature series signed by both Robert Kirkman and Corey Walker. This is $79.99. I've got 100 copies. Oh, mind blown.
Coming through. Wow.
There we go. I mean, everyone's asked for signed stuff. You want something hard to get. We dug this out. I actually had to twist Robert's arm at socially distant, so I had like a pole and a hand on it, and it was twisting. But he and Corey both signed these for us. We got them graded. I've only have 100 of these, and I guarantee you this is going to go, because you can't getting signatures from these guys is pretty tough, right? Awesome. Bye, Hector. Bye. Anyway, so 100 copies of this available. CGC 9.8 signature series, gold label, Robert Kirkman, Corey Walker. This is the Invincible free comic book day version. I mean, the artwork on here too, by the way, and some of you did see it too when it came out, but this is drawn in the style of what the animated series will look like. I'm sure you've all saw the trailer that we had on the Expo for the Summer Expo. So a lot of cool stuff on here. This is great. I mean, if you want a signed book from these guys, this is one of the ones to get. You know, if you're not going to get the actual like first print of #1, this is the one to grab, because this is going to be the one that's going to look like the show, and people are going to, you know, clamor for down the line. So pick it up. I got 100 copies of this, $79.99. Once again, links are in the chat. Should probably do a little bit of a recap here again. So we'll go through the books again in order if you guys want to check them out, and if you guys are interested in stuff. I got too much stuff in the office. I'm just books and books and books and books and books. Let's look at a couple questions here. Someone asked about Saga books. I actually don't have any Saga at the moment, but we did find some stuff when we were going through the warehouse. So maybe we'll be able to pull a couple Saga things down the line. See, can you get a red foil Negan and a red foil Walking Dead Deluxe in the same box? Probably not the same box. I think that would be pretty crazy. Oh, it looks like all the Wizard World books are sold out. That's a good thing to know. So thanks for buying those up. I know there wasn't much, but appreciate it. Invincible 115 is also sold out. Thank you, Jess, for the update. So yeah, if you buy one box, you're probably not going to get, it's going to be a shot in the dark to get either one of the red foils, but you're definitely not going to get 2 red foils. Unless some of the guy in the warehouse was like, hey, I'm just going to go put it, here's, super box, stacked box, a hot pack. Pretty awesome. Anyway, so let's go back to the top. So we'll take a look at the once again, Finch cover. So 250 copies of this available. We're going to have it online. And so once again, too, if a book is still available after the stream, when we're done here in probably about 7 minutes, it'll still be on the shop for another hour. This book itself will be, I got 5 minutes. There's only 20 left. 20 left of what? 20. Oh, we have 20 of these left. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so if you want some last 20, this thing is going to sell out. I don't even have to worry about it. It means I just got nothing to do this weekend besides go back to the office and pack boxes and get ready for next week. What happened to my weekend? Okay, anyways, all is well, all is good. So 20 of these left, I guess. This will sell out here shortly. So if you want it, $100, 250 copies. This thing is dope. It also says Comics Vault Live. There's a logo right there that says Comics Vault Live. It says Comics Vault Live variant. This is our very first legit Comics Vault Live variant. This is super sweet. So pick that up if you want to get it. We'll pop over Gasolina #1 again, CGC 9.8. This thing is super sweet. Audible deal for a podcast. I mean, that's going to be awesome. I'm super excited. If you like crazy crime stuff and horror, it's all there. Pick that up. Let's see, how many do we have those? The Gasolina, we had 20 of them. They're $29.99. It's a great introductory price to get into it if you want to pick that guy. We've got Outcast #1, $29.99. This is a great book. Everyone loves the Outcast. I think it's wrapping up soon. So if you want to get your collection set up, this is what you want to grab. So that's great. And then I think the other one that we had still available was the Ghosted #1. Blue Label. This is our 5th anniversary version. The blue label version, $39.99. I only had 15 of these, so those will be hopefully sold out soon. So if you want them, go get them. I only got a couple minutes left, so I'll let you guys know what's going on. Again, mystery boxes are in the store. We have a limited amount today, but we'll have more down the line before the holidays. I think we'll be announcing the next Expo and the next Comics Vault Live shortly, so stay tuned for that info. We're going to have some really cool stuff before the end of the year. I think we're going to have more foil fever at some point. I'll let people know. Because if you're, everyone loves foil. It's super cool, right? Negan Lives, red foil fever. Walking Dead Deluxe, red foil fever. I know there was also the gold foil. If you went to your local comic shop, they had one of these per store. Those are out there. So grab those if you can. They look beautiful. I don't know what about this. I can't show this to you, so I'll not do that. That's a bad thing. Yeah. So once again, everyone, thanks for coming out. I really appreciate it. If there's any other questions, Jess, you want to toss something in the chat, we can take a quick look at those in the last couple of minutes. I will say this. Since we're pretty much sold out with the Walking Dead 1 Deluxe. We got really lucky. This paper printed amazingly. I know you guys like the come up. Everyone loves the come up. So you might get a big clutch come up. Randomly, I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm gonna do it now because I'm ridiculous this way anyways, but randomly to people who bought this in orders. Yeah, that's it. I might be swapping in 9.9s. So you have a random chance of getting this beauty, this in a 9.9. So randomly, yeah. Look at this guy. This guy knows. This guy knows what it looks. That's like that guy. That guy.
That's
yeah. What exactly?
Ticket. Big clutch. That's a golden ticket.
I mean, random.com is going to help me out. We are going to throw into random orders some 9.9s. So you might not get a 9.8, but you'll get a 9.9. So surprise, whoop-de-doo. Congratulations to you. Once again, that is the Comics Vault Live come up or the big clutch come up. We'll take care of you guys as we get it wrapped up. I think we're almost done. Let's see a couple other questions. You mentioned last time splash pages for Negan Lives. Yes, we are working on that. In the next couple weeks, we will have the artwork for Negan Lives. We'll go live as a charity auction. Working on the last details with Charlie and his art dealer. Charlie actually and I are going to be doing a panel for Luca Comics Festival tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. So if you're available and you want to check that out, listen to some amazing Italian guys talk to us and then us not know what they're saying. So please check in for that. Yeah, that'll be it. And then what kind of CGC books are in the mystery boxes? Walking Dead. We know you guys love The Walking Dead. So you get a random Walking Dead book in there. So check it out. Oh, Invincible #1 sold out too. Awesome. I'm going to have so much work next week. I'm going to have to pack it up. So the black and white Finches have sold out. Thank you guys for that. The Negans, the Invincible sold out. Everything is sold out. That is pretty amazing. Thanks everyone for joining us today. Really love and appreciate the love for Comics Vault Live. We've got another one coming in about a month, and then maybe something else before the holidays. So a lot of cool stuff. So once again, thanks for joining us. If you got any questions, hit me up. Big Clutch online, on the internet, on the socials, or you know where to find me. Ready to kick it back over to the crew. Thanks everybody. Comics Vault Live.
Psycho.
I can't believe everything's sold out, Danny. That was nuts. Okay, real talk. I have a question for you, Danny. Real talk.
Okay.
I'm putting together a crew. It's a little job. I'm going to have to break into Sean Makowitz's office to steal that original Battle Beast artwork. Are you in? I'm talking Navarro's 11. Are you part of my crew?
I will do it. Let's make it 13, though. 13 for Friday the 13th. Let's do it.
Okay, great.
We'll
Navarro's
add on 2 extra
13.
members. Yes, they'll be on the lookout. They'll be the dudes with the balloons that go through the Vegas casino and then have their balloons go. That was so dope. Are you freaked out that he's dropping those 9.9s in there?
That is honestly kind of amazing. I can imagine somebody who bought a 9.8 Walking Dead Deluxe issue #1, black and white variant, David Finch, and they open it up and it's a 9.9. It really is. It's Willy Wonka golden ticket. It's like, whoa, my God. Random.com is going to help. Big clutch. Big clutch. That was awesome.
That's such a cool
was
thing
so,
to do,
so
to
cool.
give back to fans too. I feel like that's just such a fun thing to be surprised, and like just such a community building thing to just, you know, out of the goodness of his heart, just like throw in those extra ones for people.
Absolutely. So guys, if you missed some of those sales, you can head over to store.skybound.com to check other stuff. There's a 40% sale on the store on most of the best sellers, as well as 50% of some of the biggest tabletop games, including Court of the Dead, Dark Harvest, which is really cool. So you can go check all of that extra stuff out at the Skybound store. If you missed some of the Comics Vault Live grabs that were just selling out like hotcakes, which is crazy. Danny, I want to talk about the upcoming panel. This is one of our most hotly anticipated panels. I want to talk about this for a second. The queer horror panel. Let's talk about that. How stoked are you for this?
Yes, actually my friend Michael Verratti is going to be moderating it. He has a horror podcast called Dead for Filth, where he looks at a lot of not only horror franchises, but how they intersect with queer representation. So that's what this panel is going to be about. He has some cool guests on there. And like we were saying earlier in the stream, like a lot of people don't necessarily know how much queer representation or how much the queer community has been involved in horror. Even if you look back to original tales and lore, I would say. So, and witchcraft and witches. Also facing persecution, which is a large thing that kind of ties in with queer horror writers that they put into their artwork and their tales and stories. So yeah,
that is so cool. That's so cool.
What I'm excited about.
Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see Michael. He's got some fantastic guests. Drew Phillips is going to be on this upcoming panel, as well as Nay Bever. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, again, like you were saying, Danny, this is just so cool to talk about Hollywood horror, but even again, to go back and to really dive into the origins of different types of horror, whether it's literature or, different stuff that we have kind of has woven its way into what is now Hollywood horror with movies and TV shows and everything. And it's
Can
so
I tell you
cool to be
something
able
really
to
cool?
see. Yeah.
I did a poll last year, and I asked everyone, who is your the most iconic fictional villain, fictional villain, and who do you think that most people said?
Well, I mean, man, off the top of my head, I'm going Darth Vader. I'm going Joker.
Darth Vader. Yep.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even asking people's favorite. I was just saying the most iconic. Like, what do you see the most media of? What do you think has been featured or talked about in other TV shows, been referenced in other movies? But you know what someone told me? That this blew my mind? What? Someone said, the devil. I was like, what? Technically, depending on your religion, depending on whatever, whether you believe. But I was like, whoa, since the dawn of time, most iconic villain in history, the devil. Wow.
Yeah, that one's kind of a cheat, because the devil just be popping up every couple centuries, like, call me this now, and now call me this. That's kind of a cheat. That one doesn't.
Representations of the devil have been largely, queer at times. You have him from the Powerpuff Girls.
Powerpuff Girls.
It's very, very fascinating. So I'm really excited about that panel. But first up, we have some cosplay from some more of our friends that have submitted their cosplay to us.
Let's take a look. Here we go. Walking Dead. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. That looks real. How did they get into the con hole with the that looks very real.
That's that is an impressive, or it might actually be straight up a real knife. And they just took that picture somewhere else. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Return Carl from The Walking Dead. Love this comfort character. Love that. Love the car. I love the absolutely. I love the commitment with the hair, whether that's legit long hair. Beach wave curls are on point. I want to say. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Enough. Princess.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Love that. I remember.
Jacket.
I know the detail, that color of the jacket is amazing. I remember when this character appeared in the comics, made such a splash, Princess, and I love this cosplay. This is spot on. This is amazing. This is so cool. All right. Okay, guys. The time is here. We're going over to a history of fabulous Fright queer horror panel is up next. So enjoy. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello, Skybound audience. Greetings and welcome to Queer Horror, a history of fabulous fright. I am here today to tell you all about horror and its fabulous, flamboyant queer history. If you don't know me, I'm filmmaker Michael Verratti. I have popped up on such things as the Boulet Brothers Dragula, as well as my own podcast, Dead for Filth, the podcast for queer horror and all things beyond. I'm joined today in this discussion by two amazing, sensational individuals who are going to lend their voices to this discussion and help flesh out this history for all of you. So without further ado, let me introduce them. First up, we've got Drew Phillips. She is a filmmaker, producer, and the artist behind Sister Hyde Design. Welcome, Drew.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Also here is artist and co-host of Attack of the Queer Wolf, Nay Beaver.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Nay.
Hi.
Well, I'm so excited to be joined by you two today because each of you, in your way, have been very involved in this discussion about the intersection of queer identity and the horror genre. And one thing before we even get into it, because I know that you have each talked to different audiences, I just sort of want to ask, when you address this topic, do you find when you're taking it out in the world that sometimes people are a little surprised to discover that there's such a rich history and connection between queer identity and this genre?
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've noticed that whenever I talk to people, usually, like, especially when I'm doing panels at events where the audience is mixed, not like an entirely queer audience, there's always those people who come up afterwards and say, oh, well, I never really saw that or noticed that or thought of that, as if it's a revelation. But I think the truth is horror has been queer all along. And the reality is horror by definition is a genre of subversion and otherness. And who understands being other or the subversive better than queer people? And I think, though, to understand that horror is queer, people first have to understand that horror is political. And I think that when you're addressing that, what we mean by that is that horror has this ability to use the lens of the fantastic to explore things that the mainstream may otherwise not want to talk about. And we've seen that all along, where, you know, you look at Mary Shelley writing Frankenstein, it was all about the argument of God versus science. Godzilla is born out of the dropping of the atomic weapon. Even during the Bush administration, Saw and Hostel are examples of torture in the nudes. And so there is often sort of a disbelief that horror is political, but that can't be true. Do you meet that resistance a lot, and could you speak on that?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who have had the privilege to not have their livelihoods delicately held in the balance of someone else's control might not think that everything is political. But anytime art is made about surviving and living and dying, it's of course it's political. And I think that if you have a larger understanding of the world and like systemic oppression, you're like, well, yeah, of course, everything is political. But if you are privileged enough to be ignorant, then it might be like really mind blowing for you to have to come to terms with that.
I mean,
that's true.
I laugh whenever anyone says that horror isn't political, because every single big canonized horror classic is one of the most political films I've ever seen. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, even Sleepaway Camp and Silence of the Lambs are incredibly political films. So I just have to wonder, what are people not seeing? I mean, I completely agree with Nay that most of these people saying this come from lives where they don't have to contemplate these things or consider that that's something that's going on in the world, and that maybe this supernatural, fantastical horror film that I'm watching relates to Vietnam or George Bush or violence against people of color or queer people. But guess what? They do. And a lot of them were made with that intention. I mean, Tom Savini coming back from Vietnam with photos that he took of soldiers that were horrifying, wounded and killed, and using that to design the makeup for Dawn of the Dead is the closest example of real life horrors on screen in a way that most people don't even want to consider.
Yeah, and we have sort of a landscape now when new movies are introduced. There's sort of that social media backlash of, oh, well, we wish horror wasn't political, or why do they have to do this now? We hear this all the time, but the truth is, it's always been that way. Mm-hmm. And especially with regard to the queer identity, I see kind of the argument, especially recently, within the last year, a lot of people are like, oh, this is the year of queer horror because they're suddenly deciding that they want to talk about it. And I'm like, no. Horror has always been queer, and in many ways has always sort of been our genre that gatekeepers sort of overtook. And what I mean by that is you can go back to the history of horror prior to cinema and look at something as simple as Sheridan Le Fanu writes Carmilla, which is a novel about a lesbian vampire that Bram Stoker is such a fanboy of. 30 years later, he essentially writes fan fiction, and in doing so creates Dracula, who becomes the most famous vampire in culture. And you don't have Dracula without a lesbian vampire first. We literally are in the DNA of the genre. And so when you look at that and you see that queerness is in the DNA of horror, I think that we need to unpack that for people who maybe don't understand why. And it's a big question, but why to you do you think queer people are drawn to horror?
Who should know? It's so funny. I feel like like you mentioned earlier, you know, we have these conversations pretty often in all different kinds of ways. And every time I'm asked this question, I'm like, oh, wait, okay, what, you know, how do you really explain and connect why we have always been able to see ourselves in this, and why it is like meant so especially for us. And it kind of reminds me of in Demon Knight, when Jada Pinkett's character is like trying to be wooed, but what you come to learn is that she is exactly who she is the exact perfect person to withstand the kind of persecution that's coming, or like the exact kind of person. She already has all that she needs to like make it successfully through, you know, these kind of barriers and questions and choices and complications. And I think that, of course, as artists and innovators and creative people, queer folks have always been involved in like the actual storytelling or the actual making of horror. But because of who we are as marginalized people and the trauma, the sustained traumas we've experienced, the like genocide of our communities that we have seen in the past, that we still see happening, it's kind of like all of these things fall into place that not only make us really good at creating art like this and telling our stories in this like riveting and beautiful and terrifying way, but also includes just so much of who we are and what we experience and what we have to fight on a daily basis. And it's kind of this perfect storm where, especially for those of us who are privileged enough to like speak with one another and talk about these things all the time, it becomes more and more evident how present we are all throughout horror and horror stories and ghost stories and all of these things that have been used for so long to convey these levels of fear that maybe some people aren't familiar with because their lives just aren't that scary. And I think that we're really good at scary because, unfortunately, the landscape that we find ourselves in often is just really fucking scary. Yeah.
I mean, I seem to find one of the most continued arguments for queer interest in horror the most true to myself, which is the identification with the monster, of seeing especially lesbian vampires on screen, or a lot of the times the only depictions of queer characters in films, especially trans characters in films, are as murderers and psychopaths and monsters doing these horrible, awful things, and they always get their comeuppance in the end. But it's the only time we get to see characters like this on the screen. So of course we're going to project and identify with these people that we see, and we get to see lesbian vampires being completely free and unashamed and unfettered in their passion and their love for the people that they're desired in. Granted, it might also be food, but it's also it's love and it's sex and it's passion in a way that we don't get to see elsewhere, especially in like, you know, the 40s through the 70s in cinema, other than in horror. So we find ourselves latching on to Carrie, and we find ourselves latching on to vampires. We find ourselves latching on to Angela in Sleepaway Camp because we can relate to their trauma and we can relate to their pain. No one is ever, usually in these films, a killer without a backstory. No one becomes a monster unless they're made a monster. Most monsters in the kind of classic universal canon are in some way victims. Frankenstein's monster, I guess, didn't ask to live, didn't ask to be the way that he was. He just was and was vilified for it. So there's a lot of ways in which we can look at that and see ourselves in these creatures. And then it's only been more recently that we've been able to kind of deconstruct the monsters and kind of prop them up and rebuild them in less vilified lights.
Well, and it's interesting too, because you spoke to the idea of queer coding, and especially when you look at that era of cinema where you talk about the 40s to the 70s, how characters that are queer coded are often vilified in some sort of way. And so usually what we assume Hollywood or the establishment is trying to do is draw this through line of, well, look at how they are and look what they become. But I think that for queer audiences who watch it, rather than latch on to the dismal ending, we often see something that they did not necessarily intend. And this is true of all the queer-coded Disney villains that we grew up with too, which they are. And you know, they were trying something and they got the opposite result. Is that we're looking at a movie that we're looking at a movie and we're looking at characters who exist outside of society. And rather than be beaten down by it, they take a power from it. Like if you use the Disney example, Ursula doesn't need to be part of the kingdom, and she could give like two figs about it. Like she is her own fabulous creation. And it's true of all sort of these monsters. So I think in sort of this sort of drought of representation, we kind of looked at the things that we were given, and instead of going to that dismal place, even with some of the poor representations, we would looked at them and said, okay, well, they were shaped by their trauma, which I have, but they are also defined by their power that sets them apart. And if that's what I need to survive, then that's what I'm going to latch onto, is the power. And, you know, luckily, I think representation is getting better, not great, but getting better, that we don't have to solely invest into those kind of characters. But it is interesting that, you know, I think that they thought they were trying to tell us something morally, and instead we were like, there's more to be had than that. Lesbian vampires. Yeah, I just have to say it.
Present. Just kidding.
But no, really, like, is anything more queer than a vampire?
Right.
There's nothing gayer than a vampire.
Oh,
Every vampire
so
is gay.
true.
Every single vampire you've ever seen on TV, go back through, watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's just homophobic. She kills every single vampire. It's a hate crime. But no, I mean, like, why would a vampire be heterosexual? Why?
Well, it's true, because those are confines put by human society, and they're not part of it.
No, they're not.
Right.
And I mean, their passions are so deeply, you know, connected to hunger as they are to sexuality and desire, that why would they limit their menu?
Right. Why would you waste eternal life on being straight? You're not going to do that.
Blood is blood. Like, it's going to take, like, the amount it takes to kill Christopher Lee in Dracula. Do you really think he cares what the villagers think of who he's dating? No, he's going to take Jonathan Harker as his boyfriend.
Well, and what's really interesting is that this awareness from creators of vampire fiction has always been there. So when people talk about, I mean, leaving La Fanu and the writing of Carmilla aside, there's an awareness of sort of the fluidity of vampires all throughout the lore. That even mainstream companies, you mentioned Christopher Lee as Dracula, and if you know the history of the Hammer Dracula movies, the immediate follow-up to The Horror of Dracula, which is the first time Christopher Lee plays Dracula, is a movie called The Brides of Dracula. Christopher Lee is not in it, but an acolyte of Dracula, Baron Meinster, is left behind to create more vampires. And what is sort of implicit in both the title and the story of that movie that people tend to never really latch onto is that Baron Meinster, this man, is the bride of Dracula.
Yep.
It's literally in the title. It's like Dracula's left behind, and this kind of like fabulous man with his like velvet cape and like big pompadour is like, all right, I have work to do. And it's like no one ever zooms into the fact that it's like, that's Dracula's like husband, y'all. That is the husband of Dracula. And just because he had those ladies in the basement didn't mean he didn't have a side piece down the castle way. But is there a problem with the fact? I mean, not a problem per se, but like when you look at the history of lesbian vampires, that was more prevalent early on, and we see it in the 70s in French cinema, and Hammer does it. But a lot of those movies were made by straight men.
Yes.
And is that why you think that was more presentable earlier on than more frank queer depictions? Is there something to be said about the straight gaze?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we can get like close-ups on bare-chested women covered in blood kissing each other, they're absolutely going to go for that rather than a story about like an actual lesbian couple, or even an equally sexualized depiction of two men. Like, these are heterosexual men putting up the money for these movies, writing the scripts and stepping behind the camera. They're absolutely going to be doing this, covering these scantily clad women in blood and gore, and then killing them at the end for being gay, and killing them at the end for being monsters and being vampires and stuff like that. So, yes. But, I mean, we are now reaching a point where we can see queer vampires, or at least queer coded to an extent, if you want to look at like Anne Rice, and see them living happy, long, immortal lives. And like, I mean, even less vampire-y, but thinking about Haunting of Bly Manor and Haunting of Hill House more recently, we got healthy lesbian relationships in both that last like fairly long. I don't want to give away the ending to either of them. They're not, I mean, they're sad shows, so expect tragedy, but they're not like vilified in any way, shape, or form, and they're not done in any like prurient way at all. I mean, I would love to see more lesbian vampire films directed by lesbians, preferably.
Yeah. Any thoughts on this, Nate?
Well, I often think about how, you know, men make these movies that are for themselves and through their gaze, but how we're so lucky that women are so hot that even though a man made the movie, it's at least like still like the women are beautiful. So it's like, okay, at least there's that. But obviously, if we could get a lesbian vampire to direct and write a lesbian vampire movie, it would be the most wonderful, because that's exactly who should be writing that. Yeah.
Well, you know, throughout this discussion, not just to keep it to lesbian vampires, but sort of the broader queer experience, one of the things that we have talked about is how we are prone to like look at our otherness through the lens of the monster. But I think with queer cinema and queer horror movies, because horror itself is other, for people who kind of bristle at the idea like, well, I don't want to be represented by the monster, I would say, but horror cinema is representative of you in general. It's not always the monster. Like, it's, I think, why predominantly gay men seem to be drawn towards final girls in horror, and there's a reason for that, in the way that if you look at Halloween and the character that Laurie Strode, played by Jamie Lee Curtis, she's an outsider. You know, here she is with the popular girls who are sexual and like, you know, all kind of everything she wants to be, and she feels on the outside looking in. But on the night when everything goes down, it's what makes her different that helps her survive. And what is that if not a queer narrative?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, you know, we've sprinkled in some examples of how queerness manifests on screen, and some are more direct. But I asked you both in preparation for this panel to come up with some movie titles to kind of share with the audience that have a queerness to them that maybe they were not aware of. Because, I mean, it's real easy, you know, this time of year or during Pride when people write about horror movies, we're like, oh, Nightmare 2, end of list, we finished, you know, we've done our job. But we three know that there are many more horror movies with queer subtexts that apply to our community. So why don't you share with me some movies that you think people could do to re-examine? Nay, you up first.
You know, I think that because I first watched this movie as a kid and was like suppressing my own sexuality at the time, and that made it hard for me. It really fucked up my gaydar. Like, I didn't always notice when things were even explicitly queer, because I think, you know, you're a kid and you're just like trying to go to heaven and not hell. And so you're like, I can't even see that. But as a kid, I really loved Rebecca. And I think that now when I think about Mrs. Danvers, I'm like, well, of course she's a dyke. Like, so maybe it's like really obvious to some of us. I don't know. But as a kid, it didn't cross my mind. I just, was obsessed with her. And so, in that really affirming way where you get older and you know yourself better and you're like, oh, okay, I actually do make sense because I've been doing this since like before I even knew what I was doing. But just like really identifying with characters who you could see like kind of like a deep principled desire coming from them, but they were also really mysterious and you couldn't really exactly explain what it was. But you could see that they had like lost something, and that they were mourning that or grieving that or trying to like recreate the kind of environment that most reminds them of what they've lost. And I think that with Mrs. Danvers, this like beautifully curated, like huge house of an altar that's left for Rebecca, that she's just like constantly tending to and remembering and like evangelizing. She's like, I'm telling everybody about whose house this is, how she liked her stuff. And I'm also going to make sure that anyone that follows in her place knows that they ain't shit and that they'll never compare to this woman. And then like, of course we find out that like, actually, you know, Maxim didn't even love Rebecca, and it's like this whole thing. But I feel like I don't know, we all probably know or have like older folks in our life who we've seen kind of have to live their life in this way that they aren't able to be genuine, or they aren't able to be authentically themselves for whatever reason. And I think that for me, I always find myself drawn to characters like that, whether they're explicitly queer or coded, because of how long I know that I had to stay disconnected from who I really am.
Right.
And yeah, that's just like the first thing that came to mind.
Are you excited about the Netflix remake?
I want to be. I want to be. I mean, I am. Like, I'm gonna watch it, like
Right.
100. You know, and it doesn't matter if it's good or not. Like, it's that. You know, that's not even any of my business. But yeah, I am. I mean, I'm definitely gonna watch it for sure.
Well, and if anything, it might push people to go check out the original. So
Yeah, and I'm not somebody who's like against remakes or anything like that. But I am someone who gets afraid to get their hopes up.
Right.
So that's there. But yeah, I am excited.
And Drew, what movies did you want to talk to us about?
Well, I just first of all love Rebecca, and that was initially on my list. So
okay.
Oh my God, Rebecca's so sad. I want to talk about a movie that almost never gets brought up even in queer circles, despite the fact that it's like one of the most famous 70s horror films around. But Dario Argento's Deep Red is like so fucking gay in such a way that he knows what he's doing. He knows what the audience is going to read off of this, and he plays with it and subverts it in the best way. I mean, Carlo's character is canonically gay. You see his boyfriend, who is played by a woman, because Argento is just loving to play with the androgyny and just kind of tweak things just a little bit. But he really puts Carlo in the line of fire for suspicion for almost the entire movie. He keeps pointing back to the strangeness of this character, how much he loses memory from how drunk he is part of the time, and how connections in the thread and the narrative connect back to him. And there's all of these beautiful little tableau pieces that they keep cutting back to in the movie, of children's toys and the haunting music, and then the like application of the eyeliner right before the kill. And I just showed Deep Red actually a couple days ago to my partner, and like 20 minutes in or something, they kind of threw their hands up and went, "Oh God damn it. Like, is it really the gay guy? Is the gay guy really putting on makeup and like something like that and going out and killing people in drag? Like, really?" And I was like, "Oh, is that what you think? Is that what you think the killer is? Oh, okay." Because post Psycho, which was really the first film on a large scale to do the man in a dress trans killer thing, which the first film to do it was also a Hitchcock movie, Murder, from 1930. But it had become such a trope by the 70s after William Castle's Homicidal,
yeah.
I'm thinking of the Knife Plus Heart film within the film.
A great gay slasher film for folks who want to know.
But after that, and after just a series of man in a dress killer films, Argento sets it up for you to expect in every way, shape, and form that Carlo's in drag and he's going out killing. And so when Carlo is eventually shot by the police and the big standoff ending and runs away and gets a really like long drawn out death, you're kind of intended to cheer at the solve and at, "Ooh, we got him." But he's not the killer.
Right.
At all. It's used entirely as a red herring and to play on the audience's expectations on that trope. And it becomes incredibly tragic that this is a gay man who's so traumatized by this horrible thing that happened early in his life, and additionally so deeply ashamed of himself in his identity that he falls into alcoholism, and really, really loses himself in this horrifying series of murders, trying to protect the killer with his life at the end. And Argento knows what we're thinking, because he knows what every other thriller is doing, and he knows what the audience expects. He knows we're told to read the overtly queer character as the killer, and he even goes so far as to hint at the drag aspect of it, only to pull the rug out from under us and go, no, why would he be the killer? Of course he's not the killer. Why would he be? And all of his giallo films leading up to that, Bird, Crystal Plumage, Cat of Nine Tails, and Four Flies and Grey Velvet, all have queer characters, canonically overtly queer characters within them that just like live their own lives.
Yeah, I'm very fascinated, and I've written on a little bit the history of Argento's engagement with queerness, because at the time of him making these movies, late 60s into early 70s, you're not really seeing frank depictions of queer characters, let alone characters who are out and queer and living their lives and are not being implicated in some sort of danger or nefarious deeds. But he included them, I believe, in all of those movies. There's a scene in Four Flies and Grey Velvet where, or is it Cat of Nine Tails, where they go to the drag bar?
I think it's Four Flies.
Yeah, so in Four Flies and Grey Velvet, they go to a drag bar, and it's just like a matter of course. One of the inspectors in another one of the movies is a gay man who's investigating the crime, and he of everybody comes the closest to solving it.
He solves it.
Yeah, and the thing about Argento is he was making positive representations on screen for queer characters when nobody really else was in the horror genre. And when he was asked about it later for a biography, he said, hey, queer people live in my world. Why would they not be in my movies?
Exactly.
And we see so many filmmakers play with that queerness in sort of a negative way or a titillating way. Hitchcock included with Psycho. He was kind of fascinated with the reveal because he knew it would shock middle America. And it did. I mean, that movie is a classic for a multitude of reasons, but I think that now we can look at it with a more discerning lens and say, oh, maybe don't do that again.
But even Four Flies and Grey Velvet, and I don't want to spoil it because it's not as well known as Deep Red, and it's such a beautiful film and such a great ending. But the ending is also has a trans connection, and the trauma that it's rooted in is gender dysphoria. Like, it's a fabulous, phenomenal movie. And even Tenebrae got a little bit more into the let's objectify some lesbians territory, but they're there, and there's a trans woman in Tenebrae. So and boy, does she have some power in that film.
Yeah, she's represented as the ultimate object of desire in a positive way, more or less. Yeah.
And she's not depicted as being trans. She's not overtly sexualized for being trans. She's just an incredibly powerful woman that all of these dudes on this beach want. And she's going to shove her foot down this guy's throat.
Well, so it's interesting because we're talking about a movie that was made 30 years ago that in many, many ways really got it right.
Mm-hmm.
But we grew up in an era of VHS 80s horror movies that even though we were obsessed with them and we love them and we love the messages and the characters and things, most of that era leading up to now got it wrong. And so, I mean, we're now seeing sort of a turnaround where we're seeing more representation and more positive queer portrayals on screen. But you all know that in that acronym, the LGBTQIA, each one of those letters represents a totally different experience. And while we're barely scratching the surface of some people being represented, some people have not been represented well, and some people have not yet been represented at all. So in the span of horror, and it's such a loaded question, but I just sort of want your take. What more do you want to see, and what more do we need to do? And I know that's big, but it's it starts with these kind of conversations that help push the needle forward.
I mean, I want to see queer characters, obviously more characters of color for sure, always. But I want to see people with varying levels of mobility, varying levels of like ableness, who use the kind of knowledge they've had to gather due to the world's lack of accommodations, and they're able to use that to be the final girl, or to like to survive and to thrive. And I would really like to see that. I would like to see just like different bodies on queer people, and not just like the kind of like WeHo stereotype of like fit gay white dude, you know. Enough. So that I would definitely like to see more of that, and more stories where you kind of take the same kind of personality or character for someone who maybe in the 70s would have been portrayed as the monster, and we're able to see that actually this person is totally like, we should be validating every single thing that they're feeling, seeing, and doing, because it absolutely makes sense, and that we just like completely turn that on its head. I think that would be amazing.
I would love to see that. Oh my God. Especially like going what you said. If they're, I know they've been teasing about remaking or bringing back Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Let Franklin be the winner of that. Like,
fuck yes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like I want to see that, because I think obviously like that's always been our truth, that we've had to like figure out how to survive over and above the ways that people whose lives aren't threatened on a daily basis have to. But I would love for us to be able to display that kind of innovation and ingenuity and like just fucking brawlic ass shit that we have to do to be where we are, and for us to be able to see that used to every single advantage, and for us to have to be like, for us to have to acknowledge all of the very, very hard work that goes into survival for people who have to constantly fight for accessibility and visibility that isn't like a trap.
Yeah. I would like to see, of course, a lot more trans characters on screen and trans people behind the camera. But also, to your point, like, I don't exclusively want to see the most passing white blonde girls in the world. Like, there's such a wide spectrum out there of all these people, and like, it was incredibly important for me to see someone like Jamie Clayton in Sense8, like, you know, being written and directed by the Wachowskis, and like that's huge, and that's amazing that, like, you know, we can have stories like that. But I want a story about, you know, a trans woman who doesn't look like a model. Like, I'm sorry, but that's like, I love Jamie. I love that show so much, but that's not the most realistic depiction of, you know, a trans individual. Like, I wish it was. I wish, but, and same with Euphoria and HBO. Like, I love that they're doing it. It's fantastic, and I love that that's a really strong, complex character. But I need to see more kinds of bodies. I'm kind of sick of seeing like girls that transitioned at 12 and are models now and are acting, and it's like, cool for you. There's all of these other people who've had completely different lives. They would be amazing on screen, and I would also love to see more non-binary characters on screen that aren't robots or aliens or monsters. Because that is, for some reason, how everyone loves to be like, ooh, diversity, we've got a non-binary character. They're a robot who was created by a mad scientist, and they're part alien, so they're not even remotely human.
I have.
Right.
I could do a whole hour on that sentence alone. But it's interesting, you know, so throughout this conversation, we've talked about looking ahead, we've talked about looking behind in terms of sort of the intersection of queer identity and this genre. And I think that it's very clear, you know, we've cited specific examples. We've also cited just kind of tropes that show this intersection. But it's interesting because both of you in various points of time talked about how there's something about queer identity that lends itself to this genre because, in a way, our lives are horror movies dealing with the world. So then there would be people who would be like, well, then why do you like these films? And I think beyond finding our representation in the most unusual and unique ways, It also is a catharsis, and I think that's something people don't think about. When the world is its own never-ending horror show, when you can go in and sit down and watch a movie for 90 minutes, and at the end, there's a resolution, whether it's good or bad, you get closure. And when those credits roll, you get to breathe. We don't get to do that in life. And so I think it makes sense that sometimes you redirect your trauma in a way that's fun, as weird as that is to say. But I guess I kind of want to go out with the notion of really why horror? Why are you drawn to it?
Well, I think just like you said, you know, for folks who maybe live as trauma survivors or as people who, you know, still have to maintain some kind of vigilance in a world that would choose to see you dead, it's nice to kind of clock into somebody else's story for a little bit and worry about them, and also know that it's like just a movie, and you do get the resolution, whether good or bad, at the end. And I think also for people who maybe, you know, spend a lot of their time figuring out how to survive, you're kind of like geeked out watching other people do that, and like understanding, you know, stories and how like people's clocks turn and just what's going on. And I think it's always fascinating to watch other people problem solve, whether you agree with how they're doing it or not, and thinking about what you would do in that circumstance, or like how, oh, maybe you would have chosen that too, or maybe you wouldn't have, and you have a better idea. And I think that all of that is part of the massive amount of capacity that we have to use on a daily basis to exist. And I think I've always been drawn to, one, doing something I wasn't supposed to do. And especially after you do it and you're like, well, what's even wrong with this? Like, who made up this rule? I think queer folks have always had to be like, I didn't ask to be here, but here I am, and this is who I am, and you're already telling me that there's something wrong. I just like took a breath. And I think that we get really good at having to understand where obligations start and where they end, and like what actually works best for us. And I think people in horror movies are also always trying to decide between those things, whether they're queer or not, because that's part of what is interesting when you watch other people's stories that aren't yours, is that you get to judge them.
Yeah, I think seeing horror movies as a way of experiencing or re-experiencing trauma or other kinds of traumas in a way that's safe and comfortable, and told that it's okay to feel this, it's okay to feel bad, it's okay to feel sad, to feel awful, to feel grief, to feel afraid, in a way that is like beautiful in a lot of films, at least the horror films that I like, absolutely gorgeous. And so you feel safe and you feel comfortable and you feel connected to it, and then you're able to walk out of it and feel normal, and you're able to get that. A lot of people, especially in America, love to repress and push down their emotions, and we're kind of taught to from a very, very young age. So having pieces of art that allow us to comfortably and in a safe place reach in and like feel those bits of trauma that we have, and like come to terms with them and work on them in a place that like judgment free, it's a dark room, everyone's screaming and crying too. You get to move through that in a way that's like fun. Like it's the equivalent of like a roller coaster in therapy.
So bottom line, horror movies are good for you.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So, and not just at Halloween. This is your emotional Wheaties. Get on that, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Halloween, I know that we are right up against the day, and you two are very popular people who need to go do things. So I'm going to let you go. But heading into the season, what should people be looking out from you? Like, you're both amazing creators and always up to something. So what do you have to share? What should the audience look out for?
I do have some things in the works, but I think in general, you know, I'm an artist that puts out work, so it's, you know, it's there if you're interested. You can go take a look if you want. I'll be around.
I've got some fun new pieces coming up, but the big thing is the Draw Me Like One of Your Finer Girls show at the Spoke Gallery in San Francisco, virtually.
Cool.
Is happening for around Halloween at the end of the month, which I will have a piece in, which you'll be able to purchase prints of, for a very famous classic queer horror film. So keep your eyes out for that, because it's going to be a lot of fun.
Right, and as for me, my horror film, The Office Is Mine, is making its way around digital festivals right now. It's probably even playing today, so keep your eyes open. Also, I did a radio play for Halloween for this season of It Listens from the Radio, which is a Halloween special. It's called To Live or Die at the Drive-In. It's a gay story about two boys who go to the drive-in and meet up against the zombie apocalypse. It is available for free to celebrate on your Halloween, so go listen to that when you get a chance. Nay, Drew, I knew that it was going to be a great conversation, and I cannot thank you both enough for spending time with me to talk serious things and silly things, but most importantly, spooky things. I love you both. I adore you both as creators and people. Thank you so much. And happy Halloween. And happy Halloween to all of you out there.
Thank you. Happy Halloween.
Such a good
Hector.
panel.
I know.
Danny.
Loved it. I love their conversation too. I just thank you, Michael, Drew, and Nay. Thank you for that amazing conversation. Love the conversation about the sexual fluidity of vampires, but also just, you know, aside from queer representation, the type of representation that we have, I totally agree that I think it's largely been a certain look, a certain body type, you know, that's been accepted. I would love to see not only more queer representation, but more POC representation, different types of bodies, and also having us behind the camera, I think, too, as directors, as they said, and the writers as well. Yeah.
We need lesbian vampires to direct lesbian vampire stories. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I love that. I love the conversation about vampires. Why would you limit your food source? Of course, it makes the most sense. And I also love the shout out to Ursula, who's one of my favorite Disney characters, going all the way back. Whenever we talk about representation in media, whenever we talk about how we look at media as adults, I feel like there's always something that goes back to kid brain of Disney. We grew up on Disney. Where did it start? Where did what start? And that nice shout out to Ursula being somebody who didn't give a crap about the rest of the underwater kingdom.
One of mine that I've claimed as a queer icon who turns men to stone. Here's my Medusa. Isn't she dope?
That is so cool. Have you seen that great meme on the internet where it's like, Medusa, when she takes a shower and puts a shower cap on, is it the whole thing or does each snake get a little? I don't know. I want to know. Yeah.
I bet she braids it and
yeah. Exactly. Well, guys, we got some real cool things we're about to show off to you right now from the comic book series Redneck. Speaking of vampires, these are redneck southern vampires from the book Redneck. We got some redneck gators.
Some gators that you can get.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, you put these gators on, you're going to look real good.
That's a real quick and easy costume, too. Do this, put on some like dope eyeliner, you are good to go.
Got multiple faces there. Fits nice and snug. I can't help but do an accent when I talk about Redneck. Pick up Redneck merch you can really sink your teeth into. And pick up the Redneck book as well. I know, I can't help it.
It's a dope book. It's really cool.
Been playing a lot of Red Dead Redemption with Keller, and it's always like,
I didn't even show you my ring. I'm just bringing all the cool horror stuff. Wait, look.
What is that? Whoa.
It's a vampire, too.
Ooh, turn it to the side. Let me see how far out does the tongue stick out?
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Everything's backwards for me. Yeah. So I'm like, wait, here we go.
Move it. Whoa. Oh, that's dope.
Can you imagine getting in a fight with me? I would take you out. I would take you out, put my gator on, get my little vampire ring.
That'd be awesome. Danny, we have a super cool panel coming up next. Something for the fans, and I'm sure they've been waiting for it all dang day. What do we got, Danny?
This is The Walking Dead Reacts to Reacts. This is a surprise. I don't know if anyone knows that we're doing this, but some of our Walking Dead favorites actors are going to be reacting to the reacts. So that is coming up. I'm really excited. Not gonna say who's in it because I want y'all to be surprised. But I've already seen it.
I've already seen it. Well, we also have, before we do that, here's what we can talk about. We got some Walking Dead cosplays, y'all, and some Skybound cosplays, and maybe some surprises. Boom! Oh my goodness.
So cool.
It is Tara from Invincible. I love this so much. This is a fantastic cosplay, down to the goggles. I mean, beautiful job. Beautiful job, Invincible Inc. Really, really great. It's one of my favorite cosplays there. What do we have next?
Oh my gosh! Watch out, they're deadly. Deadly. So cute. These are the ones you have to look out for because you think that they're innocent, and nope.
Uh-huh. He's got the bat. You got to watch out for that bat. That is a terrifying, adorable, cute little baby Negan. That's right. And lastly, before we head over to the Walking Dead Reacts, we have got, a fantastic...
Oh my gosh. Whoa. Wow, complete with the wound.
Seriously, that is a lot.
And the
insane.
sweat. Do you see the wow?
Yeah.
And the eye makeup.
Oh my
People
gosh.
are putting a lot of thought into these. I appreciate it. As someone that also did my makeup today.
Is amazing. Thank you guys so much for those amazing cosplays. I can't wait to see more of them. Love to see some more Invincible and more Walking Dead and more babies. That's always cute. Coming up next, The Walking Dead is going to react to The Walking Dead. It's a Walking Dead reactionception, and that's after a tiny little commercial break, and we will see you guys in a bit.
think it's recording. Is it recording? You better be recording. Chabbity chooch. Chap chaps.
Okay, so I am going to be reacting to the reacting.
I'm now going to react to your reactions.
Let's start reacting to these reactions.
Alright guys, this episode makes me so nervous.
See these fingers? Not much to look at, right?
Especially one eye.
Alexandria, Hilltop, Oceanside.
Oceanside.
But together,
they make a mighty weapon.
Together, they make a mighty slap.
It's always creepy when a guy wiggles his fingers in your face. Let me just say. Anyway, onward.
No idea how these two escaped.
They escaped using cunning.
Who is this guy?
Who's this dude?
I am in the dark too. I have no idea who this guy is. He looks badass.
Still want to know which turtle that is.
Look at those knives.
Oh, well. Look who shows up at the end. That's a comfortable looking room.
There's my girl!
I have comfortable looking rooms here.
How is Maggie that pretty without makeup on all the time? And so badass.
She legit looks like Indiana Jones, though. That's pretty cool.
You miss a lot of shit there, Maggie.
Everyone you love has died. The end.
Why is everyone watching the show with the lights on?
That new half mask. Oh.
Is it bad that I do actually like Beta?
No, we all love Beta. He's committed.
That's why y'all don't take drugs. See, when you take drugs, you start hearing shit like that.
That's a good dad.
Okay, this family is my favorite. I don't know who you guys are, but you all, primo.
What? God damn.
Damn.
How is that a tower? It's high. It's like 3 floors.
It's a tower.
I've always liked that sword display. I want to play with your sword display.
I believe it's time we go out of eye. Reality. Time back for home.
He's a little bit of a fuck up, like, isn't he? He always tries his best.
He's so sweet.
I'm not going back.
Thank you. The bromances on this show are the best.
Ooh! She looking at Carol like that.
Oh, she got that side eye.
I kind of get them being pissed.
Get over it. You know?
Yeah.
No, I can shut
Carol.
my...
Yeah, thanks for letting us all know, Carol.
Come on, stop being a dick to her.
Lots of people died. Stop being such a jerk. She didn't mean it. Think of the big picture.
I don't hate you for what you did.
Didn't fix anything.
Did for me? She was never really my mother. Not in the way that matters. Yes, let it go, girl.
Okay, can I also just say that Cassidy is so different from her character.
Cassidy is so subdued on the show. She's like Wolverine Jr.
So seeing her being vulnerable and subdued and emotional and moody is just, it's so completely different from who she is in real life.
But then like in real life, she's like, yay! She's so bubbly. Oh my gosh, it's hysterical. I guess I'm that same way. What the hell?
Just like Walking Dead for somebody to thank somebody for killing their mama.
You know it. I'm not looking for another mom, you know?
That's good.
Good, because Carol's kids die.
Carol's kids die. A lot.
Is that guy allowed to have that knife?
Why are you holding the knife? You know, I only question it.
I am on the tip top of every Skins kill list, especially Fee-Fi-Fo asshole.
Okay, see, there's so much coolness on the screen right there between Jeff and Norman. I'm sure there are fans out there that are just like stunned.
So if the idea is to get through without drawing a shitload of attention...
Yeah, look, see, that guy's stunned. He's not saying anything. Everyone's stunned.
I am the last person these people want standing next to him.
Plus, he didn't want to get his leather jacket full of guts.
What is he conditioning that jacket with that it's lasted this long?
You know what it is, too? Everyone's got to shut the hell up because both of them are talking like this, and they make you listen. Because if you're not listening, you're going to miss what I'm saying right now, you understand? Everybody, hey, shut up, shut up! Trying to listen. Are the children okay?
These violent games like, I'll hold the door.
My contribution.
He's smart. I'll hold the door.
And you guys go kill everyone. Have a good time.
He only held the door because he didn't want our bloody hands to touch the knobs.
Shit, I should have held the door.
Oh my god, no. Daddy Daryl.
Uncle Daryl. He's everyone's dad.
Not social distancing, that's for sure.
They are not, you're right.
That was the first time I ever had to deal with guts and stuff on us. Doing that was just like, okay, delightful. No acting required.
I'm an emotional little bitch today.
You and me both.
That Irish lady is hysterical to me. I'm an emotional little bitch today. Oh, he's a smart fucker, isn't he? Oh, I'm gonna tear up now. I gotta get to Ireland. That place sounds hysterical.
Oh god, one of these people are not coming back.
Oh, the butthole's clenched.
Oh, hey, there I am.
This was the easiest scene to shoot because I was legitimately terrified because all of the people who were playing walkers were coming up and like trying to psych us out and breathing heavily in our faces and just making me so tense the entire time. It was a big adrenaline rush.
Who says romance is dead?
You know what's funny is that she is actually holding my hand. Luke was about to freak out. That's the way I was playing it. Like, he was about to hyperventilate. He's just like, where the hell is everybody? Did we lose everybody?
Jerry, mate.
Jerry, you scared me. Jerry? Jer Bear.
At hand. Like, think about what you're sneaking up on.
I'm just using her as a shield, guys.
This has got me nervous. I gotta take a shit.
He's gotta take a shit. Have you ever gotten so nervous that you had to run and take a shit immediately?
I have a bad feeling about the non-main cast member here.
Beatrice, you're a little bit obvious with your knife hanging out for everyone to see.
Listen, what would you do? Where would you put your knife? Would you hide your knife? You hide your... No, you have it out. They're ready to go. But you're right. It was a little obvious.
Whoa!
No!
Son of a bitch.
She's gonna take her down too. Oh, shit! Oh.
Right in the calf.
Oh, no! No! Oh, the girl on the couch screaming, no, thank you. No.
Oh, yeah. What's Melissa gonna do?
She just walks away.
And then Carol just runs off.
God damn it! Sucks for her.
Ripped
Beatrice,
apart.
they need shield agents.
They do. But also, too, you guys, like, maybe she got away. We don't know.
Oh, the leg.
Is that my leg?
That's what, yeah, when did they start ripping legs off and stuff? That's a good point.
Walkers use all the parts. They use the skin, the bones, didn't go to waste.
This scene was so gross and gory and looks very realistic.
I mean, what could she have done when you're in the middle of a herd?
She could have come back, is the answer. She could have saved me. Listen, well, I died, so I guess that's all I need to see. I don't know how to... Beatrice is dead, so she doesn't need to see the rest of the episode. Onward.
So, Beatrice is not coming. She ran off.
Yeah, I ran off.
Almost here.
The hell did you say? Like, look at the team. That's a real welcome.
Oh, he's hearing voices now.
Yep, this is my favorite scene coming up.
It is like they're not playing my album, damn it.
Did anybody else have a total bop when this was playing?
The song's been stuck in my head all week.
Burning down the house. Okay, we had no idea what the song was going to be. So I was thinking it was classical. So I thought, okay, so for one take I'll play like it's like an upbeat song, which is what you see here. But then there are other takes where I'm just like enjoying the classical music as I walk along.
The point of this is that everyone likes the Talking Heads.
Personally, I would have chose Walk This Way, but that's just me.
That is a great idea.
My gosh, this Northern Irish fan is speaking my soul.
She's a smart one, this one.
Have I ever been interviewed by that Irish girl before? I feel like I have.
Oh, that's not good.
What a slick move.
Oh, Gabriel's face.
Somebody got it. Yeah, them two, whoever they are. Extras.
R.I.P. extras.
They about to kill some zombies to burn them down the house. Yes, they are!
This guy's great. Don't shit yourself.
Oh no! Not Wagon God number 2.
Wagon guard number 2. Watch out, Hank.
No!
Oh, Jesus! Wheels are coming off, literally.
Classic take the tires out from the carriage situation.
I fully ran into this wagon.
Oh, not the horses!
It's not a Walking Dead episode without eating a few horses.
Somebody really fucking hates that song.
Is Rosita in it?
Tell her, eres mi media naranja.
How the fuck is she?
How is she gonna remember that, honestly?
Bro, when we found Gabriel, he was the biggest pussy. For him to go out like this, I am 100% down.
Can't just kill Gabriel.
They won't. They definitely
He's cool with that, Dad.
Pussies are strong. Take that back.
Righteous enter.
Go ahead, Gabriel. Do your shit.
Did you just put those bullets in? Yes, bitch.
Oh shit! Priest is taking people down.
Oh no.
Don't kill Gabriel! Don't kill Gabriel!
Oh my goodness, who's gonna come in to save him?
Yes! Let's go!
Who's this?
What the hell is this?
Who the fuck is that?
I mean,
mean, even I don't know who this guy is. Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? He's like a windmill coming in.
He's part of the Foot. He's one of the Shredder's men.
Maggie!
All right, everyone calm down.
Everyone's so excited for Maggie. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Maggie's hat is on point.
Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones herself.
Maggie's swooping here looking like Indiana fucking Jones.
Yes!
What up, badass?
Welcome back, baby.
Maggie Reed. Yeah.
We got Maggie.
Oh, Lauren. I hope you watch this video and you see how much everybody's missed Maggie. Wait, can I just say, she skipped out on some pretty terrible time. And then she just shows back up. Always time for a hug in the middle of the apocalypse. Never not time to hug.
Dead boy.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, we went around killing everybody, didn't we? Hey, shit. Nice clean jacket you got there, Negan.
Him and Negan about to get it on. Here we go, baby.
I think this may be one of the coolest deaths ever on the show.
What? Yeah, they're teaming up on him.
This bit where he pulls the knives out of his eyes, like it's no big deal.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Okay, that is so much. That's so much.
He just pulled those knives out of his tongue.
Oh, honey, that is grim.
I hope he's not coming back from that.
How is he still standing?
And then he just lays back like the rock star he is and lets people kind of devour him while he smiles.
Props to Ryan for having the happiest death on the show.
Beta looks strangely happy about it.
Yeah, Beta is living for this, dying for this.
Because it's like getting a promotion.
If 2020 was a Walking Dead character.
Oh god, this is Carol walking towards the cliff.
You see, I would be a little bit concerned about this.
But the fact that Darren and Karen are getting a spin-off show.
I think you're right about that. Gosh, you're smart.
This is like Midsummer, where they jump.
I wish everyone was across that canyon saying, "Don't do it! Don't do it, Carol, don't!"
Yeah, but she's not going to walk off the cliff, is she? Because they've already announced a spin-off, so don't worry.
Thank you, Lydia. Carol got me fucked up. Bitch, bring your ass on.
Coming in like the absolute boss that she is.
You told me to find my own way.
Aww.
This scene is wonderful.
Walkers are so dumb. They will really just keep walking until they die.
What did I say? Midsummer.
I'm sure a lot of them are dying from that fall, but I don't know. I think they're gonna float down a river and someone's gonna have a horrible beach day.
Man, that water source is fucked.
Well, at least the fish had.
No symbolism there at all.
Hank is hysterical.
Okay, teary moment. Judith is coming back to be reunited with Maggie.
Aww.
Judith is constantly just meeting people that she doesn't really know but has heard a lot about.
I think I know you.
Exactly. I need to hang out with this girl.
You could?
Yeah, I'm good. We're getting our own show.
This is like the scene where nothing gets said, but everything gets said.
You get what you wanted.
No, and I won't.
You still got me.
It's cute. It's heartwarming in these troubled times. Need more of this in 2020. My goodness.
Hello.
Who is this and why are they so filthy?
That's what they're concerned with.
Oh shit!
And who's gonna find her here? This guy.
Oh, it's this guy.
Oh, this guy.
Hey, I know that guy.
How do we feel about this guy? Do we trust him? In his orange backpack?
Take her to our people, motherfucker, and you better not take her to wherever you going.
Yeah, be normal, man.
I am Eugene Porter.
Okay, guys, this is the really important scene. It's my bit.
This part here is straight out of the comic book. If you're a comic book fan,
Maybe you should have swapped left.
You've been catfished.
At least you tried, buddy.
Eugene, when you are that thirsty, bad things happen.
Damn, you're one really horny dude.
That's right, princess.
Hands in the air.
Fuck you know.
Is being horny a crime these days?
Look kind of like the peacekeepers from the Hunger Games.
Spaceballs.
My mom thought they looked like Power Rangers. I agree.
Soldiers look like dicks, right?
We had Power Rangers and the Foot Clan in this episode.
Are you gonna end it like that?
Of course.
And then they ended there.
Well, fuck you then.
guy was so abrasive. Why was he so upset they ended it like that?
Yeah, that's what we call a little cliffhanger, I guess.
But it's good, though. It's good. They got into it. Good episode, I thought.
So now we just have to wait a year to find out what the hell happened.
That was so much fun. Our fans are really, really cool and really, really funny.
Oh my god, these always crack me up.
I guess I'll see you for season 11.
That's all, folks. Okay, bye.
Bye.
I've been interviewed by that girl before.
Yes. That was so fun.
So much fun. That was
I hope
so much
y'all
fun.
saw yourselves on there. They featured a lot of folks.
I know. I love those reaction like mashups that Skybound puts together and finds them, and I loved seeing everybody. I think my favorite was seeing Cooper Andrews talk about how everybody's place looks so comfortable. Like, man, I want to sit there. Or him talking about the swords. He's like, I want to play with your swords. That was so fun.
I love how apparently everyone knows the Irish reactor. That was really fun. And Maggie,
Yeah.
I loved seeing that. That was so dope. And of course, my other favorite was the knives. So
Yeah.
gory,
Yeah.
iconic.
That was
Yes.
fantastic. It was so funny to see what everybody on the cast was zeroing in on, and I love seeing Dan react to that Irish woman. It was so great where he was like, she's hilarious. I got to get over to Ireland. It's so funny. That was great. He was like, I'm pretty
I
sure I've
also
been
loved
earning by her.
hearing, the behind the scenes of when they were shooting it too, like what that was like. So
They didn't know what the song was going to be, so they
no.
so Dan was like, this one was like, like modern, and there was one that was like, I'm just enjoying the classical music. It's so great. I love that stuff.
Watch it be
Man.
like Wham. Watch
Yeah.
it be like, wake me up before you go. That would be so funny. And they're just like all very somber. You have no idea. That was so great. I'm so glad that Skybound put that together. And if you saw yourself, definitely tweet at Skybound or Hector and I and let us know that you were in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that goes for anybody who has seen themselves with their cosplay, which we're going to get to some more here in a second. But, Danny, we got to talk about this. Coming up next, our final panel of the day. And this is a biggie. This is crazy. I can't believe we're already almost done, but this is a biggie. We're talking about the movie trivia Schmoedown's horror free-for-all. It's going to be insane. It's going to be epic. We wish we could tell you who's in it. We don't know.
No, but we cannot say who's in it, but we can say, I believe that there's 18 competitors. Is that correct? I think there's a lot.
That's
I think there's
9
18.
times 2. That's crazy.
It's hosted by our friends, our close personal friends, Christian Harloff and Mark Ellis. Hector, you have competed multiple times in the Schmoedown. I have been a broadcaster, announcer, yes, in the Disney one.
And let me tell you, I think I did a free-for-all, not horror, but I did one years ago, and it is stress, man. It's people enter the arena, and the last person standing wins. It's going to be epic. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be really cool that it's all horror as well, which is going to be lots of fun. I'm already like imagining who some of the competitors are going to be. But
I think we know some of them because they're horror babies. They tweet about horror a lot. As I say, if you're in the horror clan with the rest of us, then you are a horror baby. And I think I know some of them because they are horror fanatics year round.
Yeah. Who are some famous horror babies? Well, we got Chucky. He's a horror baby because he's got baby proportions.
You mean actual babies?
Yeah.
I just mean like if
Rosemary's.
you grew up, you're like a horror head. Like if you grew up like loving, if you were, a weird child that watched scary movies, even though you were 7, as I was, and you grew up loving horror. Chucky, yes, is literally, although he's not a child, technically he's like middle-aged.
Yeah.
But yes.
He's got baby proportions. Rosemary's Baby is a horror baby.
Omen. Blanking on his name. Yeah.
Damien?
Owen? Yeah.
Isn't it Damien in the Omen?
Oh, Damien. Yeah. No, there's another. I guess we could throw in Annabelle.
Annabelle Creation.
Yes.
Children of the Corn.
Yeah.
There's so many horror babies out there. Do we count Jigsaw? Because he's kind of small, right?
You know, he has the vibes of a creepy, haunted abuela, I feel like. He reminds me of an old woman, and his, instead of a rocking chair, he's in his little tricycle. Yeah.
Remember me. Okay, well, before we head over to the horror free-for-all, we're going to take a look at some more Skybound cosplay. What do we got? Let's see what we got here. Boom. Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
I love it. Ezekiel posing with a walker. That's great. I love that. Tagging Carrion, and I love that. Sup, with a little tiger. Beautiful cosplay there. Oh, we got another baby Negan.
Watch out, they're deadly.
Oh my goodness. Did baby Negan destroy a bowl of cornflakes? What happened?
No, that looks like he smashed a pumpkin. Or they smashed a pumpkin.
See, that's exactly what happened. See, they dressed up a pumpkin like Glenn, and then this baby went and Oh, Clementine.
Also has the comic lines. Love this.
I love that. Yeah, I love replicating that very comic booky look from the video game. This is a fantastic. I'm so in awe when people put the effort to do that. I think it looks so great. This is a wonderful cosplay. Okay. Oh, we're heading over to the free-for-all now, folks. But first, a little message from Mr. Christian Harloff. Take a look.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us here. I cannot tell you how excited I am that you're going to be watching the horror free-for-all, especially if you know what the free-for-all is, then you're on the edge of your seat like I am. It is the last person standing. You like a Royal Rumble? How about the free-for-all? That's right. You're going to have competitor after competitor. You don't know who's coming in. Who's the best horror movie expert? We're going to find out, because there's going to be 4 at a table, and then somebody's going to get knocked out, and then somebody's going to get knocked out, and then there's only going to be one person who is the absolute best. It'll be someone that starts out at number 1 and makes it all the way through, or will number 18 come in and knock everybody else out? It's going to be very exciting, and if you're just the first time, what is this? You're going to be hooked, because I cannot wait for myself to watch this. One of my favorite events. We didn't get to do the free-for-all, the big free-for-all we do with like 40 people. We couldn't do it this year because of COVID, and the great team here at Skybound, we sat down, we started to figure out, how can we do it? How can we make a free-for-all happen? Hey, it's the Skybound Horror Expo. Let's do a free-for-all there. And that's exactly what we're going to do, and you're about to see it. And before I stop talking, because that doesn't happen often, before I stop talking, I want to let you know about, you like this shirt? I do too, but that one's not available. There's another one that's available, and it's a great shirt. It's a great shirt. Are you sorry? You should be sorry. So sorry, Lex. So sorry, Lex. What does it mean? It just means if somebody says something that maybe is out of line, I'm so sorry, Lex. I'm so sorry. It works for everything. It works for everything. And now we have an exclusive design just for this expo. That's right. You see it in the black and orange. That's very Halloween, and it looks good. I'm going to get them to send me one. I still have to pay $20 for it. I don't get any discounts here. So, guys, go over there, check it out, and stop listening to me and go check out the Horror Free-for-All and the Skybound Expo. Horror Expo, that is. Whoa, I'm scared of myself. Hello, Skybound Xpo, and hello, Schmoedown faithful. Listen, this has been a very interesting year altogether, and we didn't know we were going to have a free-for-all, and we certainly are going to have one now, and what a time to have it. It's scary season, it's Halloween season, so how about a horror free-for-all? Hey, Mark Ellis, what the hell's a horror free-for-all?
Oh, well, let me enlighten you, Christian. I know that people are watching us, they say, hey, one of those two gentlemen isn't a big fan of horror movies. But lest I throw barbs and call someone a fraidy cat, I simply say Christian and I are here to proctor the ultimate exam for horror movie lovers. The free-for-all features 18 competitors, 9 different factions, only one winner, and then maybe an MVP on top of it. Points are at stake, but more importantly, Christian, it's just fun to talk about werewolves and vampires and witches and all that other good stuff that we get during the season of giving, or at least giving of candy.
Yes, and Mark, what we're going to find out here is, like you said, it is all about points. So for those people brand new to the movie Trivia Schmoedown, there are 9 factions, 9 managers with a bunch of players, and whoever wins this from that faction will win 3 big points. The MVP is someone who we believe had the greatest performance overall. They will get 1 point for their faction, and you don't know who's going to come in. If you're watching out there and you're an audience member, you're not sure who is in this thing. We do know that each faction put 2 members in a piece, hence the 18 people. So we're going to find out 4 people at the table at all times. The lowest amount of points gets eliminated. It's going to be a slobber knocker, as they say. Mark, there is a little bit of a preview here. There is a little bit of a build-up. We have one of the best guys in the business who does it. He is the Great Nerd Chronic, and he put together this to show you what the free-for-all is. Here you go.
And this week, oh baby, on the Schmoedown, it's gonna be a free-for-all.
5 competitors will start at the table. People who have the lowest amount of points on the desk will be eliminated, and then new competitors will enter. Head to figure out who is the ultimate champion here.
I'll go through them. I'll go through 34. I'll go through 74. I'll go through 240. I don't care.
Give it up for John Humphrey, by the way.
Gianni has cleared the table.
I was really looking forward to playing Mark Riley for one specific reason. I love horror movies. Mark Riley loves horror movies. I would have really liked to see a match going head to head about scary things.
So that gets me hyped up. We know what the free-for-all has done in the past. We have never seen one in the horror genre before, but these are going to be some of the best going head-to-head. Will we get surprises? Will we see old faithfuls? What are we going to see here today in the free-for-all, Mark?
Yeah, Christian, what we've always seen in free-for-alls past, and I think we get more of the same today, legendary moments, iconic players, and we might even find out the religion of a bear. Who knows what's going to pop open in the free-for-all, but it's horror movie season, and I am ready to get going. As you can tell, by the way, this is for Halloween, this is for Tetris, and the black shirt, well, black is slimming, and I like Snickers.
Well, I like you too, buddy. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the movie Trivia Schmoedown. Free-for-all. Introducing first. Representing the Finstock Exchange. This This is the Barbarian!
Little pig, let me in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Barbarian. Negan is here, and it is a pleasure to have you here, the Barbarian. Excited to see you as you enter in here. Number one, your first free-for-all. There he is, Mark. All right. Finstock is the Barbarian making a run this year for potential Rookie of the Year. Has played an Inner Geekdom single. So here he is, number one. All right. That's our first contestant.
We are Negan.
All right. I figured as much.
Good luck following that, number two.
And our second competitor, representing Swag. This is the delinquent Lord Harris. Wait a minute. What do you got there, buddy?
It's a Halloween costume. I'm just like the biggest dork in the world.
Oh, all right.
I nailed it.
You nailed it. Lon Harris here representing Swag, having a great run this year, Mark, with Final Exam, obviously, and from the singles, and there he is. He threw us for a loop. I
was kind of hoping something like tobacco would be in that pipe, but given the delinquent, who the hell knows?
No, that wasn't the case. But Lon Harris is here, and thank you, Lon, for showing up. We're really excited.
I'm like the coolest person in the world, and I'm the biggest dork. It's total symmetry.
All right, fair enough. Introducing contestant number 3.
Well,
representing the Dungeon, Vinny the Ice Pig and Here.
What's going on?
You got a little bit of blood on your lip there, or you just spilled some tomato sauce on yourself? I can't tell.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. All right, Vinny Mix the Ice Pick has arrived. So you have the Barbarian, Lon Harris, and Vinny Mancuso as our first 3. Solid table so far. Solid table as we get to our next competitor. And to let everybody know, the competitors do not know who is coming in next. They have no idea who their competition is so far. So, and the 4th competitor, representing the Den, he is Paul, the Powder Keg Preston.
What a treat.
Making his way to the free-for-all stage here, Paul Preston is ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, as he is looking for a big run here, as all these competitors are. Again, a reminder that the winning competitor will get 3 points, and the MVP will get 1 point. So we have Paul Preston, Vinny Mancuso, Lon Harris, and the Barbarian. Mark, I think we're ready to get going.
I think we're just about ready to get going. As a refresher of the rules for everyone currently competing, everybody in the waiting room, and all the fans out there. Most importantly, this is the Schmoedown free-for-all. Here is the format. Each round will contain 4 competitors. A series of 5 questions, all in the world of horror/thriller, will be asked to the field. As soon as we ask a question, you have 15 seconds to write down your best attempt at an answer. Use whatever writing surface you have, with whatever utensil you prefer. Once we ask you by name or nickname to reveal your answer, please show what you wrote to the camera. At the same time, you verbalize your attempt into the microphone. Each question is worth 1 point. No penalty for missing a question. There is no stealing in any of the rounds. There's also no JT rules and no challenges. Thank the good Lord Satan. After the 5-question period is up, we will tally up the points, and whoever has the most points is definitely moving on. Whoever has the least amount of points is definitely not moving on. In the event of a tie, say it's 3-2 to 1-1, both competitors who got the lowest amount of points will be eliminated. Christian, we've seen Mark Andreyko clear an entire board with the snap of his fingers. We're looking for more excitement and mischief here today, and I think I'm just about ready to, well, I mean, I know I'm ready. I just don't know about I'm not wearing pants. I don't know if that hurts anybody, but this is my costume.
All right, so we start with the Barbarian. Are you ready?
We are always ready to rock.
Lon Harris, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Vinny, are you ready?
Sure.
And Paul Preston.
Christian, my first time sharing the screen with you. I'm ready. Let's do this.
Then let's get ready to Schmoedown. All right, here we go. Question number 1. What Academy Award winner plays Lieutenant William F. Kinderman in The Exorcist 3?
I believe that's Lieutenant Staff Sergeant First Class.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Lon Harris.
I believe it is George C. Scott.
It is. And sorry, Barbarian.
I had the wrong one. William Holden.
Okay. Vinny.
George C. Scott.
Yes. And Paul.
George C. Scott.
All right. So at the moment, we have Barbarian with 0, the Professor, or whatever he used to be, with 1, Vinny with 1, and Paul with 1. All right. Next question, Mark.
All right. We now go to the world of horror movies. Oh, I'm sorry. That's every question. Here it is for 1 point. Rusty Cundieff directed what 1995 horror anthology film that was executive produced by Spike Lee?
These competitors.
Executive produced or executively produced?
Either one. It depends on how they did it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we'll actually start with the Barbarian this time.
It's wrong. Bordello of Blood.
It's incorrect. And Lon?
Tales from the Hood?
Yes. And Vinny?
Tales from the Hood.
Yes. Paul?
Tales from the Hood.
All right, so the Barbarian off to a rough start here as we now get to our third question. Nobody has missed thus far, but the Barbarian needs some people to miss here in order to stick around. Here is the next question. Who directed 1977's The Hills Have Eyes?
Oh, I like that question. I'm going to give that one a golf clap.
I like it also.
It's a good one. Seen the movie? It's good.
Yeah, a long time ago. And I have 5. Is that the remake? 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Vinny.
Wes Craven.
Yes. And Paul Preston.
Wes Craven.
Yes. And Barbarian.
Wes Craven.
Yep. And Lon.
No, I put Toby Hooper. I messed up.
All right. So Lon gives the Barbarian a little bit of hope there as he is going to try to chase him, because it looks like Vinny and Paul will be safe. Here is the next question, Mark.
That's right. All you need to find is the weakest link, Christian, as Jay Washington could tell us. Great performance on that program by him. Here's your next query. Gentlemen, what is the name of the dangerous alien species that crash lands on Earth in Critters? Critters, the classic movie at Video Update or Blockbuster that you always think about renting but never actually do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, pens down. Start with Paul Preston.
Why would the title lie to me? Critters?
That is incorrect. Barbarian?
The Krites.
Krites is correct. Lon?
Did not have anything. Did not
have it. Vinny?
Krites.
All right, so at the end of that round now, we see ourselves the Barbarian 2, Lon Harris 2, Vinny has 4, he'll be safe, and Paul Preston needs to hit here, because if Both the Barbarian and Lon hit there, and Paul missed this. Then all three could be eliminated. So we will get to the fifth and final question. Here we go, Mark. All right.
All right. You want it, Christian? Go ahead. Have at it.
Here we go. All right. Here's the question. Frank Darabont directed what 2007 Stephen King adaptation? Now, Mark, the big thing here is that Barbarian and Lon, one of them needs to miss or they'll both be eliminated.
Is Paul writing with a feather pen? I like. There's a feather pen. There's a gopher that's being pet.
3, 2, 1. All right. Barbarian?
The Mist.
Lon?
It was The Mist.
And Vinny?
Didn't have it.
And Paul?
That's The Mist.
All right. So with that, the Barbarian and Lon Harris have been eliminated. Both Vinny and Paul make it to the next round, both with 4. All right, gentlemen, thank you to Lon Harris and thank you to the Barbarian. We see ourselves now 2 competitors gone, and we get to our next competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 5. Representing the Quirky Mercs. He is Tim the Tank Franco. Tim Franco has arrived. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Welcome, Tim, Tim is our number 5. And we now await our 6th competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, the 6th competitor. Representing corruption. He is the 2020 Ultimate Schmoedown winner, Adam the Coyote Collins. Adam the Coyote Collins having an amazing year thus far. As he makes it here into this free-for-all. All right.
Alrighty, gentlemen, you are set. You either heard or were actually in the stream when we did the rules, so no need to recap that. We simply move on to your first of 5 questions in this round. I'll be administering the first question. Christian, does appear the Coyote has his bed set up in Freddy Krueger's boiler room. Thanks for being a good sport in Halloween time. Gentlemen, your first question. In 1988's Child's Play, Chucky is what brand of doll created by the Play Pals toy company?
Already heating up here. Heating up here.
See my name, Christian?
I do. It's really good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we start with Paul Preston.
He's a good guy.
That is correct. Paul Preston. Adam Collins.
He is a good guy.
Yes. And the Tank.
Good guy.
And Vinny.
I didn't have it.
Vinny did not have it. All right. So here we go. Here's our next question here. Our next question. Who directed Dr. Sleep?
You could make the argument that Vinny was the most right, Christian, because that doll's in fact not a good guy at all.
No.
Give me the point. Give me the point.
And we have 5,
Can't
4,
do that, sorry.
3, 2, 1. Pens down. And Adam Collins.
Mike Flanagan.
Yes. The Tank.
Mike Flanagan.
Yes. Paul.
Mike Flanagan.
Yes. And Vinny.
Mike Flanagan.
All right. So Vinny hits it that one. And now we get to our next question.
That's right. Vinny's still trailing the field by 1 in this round. So move on to your third of 5 questions. Which visual effects master directed the 1990 remake of George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. I mean, you talk about iconic movies, and then you talk about the original, Night of the Living Dead, 1968. Good stuff.
All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we go to Tim the Tank Franco.
The great Tom Savini.
Yes. Vinny.
Tom Savini.
Yes. And Paul.
Tom Savini.
And Adam.
Tom Savini.
Is correct. All right. So right now we see ourselves with everyone has 3 points except Vinny, who has 2. But right now we go to our next question here, and that is, what Academy Award winning filmmaker directed Michael J. Fox in The Frighteners? Score at the moment is
3 to 3 to 3
to
2.
2. That is correct. All right, here we go. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we get to Vinny.
Peter Jackson.
Yes. Paul.
Peter Jackson.
Yeah. And Adam.
Peter Jackson.
Yep. And Tim.
Peter Jackson.
All right, so everybody hit it so far here. So Vinny needs them all to miss here in order to stick around. So let's see. He could take some people on his way out, though, if he hits and somebody else misses.
That's right. Vinny will give you 5 seconds to put on whatever hex you'd like to on the other competitors.
All right.
And here we go. Your final question. David Twohy directed Vin Diesel in what 2000 action horror film about a commercial transport ship and its crew that are marooned on a planet full of bloodthirsty creatures? Could be David Twohy, but I like Twohy.
Well, I think that's... I've done it enough. You deserve one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Paul, to survive?
Pitch Black.
Yes. Adam Collins.
Pitch Black.
Yes. Franco?
Pitch Black.
And Vinny.
Pitch Black.
That is correct. However, everyone else had a 5. Vinny had 4. So with that, Vinny Mancuso has been eliminated. Vinny, great round there nonetheless. Thank you. And Vinny is now gone as we see Paul Preston still in there, Adam Collins, and the Tank as we get to number 7, ladies and gentlemen. Number 7 is going to hit the scene here, Mark. We are ready. And contestant number 7, representing the Usual Suspects, making his Schmoedown debut, Cameron Rice. He does like turtles, ladies and gentlemen. Get it, help him out here. As Cameron Rice debuts for the Usual Suspects. All right, Mark. Cameron Rice has arrived, and our competitors are ready to go. Paul Preston's still in there as we get to our first question in this round. All right, gentlemen, here we go. First question for you. Who plays the over-the-top villainous clown Captain Spaulding in Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses?
Yeah, I don't like clowns anyway, but if you give them a military designation, I like them even less.
That's fair. That's fair. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Start Paul Preston.
Sid Haig, rest in peace.
Yes. Cameron Rice.
Sid Haig.
Yes. Collins.
Sid Haig.
And Tim the Tank.
The late Sid Haig.
All right. 1 point around the board, Mark. Here we go. Next one.
All right, gentlemen, let's see if we can get you with this one. Here it is for a point. Who co-wrote and directed The Cabin in the Woods? good flick there. Throws you for a little bit of a loop.
Yep.
Loop.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, hands up, please. Pens down, hands up. And we start with Cameron.
Man.
That is incorrect. All right, Adam Collins.
I didn't finish writing.
Didn't have it. All right, Tim Franco.
Drew Goddard.
Yes, and Paul Preston.
Drew Goddard.
Yes, so Paul Preston, Tim Franco hit it, and both Cameron Rice and Collins are on the verge. They don't get their next couple questions. All right, here's the next
We're
question.
not on the verge yet. We still have 2 questions. Come on.
We're playing with the way Paul Preston and the tank are. You never know. Here is the next question. What 2000s horror film stars the actresses Shauna McDonald, Natalie Mendoza, and Alex Reed? And if we can have hands up from competitors when they're not right.
Oh, that's a good ruling. We're only 7 competitors in before we were
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Adam Collins.
I said Turistas.
That is incorrect. Tim Franco.
Is it The Descent?
Yes. Paul Preston.
The Descent.
Yes. And Cameron?
Darkness Falls.
Didn't have it. So again, Cameron and Collins now battling it out here to see who will survive as we get to our next question. Mark.
Yeah, if you want to go on the verge now, pretty much. Now, look, either one of either Cameron or Adam would need is a point on the other person. They don't have to catch the leaders. They just have to survive and not be the weakest link. So here's your penultimate question in this round, fellas. Who plays final girl Nancy Thompson in 1984's A Nightmare on Elm Street? Do you think less or more streets were named Elm Street after this movie came out?
I say more.
I say more as well. I got to look that up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Tim Franco.
Heather Langenkamp.
Yes. Paul Preston.
Heather Langenkamp.
Yes. And Cameron.
Heather Langenkamp.
Yeah. And Collins.
Heather Langenkamp.
Okay, so now interesting position here. If Cameron hits and Collins misses, then Collins is eliminated. Same goes if Collins hits and Cameron misses, and Cameron's eliminated. However, if they both hit, they're both gone. All right, so here we go. The final question here. Here it is. In Annabelle Comes Home, who plays Judy Warren, the Warrens' young daughter who is terrorized by the evil spirit attached to the doll?
So we got 4-4 to 2-2. So right. Tim and Paul are safe, and now it's down to the Coyote or Cameron. I've taken pictures of Mark doing stand-up. Rice.
This is going to be interesting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We start with Paul Preston.
They got him safe. Don't know about Ellen Page.
That's incorrect. Cameron?
Talent.
And Adam to survive?
McKenna Grace.
That is correct. And Tim Franco?
McKenna Grace.
Yes, but with that, Collins survives by the skin of his teeth, and Cameron Rice has been eliminated. Cameron, thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's going on? Movie Trivia Schmoedown. Pretty excited about our brand new sponsor, HelloFresh. It offers convenient delivery right to your doorstep and home cooking. The whole family. Recipes are easy to follow. It's quick to make, simple steps, and the pictures guide you along the way. So people, a lot of people on this show, very easy. You say, oh, look, it's pictures. Roka's going to have a blast with it. Good news that there's something for everyone, including low-calorie, vegetarian, and kid-friendly recipes, which is something I definitely need. I can tell you that. It's over 90% of ingredients are sourced directly from growers to ensure that the freshest recipes are delivered right to your door. Look at what HelloFresh is doing, and this is the best part about it. You go to HelloFresh.com/SEN80. You got to use the code SEN80 to get a total of, wait for it, $80 off across 5 boxes, including free shipping on your first box. One more time, listen to this. Listen to my voice. HelloFresh.com and use the code SEN80. Get that $80 off across 5 boxes, including free shipping on the first box. It is HelloFresh. America's #1 meal kit. So Cameron has been eliminated. Collins almost out, but yet sticks around as we await our next competitor. Contestant number 8, representing Rock Stars. He is the former movie trivia Schmoedown team champion of the world, Mark the Android Draco, a heavy hitter entering here at number 8. Mark Andraco has arrived, has done free-for-alls. We know his history with the XX5XX. Here he is in the Halloween free-for-all, representing the Rockstars.
And the perfect moniker for Mark Andraco, Scary Townie number 13. I'd either give him the bus driver or the pretend cop in Hocus Pocus, but that's just me.
Okay.
Gentlemen, your questioning begins with me. 5 questions in this round, each one worth a point. No penalty for missing a question, no stealing. Here we go. Jason Voorhees has been portrayed by multiple actors, the greatest number of which by whom? Who played Jason the most? You know what? Jason, not a nice guy. You know who's even meaner? Jason's mom.
That's true.
Not nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Paul Preston.
Kane Hodder.
Yes. Mark Andraco.
Kane Hodder.
Adam Collins.
Kane Hodder.
Yes. And Tim the Tank.
Kane Hodder.
Tie game as we get to our next question here. All right. Here it is. Sarah Michelle Gellar plays an exchange student and care worker who moves to Tokyo in what 2004 film?
For everyone playing along at home, Kane Hodder was in Friday the 13th, 7, 8, Jason Goes to Hell, and Jason X, or Jason 10, however you want to pronounce
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Mark Andraco.
The Grudge.
Yes. Collins.
The Grudge.
Tim Franco.
The Grudge.
Yep. And Paul.
The Grudge.
2's all the way around the board here, Mark, as we get to our next question.
We do. This is your third in this round. Everyone's tied so far. In what 1985 film do 2 bumbling employees at a medical supply warehouse accidentally release a deadly gas which creates zombies? Christian, do you want to do a mouth opening contest like that kid in The Grudge?
No, but I have a mouth open just on Paul Preston's performance here alone today. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Adam Collins.
Return of the Living Dead.
Yes. Tim Franco.
Return of the Living Dead.
Yep. Paul Preston.
Return of the Living Dead.
And Mark Andraco.
Return of the Living Dead.
So we see ourselves here at 3's all the way around the board as we approach maybe our first sudden death round. Who knows? All right. Next question, Mark. Here it is. In which of the Scream franchise is the villain revealed to be a man named Roman?
Christian's throwing curveballs. You know, you're like a great pitcher. We mix it up. Sliders, fastballs.
You got to do. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Tim Franco.
Scream 3.
Yes. Paul Preston.
Scream 3.
Mark Andraco.
Scream 3.
And Collins.
Scream 3.
Wow. So this is a big round here. 4 all the way around the board. Now, this is the final question. Now, if somebody misses, they're out. However, if nobody misses, we keep going until someone does.
That's right. It's a sudden death elimination. And when you think of Halloween, you should probably think of sudden death. Here we go. Question number 5 for a point. Kevin Smith directed what 2011 horror thriller about a group of teens who encounter fundamentalists with an incredibly sinister agenda. Could you imagine such a thing?
I can, and I can imagine that. What? So you see how good all these competitors are right now. Nobody budging. This is the cream of the crop right here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Paul Preston.
Red State.
Yes. Mark Andreyko.
Red State.
Collins.
Red State.
And Franco.
Red State.
All right. First sudden death. So basically now this is anybody who misses. All the points are wiped off, starting with a clean slate at 0. Basically, first person who misses is eliminated. All right, so here we go. We start with this question. In what 2004 film are 2 characters seen throwing vinyl records at zombies as a form of defense?
You know, Christian, just as an announcer, your heart just sinks when you see all of them writing it down well before the question's finished.
Yes. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. And Tim Franco.
Shaun of the Dead.
Paul Preston.
Shaun of the Dead.
Mark Andreyko.
Shaun of the Dead.
And Adam Collins.
Shaun of the Dead.
All right, still going. Here we go. Next one.
All right, first one to miss is out. Here we go. Or a number of people miss. They're out. Which actor from TV's Modern Family plays the character Steve in the 2004 remake of Dawn of the Dead? I will never get tired of seeing a guy write something with a feather pen, Christian. Never.
Never. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Paul Preston.
Ty Burrell.
Yes. Andreyko.
Ty Burrell.
Yes. Collins.
Ty Burrell.
And Franco.
Ty Burrell.
Yeah. Keep on going. All right. Here it is. How many films are there in the overarching Conjuring universe to date?
Good question. That could be the one, but Christian, I mean, an incredible performance by all 4 competitors surviving this long.
Sudden death has been intense so far. You can see the points count. The managers have been going nuts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Mark Andreyko.
7.
Yes. Collins.
7.
Yes. Franco.
7.
And Preston.
7.
They all hit. Unbelievable. As we get to our next question, sudden death it is. These competitors are just going after each other. Here's the next one.
And would you believe none of us are virgins?
All right, here it is.
I'll believe it when I see it. Here we go.
Promises, Ellis.
Rennie Harling directed what film in the Exorcist franchise?
Ooh.
It's Rennie Harling.
All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Adam Collins.
Exorcist: The Beginning.
Yes. Franco.
Exorcist 2, The Heretic. Got it wrong.
Incorrect. Paul Preston.
Didn't have it.
And Franco. I mean, excuse me, and Andreyko.
I had The Heretic too.
And with that, everyone has been eliminated except Adam Collins. Preston gone. Andreyko gone, and Franco gone. The kid does it again. This freak of nature, Adam Collins, continues his reign of terror on the movie trivia Schmoedown as he eliminates Andreyko, Preston, Franco. Oh my God, what a run here by Adam Collins. And you can hear Shannon Barney screaming from across the room. All right, so Collins eliminates Andreyko. So now contestant number 9. Representing Swag, he is champion of the world, prime time, Paul Oyama, the former champion, here to see if he can take care of Adam Collins. So far, nobody's been able to do it at all. In singles, in this thing, can Oyama do it? We will see. Paul Oyama has entered. And contestant number 10, representing the Burning Droogs. He is Whitney, the Beauty, Seibold. Whitney Seibold, that's a dangerous competitor coming in here right after Oyama. Colin's going to have his hands full now as they're all aiming for him. Colin.
Dangerous drinky. Christian, I believe that is Crystal Skull vodka, courtesy of Whitney's good friend Dan Aykroyd.
Well, he is here now. Seibold, a dangerous competitor in the horror as he represents the Droogs. All right. And contestant number 11, representing the Usual Suspects. He is the former movie trivia Schmoedown champion of the world, Ethan Big Time Irwin. Ethan Irwin having an amazing year this year, and now in the free-for-all, we've seen what Ethan does in the free-for-all proper. What can he do in the free-for-all horror? We find out in just a little bit. Look at this table. Adam Collins, Ethan Irwin, Whitney Seibold, and primetime Paul Oyama. Mark, what a table it is, and they are all gunning for the rookie hotshot, Adam Collins. Here we go. All right. Starting out here, who plays Katrina Van Tassel, Ichabod's love interest and the only heir to one of the town's richest farmers in 1999's Sleepy Hollow?
Doing a little bookkeeping here, Christian. Paul Preston, strong early candidate for MVP, has got the most overall points of anyone thus far.
Preston did really well there, stayed around and only missed in sudden death there. And remember, Collins was on the verge of going out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we start with Adam Collins.
Christina Ricci.
Yes. Ethan Irwin.
Christina Ricci.
Whitney Seibold.
Christina Ricci.
And Paul Oyama.
Christina Ricci.
Here you go. Next question.
All right, 4 for 4. Here we go. You'll find the murderer known as the God's Hand Killer in what 2001 film starring Matthew McConaughey and Bill Paxton? Christian, I also like to note this is the first time in history Lon Harris showed up to an event before Paul Oyama.
That is true. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, pens down, and Ethan Irwin.
Frailty.
Yes. Whitney.
Frailty.
Paul Oyama.
My favorite kind of tea. Frailty.
And Adam
Great
Collins.
work.
Frailty.
Great work, he says. All right, here we go. Question number 3. Here it is. What is the title of the 4th film in George A. Romero's Dead franchise?
I like the attempt at a tea joke. The problem, Christian, is that we're in the heat of pumpkin spice latte season.
That's true.
Which I've never had.
Oh, it's
never
lovely.
will.
It's lovely. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we get to, Whitney Seibold.
Land of the Dead.
Land of the Dead is correct. Paul Preston. I mean, not Paul Preston, Paul Oyama. Sorry.
I had Day of the Dead. Nope.
That is incorrect. Adam Collins.
Land of the Dead.
Yes. And Ethan.
Land of the Dead.
All right, so only Paul Oyama missing here as we see ourselves 3 to 2. All right. Here is the next question. Mark?
That's right. This is going to be the penultimate question in this round. Who starred as a young boy named Frankie in the ghostly 1988 thriller Lady in White? And stay away from them, especially after Labor Day. Not a good one.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we start with Paul Oyama.
No, I had Elijah Wood. That's not right.
No, Adam Collins.
I said Corey Haim.
No, Ethan Irwin.
I said Henry Thomas.
No, and Whitney.
I also said Henry Thomas.
No, Mark. Looking for who?
Lucas Haas, you idiots!
Damn us!
All right, Lucas Haas. So Paul Oyama needed that one where everyone missed, but so he's got an attempt here to cause some damage. If he can hit, and everybody else can miss, but we'll see. This is the final question. This is the final question here as we get to question 5. In which film does Arnold Schwarzenegger play a man whose daughter has been infected with a zombie virus?
Christian, it is somewhat of a consolation if you do get knocked out in the free-for-all to take down some competitors with you.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling.
It's a great feeling. That's kind of what you aim for at the end there. So he's hoping to. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. And Adam Collins.
Maggie.
Yes. Ethan.
I didn't have it.
Didn't have it. All right. Whitney.
Maggie.
Yes. And Paul.
Sorry, Ethan. Maggie.
Yes. And with that, Ethan Irwin and Paul Oyama have been eliminated. You know that Paul Oyama has a little bit of a smile on his face for taking out Ethan. They've had a little bit of a will they, won't they ever play each other? Well, that's the start of the beef, I think, maybe. But either way, Whitney Seibold hanging in there with Collins, and Collins stays put as we get to competitor number 12. Introducing competitor number 12, representing the Rock Stars. He is the 2020 Ultimate Schmoedown finalist and the former Movie Trivia Schmoedown 2-time Teams Champion, the Insider, Chef Snyder! Chef Snyder, maybe he can have some revenge on Adam Collins here. Should he win this one? You know he's looking for it. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Chef Snyder. All right. Very interesting so far. As we now bring in contestant number 13, representing corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Mark Art of AVA'S, and we have not seen him since the Dewberry dismissal. Now here he is, as we see the former teammates here, Whitney Seibold and Mark Horton. All right. Our table is set, Mark. Still, Collins still in there after, again, remember, Collins was on the verge of going out, survived, and then took out those heavy hitters, very reminiscent to what Mark Andreyko did those years ago. All right.
That is correct. So for the newer competitors in here, remember, it's a round of 5 questions, each question worth 1 point. Whoever has the lowest total, or whomever multiple people have the lowest point total, they will all be eliminated. It is legal to play at a Starbucks, Mark, as long as no other customers give you the answer.
Yes, that's true. Make sure hands are up, everybody. And Mark, here's you got the first question?
I certainly do, Christian, and it is for a point. Who plays the vampire next door, Jerry Dandridge, in 2011's Fright Night? Christian, have you seen this movie yet? I actually think you would like it.
Yeah, I have. It is good.
It's good.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and Adam Collins.
Colin Farrell.
Yes, Mark.
Colin Farrell.
Yes, Snyder.
Put the original one. I wasn't paying attention.
Snyder missed, and Whitney.
Colin Farrell.
All right, so Snyder's in trouble there after the first one with these killers, if you will. And here is question number 2. Question number 2. All right. In the Disney horror film, Something Wicked This Way Comes, Mr. Dark, also called the Illustrated Man, is played by which actor?
Christian, I don't know about you, but in the pantheon of Disney horror films, there's Mr. Boogedy, Bride of Boogedy, and then everything else.
I started watching that not too long ago on Disney Plus, by the way. And
Well, you're a
5,
little late.
4. It's good. 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Mark.
Jonathan Price.
Yes, you got it. You got it. All right.
Jonathan Price.
Yes, we got you. And Snyder.
Colin Farrell.
Incorrect. Whitney.
Divine.
No. And Collins.
I had Christopher Lee. Good
All
job,
right.
Mark.
So Mark Hoyk hits that and actually puts Collins in risk here because Whitney also hit it. So that's interesting. If Snyder can get some points on the board here, here is the next question. Here it is.
That's right, and that is, who played the Hitcher in the 1986 film of the same name?
Mark Hoyk has not missed yet.
No, we haven't seen him in a minute, but he looks no worse for the wear.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Jeff Snyder.
Rutger Hauer.
Yes. And Whitney.
Rutger Hauer.
Adam Collins.
Rutger Hauer.
Yep. And Mr. Hoyk.
Rutger Hauer.
Hoyk has 3 points here. Snyder has 1. And both Collins and Whitney have 2. So here is the fourth question. Here it is. Mumblecore director Joe Swanberg plays the character of Drake Davison in what 2013 film about a family attacked by mysterious masked killers?
And that was Mumblecore director Joe Swanberg. That's a great name. That's how I'd introduce myself if I was that guy.
Yeah. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Whitney Seibold.
The Strangers.
That is incorrect. And Adam Collins.
You're next.
Yes. Adam Collins has 3. And Hoyk.
You're next.
Yes. And Snyder.
Even though I'm next, you're next.
Oh, this is interesting now because even though Snyder had missed his first 2, Whitney and him are now neck and neck at 2 points. Collins has 3. Hoyk has 4. So this is a huge question. Here it is.
That's why we love the free-for-all, even though you are Adam Collins and you have a 1-point advantage over
make it a hard one.
I'll consider that. Let me find the hardest question in here. All righty. And here it is for a point. Gary Sherman directed what 1988 horror sequel that's primarily set inside a high-rise apartment building? I hope that was hard enough for Jeff Snyder, Christian. 4-3 to 2-2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Adam Collins.
Poltergeist 3.
Yes. And Hoyk.
Poltergeist 3.
Perfect round for Hoyk. And Snyder.
That was a little too hard for me, Ellis.
And Whitney Seibold. Whitney Seibold survives.
Adios, boys. Happy Halloween.
With that, Jeff Snyder has been eliminated. Whitney Seibold surviving there, just gets by as Jeff Snyder almost takes him out, but Whitney says, All right, here it is. Contestant number 14. Representing the dungeon. Video Drew. You're on camera, Video Drew. You're on camera. No? All right. Video Drew is here. She's ready. This is kind of tailor-made for her, Mark, as she makes it. Video Drew has arrived. She is now in the free-for-all, and she is contestant number 14. All right. So, Mark, we are now getting into yet another round, and Adam Collins still in there, and so is Mark Hoyk and Whitney Seibold having a nice performance here. Here we go. First question. Which actress supplied the voice of the Bride of Chucky in 1998's hit movie of the same name?
Christian, the question is clear. Where is Video Drew? Is she, in fact, in Midsommar 2 right now?
Nice.
No, I'm in the first one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and Adam Collins.
Jennifer Tilly.
Yes. Video Drew.
Jennifer Tilly.
Mark.
Jennifer Tilly.
And Whitney.
Jennifer Tilly.
All tied up. This could be an interesting panel here because these are all horror experts, obviously, as they all battle it out. And our next question, Mark.
I'd like to go bobbing for apples with all of them, but unfortunately, someone's going to get eliminated. And here is that next question. Who plays Lord Arthur Holmwood in 1992's Bram Stoker's Dracula?
Great question.
Yeah, and here's my Jennifer Tilly and Liar Liar impression. Those are mine. Give me those.
That's good too. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Pens down, and Video Drew.
Gary Oldman.
That is incorrect. Mark Hoyk.
Carrie Elwes.
Yes. Whitney.
I got nothing.
And Collins.
Carrie Elwes.
Corruption making a stance here as both members of Corruption get 2 points. And we get to our next question. Here it is. What is the title of the sequel to 28 Days Later?
Again, Harloff with that. I would call that a slider, maybe?
Well, I'm telling you, Corruption is just relentless. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Pens down, please. And we start with Mark Hoyk.
28 weeks later.
Yes, sir. Whitney.
28 weeks later.
Yes, it is. And Adam Collins.
28 weeks later.
And Video Drew.
28 weeks later.
All right. So 3, 2 to 3, 2. All right. Mark.
All right. Here we go with your penultimate question in this round. In what psychological horror thriller does Tim Robbins play a Vietnam vet who is now a postal worker? Christian, you can feel the tension. Just 1 point separating the highest from the lowest here.
Well, because now the factions are going to be trying to take out Corruption. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Whitney Seibold.
Jacob's Ladder.
Yes. And Adam Collins.
Jacob's Ladder.
Yep. Video Drew.
Misunderstood it. I didn't get it.
And Mark.
Jacob's Ladder.
Mark Hoyk has not missed yet as we see ourselves 4 to 3. Now, Video Drew needs to hit this one and hope that Whitney also misses in order to eliminate him. All right, here is the last question. Here it is. Which actress stars as Helen Lyle in 1992's Candyman?
Yeah, Christian. So Mark and Adam safe for the moment.
Yes. So Whitney's trying to survive yet again. If he hits this, he'll survive, and Video Drew will be eliminated. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Adam.
Virginia Madsen.
Yes. Video Drew.
Virginia Madsen.
Yes. Mark Hoyt.
Virginia Madsen.
Whitney.
Virginia Madsen.
And with that, Video Drew has been eliminated. Thank you, Drew. Whitney Seibold surviving again, as we now see Colin Hoyt and Whitney Seibold. But man, do the factions need to get rid of Corruption, who is in the lead, 3 points, and has 2 of their heavy hitters here. And we only have a few competitors left.
It's getting nuts here, Christian. We only have a gaggle left, so let's meet who's next.
Contestant number 15, representing the Den. She is Rachel the Switchblade Silverstream. Rachel Silverstream making her horror free-for-all debut. Rachel is here for the Den, trying to take out Corruption and Whitney Seibold. All right, Mark, we are going to continue the match.
Yes, we are. 5 questions in this round, each one worth a point. And here is your first one. What 1999 horror remake stars Liam Neeson, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Owen Wilson? Can anyone unseat the domination of Corruption?
So far, the answer's been no. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Adam Collins.
The Haunting.
Yes. And Rachel.
The Haunting.
Yep. Mark.
The Haunting.
And Whitney.
The Haunting.
Yep. And just a note, Mark Hoyt has not missed a single question since entering the horror free-for-all. Here is the next question. What 80s anthology horror film has segments titled Quitters Incorporated and The Ledge?
That was good gusto by you in that question. You made me want to watch whatever that movie.
Thank you so much. I got hired by this company last week. 5.
Show me a paycheck.
4, 3. No, I don't do that. 2, 1. Pens down. We start with Rachel.
I couldn't pull it.
Mark Hoyt.
Cat's Eye.
Yes. Whitney.
Cat's Eye.
And Adam.
Cat's Eye.
All right. So the trio does it again, and Silverstream's got to play catch up as we get to our next question.
That's right. It is question number 3 of 5, and here it is. Who stars as former Texas Marshal Lefty Enright in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2? Which, as you know, Christian, is my favorite of the franchise.
I don't think that's true.
No, I've never seen it. Not a big chainsaw guy.
Remember that one we saw? 5,
Yeah,
4,
barely.
3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we get to Mark Hoyt.
Dennis Hopper.
Yes. Whitney.
Dennis Hopper.
Adam Collins.
Dennis Hopper.
Yep. And Rachel.
I had Bill Pullman.
All right, so Rachel Silverstream misses that one here, puts herself in a little bit of desperation mode as we get to our next question here. What composer was nominated for an Academy Award for his work on Poltergeist?
And Christian, we've seen just a few contestants ago towards the top of the match, somebody coming back from a 2-point deficit to survive.
That's right.
Can happen.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Adam Collins.
Jerry Goldsmith.
Yes. And Rachel.
I had John Carpenter.
Mark Hoyk.
Jerry Goldsmith.
And Whitney.
Jerry Goldsmith.
Okay, so this is just kind of a bonus at the moment. Rachel Silverstream going to be eliminated after this question, but we will ask it for points. And here it is. Mark.
One of my favorite questions in all of horror moviedom, so everyone play along. In what 1982 film in the Friday the 13th franchise does Jason don the iconic hockey mask for the first time? Jason, much better on the ice than on the pond. Not a great swimmer.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Start with Rachel this time.
Jason 3.
That's incorrect. Mark?
Friday the 13th, Part 3D.
That is correct. Wait, Rachel, did you say Part 3?
Yeah.
That's okay. So that is correct. That's correct.
Fair enough.
Rachel's correct. Mark Hoyt, correct.
About anyways.
Whitney?
Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D.
Yes, correct. And Adam Collins?
I said Friday the 13th, Part 3.
Yes. All right. So with that, Rachel Silverstream has been eliminated, and we still have this trio of killers here, as they have just been eliminating everyone that has been coming here. But it is corruption also that is in the lead here, dangerously close to getting corruption 3 more points on the board. All right. Entering now, number 16. Representing the Finstock Exchange, he is the former 2-time movie trivia Schmoedown champion of the world, Mark Yodi Riley. Mark Yodi Riley doing exactly what we thought he would do here, coming in with a grand entrance, and somewhere Barry Nemroff is smiling. All right, here we go. Mark has arrived here, and we are not too far away. Mark, that was number 16. Only 2 competitors left here in this faction battle. So we get to our next question here. Here it is. All right. What 90s slasher film sequel has the following tagline? Some secrets will haunt you forever.
And Christian, we have Mark Edward Hoyk, 3 perfect rounds so far. Adam the Killody, starting earlier, has the overall points lead with 35.
He's been in for a long time too. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Pens down, Whitney. Pens down. And we start with Adam Collins.
I still know what you did last summer.
Yes. Riley.
I know what you did last summer.
That is incorrect.
Damn.
And Mark Hoyk.
I still know what you did last summer.
Yes. And Whitney.
I still know what you...
So Whitney didn't have it either. So it is corruption yet again.
Jeez, man.
Corruption again. The lead. Here is question number 2.
1-1 to 0-0. Here's your next query. Name the 1961 adaptation of the ghostly novel The Turn of the Screw, which stars Deborah Kerr as a governess hired to look after 2 children. And Christian, can you imagine the horror of looking after 2 children?
I can imagine staring face to face with Mark Hoyk in this kind of battle. The guy hasn't missed. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Mark Riley.
The Telltale Heart.
That is incorrect. Mark Hoyk.
The Innocents.
That is correct. And Whitney?
Nothing.
Nothing. And Collins?
The Innocents.
Good Lord. These 2.
My God.
Unbelievable. All right, so we are going to now get to our next question here. Who plays Geordie Verrill, a dim-witted backwoods yokel in 1982's Creepshow?
I just wonder, with all the movie knowledge in their heads, like, how do they drive a car? Or, like, how do they do any other function?
I'll tell you right now, Shannon Barney is somewhere very, very happy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start here with Mark Hoyk.
Stephen King.
Yes. Whitney.
Stephen King.
Collins.
Stephen King.
And Riley.
Stephen King.
Right. So Riley and Whitney now are battling to take each other out because Collins and Hoyk, they're going to make it through. So let's get to this next question, Mark.
It's the penultimate one, 3 to 1 to 1. Here we go. What 1994 horror remake of a 1956 film takes place mainly on a military base and features such stars as Terry Kinney, R. Lee Ermey, and Forrest Whitaker?
This has been everything we thought it would be.
Been incredible.
Adam Collins is just making a run at MVP. Don't even worry about I'm talking about MVP of the league. We're not even talking about rookie of the year here anymore. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Adam Collins.
I didn't have it. I wrote Tremors 2.
That is incorrect. All right. And Mark Riley.
Dog Soldiers.
That is incorrect. And Mark Hoyk.
Body Snatchers.
Yes, Body Snatchers is correct. And Whitney.
Body Snatchers.
All right, so Whitney Seibold here has put himself in a chance to advance. As we see, Mark Riley needs to hit it and Whitney needs to miss in order for them to eliminate each other. However, if Riley misses and Whitney hits it, Whitney advances again. Here it is. Next question. Who plays the lead character known simply as Priest in John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness?
4, 3, 2, 1. But all you got to do is not be that one right now, Christian.
That's right, because Collins and Hoyk are advancing. We know that already. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Mark Riley.
Alice Cooper.
That is incorrect. Mark Hoyk.
Donald Pleasance.
Yes. Seibold.
Donald Pleasance.
Yes. And Collins.
Donald Pleasance.
And with that,
Bye, everybody.
Riley has been eliminated, and the 3 terrors are still doing it, as we only have 2 competitors left, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 left. And the 17th competitor, representing the Quirky Mercs, she is Scary Perry Nemiroff. Perry Nemiroff, the number 2 from the Mercs. She is here and ready, the horror queen, Scary Perry. And there's only one other competitor left after this. Scary Perry trying to compete here with Collins, Hoyt, and Seibold. All right. So we now get to the next set of questions, Mark.
That is correct. 5 questions.
All right, here we go.
Whoever has the least amount of points is getting kicked out, and here we go.
All right.
What 1981 Joe Dante film starring Dee Wallace takes place primarily at a secluded therapeutic retreat center called The Colony? And Christian, we've seen in Free-for-All's past, somebody pulls a nice number, has some knowledge like we know Perry Nemiroff does, could steal the whole thing.
Very possible, but this battle between Hoyk and Seibold and Collins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please, starting with Collins.
The Howling.
Yes. Perry.
Ellis, you gave me too much credit too soon. I just guessed.
You didn't have it?
No, I didn't have it.
Hoik.
The Howling.
And Seibold.
The Howling.
Yes, this is an incredible feat here by Mark Hoik, by the way. The man has not missed a single question in the entire free-for-all thus far. Here is the next question. You will find the fictional coastal California town of Santa Carla in what 1987 vampire film?
I was doing the math the other day. I've only ever lived on the coast. East Coast, West Coast, moved multiple times.
Let's see what made that true. I don't know anymore. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and Perry.
The Lost Boys?
Yes. Mark Hoik.
Justice for Michael Biehn, The Lost Boys.
Yes, and Whitney.
The Lost Boys.
And Adam Collins.
The Lost Boys.
Okay, next question here. Here it is. Mark?
That question is, who played Count Dracula in 1979's Dracula? And Christian, we might just have to resort to, okay, name the movie I'm thinking of right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering what the final round's going to look like.
It's going to be long.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Mark Hoik.
Frank Langella.
Yes. Seibold.
Frank Langella.
Yes. Adam Collins.
Frank Langella.
Perry.
Could have named a whole bunch of others, but not Frank Langella. I don't have it.
All right, so that was question number 3. Here's question number 4. Who plays the adult version of Richie Tozier in It, Chapter 2?
So 3 to 3 to 3 to 1. Perry needs to go perfect here on out.
Yeah.
One of these other fellas missing it.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Whitney Seibold.
Is that James McAvoy?
It was not. Adam Collins.
Bill Hader.
Yes. Perry.
Bill Hader.
Yep. And Mark.
Bill Hader.
All right. So both Collins and Hoik, once again, both having perfect so far. Whitney needs to hit this, and Perry needs to hit this in order to eliminate Whitney should he miss. All right. Here is the final question, Mark.
That's right. Adam and Mark, once again, they're getting sick of hearing this. They're safe. And here's the question for a point. Who plays Johnny Smith, a man with a psychic ability to learn aspects of a person's life through physical contact in the dead zone? Which is not the zone you want to be. It's not a popular zone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we start with Adam Collins.
Christopher Walken.
Yes. Perry.
Christopher Walken.
Yes. Mark.
Christopher Walken.
And Whitney.
Christopher Walken.
Whitney has it. And with that, Perry Nemiroff has been eliminated. These 3 have done it. They've made it all the way to the last competitor here, the very last competitor in the round. Now, the way it works is that we will keep playing until each person is eliminated, and there is one winner. The 18th competitor. Representing the Burning Drews. He is the former movie trivia Schmoedown team champion, JT. JT making his movie trivia Schmoedown season 7 debut here.
Let's go.
He's back.
and he does it like he did in the free-for-all all those years ago. All right, JTE, what does horror knowledge like? We don't know. We're going to find out here. Can he take out these behemoths? All right.
Oh, man. I don't know.
Here it is. Here is the first question, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Who plays the character of Stephen H. Price, an amusement park mogul who offers $1 million to each guest who remains in a house until morning in 1999's House on Haunted Hill?
And Christian JTE looking just as young and as fresh faced as the day we met him.
JTE coming back. What a return, surprise return for JTE here in the free-for-all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. All right, and we start here with Adam Collins.
Jeffrey Rush.
Yes. JTE, that side doesn't sound too good.
No.
All right.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, what do you have?
Yeah, I thought it was The Hunting. I got the wrong house. I put Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson. My mispronounced.
And Mark Hoyk.
Jeffrey Rush.
Yep. And Whitney.
Jeffrey Combs.
Oh, and Whitney misses it also. All right.
Okay.
So JT here, Whitney Seibold, they make it a little easier here for Corruption, who is like a Corruption finals maybe. All right.
It is 1 to 1 to 0 to 0. Reminder to all competitors, as soon as you're done writing, put your hands like this. Unless you're JTE, then just do this, please, as fast as you can. Thank you.
That's a deep
Here's
cut.
your question. 1 to 1 to 0 to 0. I miss you, buddy. Who directed the 2010 remake, Let Me In? See if that can stump anyone.
I can't believe that I know this one.
Oh, well, welcome to the free-for-all.
It's probably the first one I've gotten.
You also have
5,
the answer in front of you.
4, that's 2. 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Pens down, please. And we start with JTE.
Matt Reeves.
Yes. Hoyk.
Tom Stoppard.
Oh, and Hoyk is human.
Wow. Finally.
Hoyk is human. And Whitney Seibold.
Otto Preminger.
Wow. And Adam Collins.
Good job, JT. I wrote Adam Wingard.
Wow. JT has tied it. JT tied it. And Whitney Seibold is in the... He's got problems, Mark. He's got 0 so far. It is 1 across the board, and the luck of JTE continues as we have 1 to 1 to 1 to 0 as we get to question number 3.
And I'll point out, Christian Harloff knew that answer.
I did. That. All right, here we go. How many times did Donald Pleasance play the role of Dr. Samuel Loomis in the Halloween franchise?
1 to 1 to 1 to 0, but not in the conventional way at all.
No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And we start with Mark Hoyk.
5.
Yes, that is correct. And we go to Whitney.
4.
Incorrect. Adam Collins.
5.
Yes. And JTE.
3.
JTE still has a 1-point lead over Whitney Seibold here. And it looks like Collins and Hoyk are going to make it to the finals as we get to the next question here. Mark, question 4.
That's right. It's the penultimate question. 2 to 2 to 1 to 0. And here we go. What actress known from Lost plays female Senator Charlie Roan in The Purge election year? So it kind of feels like we're there right now.
And 5.
Getting good.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. Pens down. Question 4. And Adam Collins.
I couldn't pull her name. I said Ann Copley.
That is incorrect. JTE.
Wasp. Evangeline Lilly.
Nope.
Advantage? No? Damn.
Don't even worry about it.
Okay, good.
Mark Hoyt?
Evangeline Lilly.
Yeah.
No. And Whitney Seibold?
I also said Evangeline Lilly.
Wow. Mark?
Wow.
The answer we're looking for, it's not Evangeline. She was great in Lost too. We're looking for Elizabeth Mitchell.
All right. So here is the interesting thing. If JTE hits it, he's going to advance to the next round here. However, if he misses and Whitney hits it, then Whitney will eliminate JTE, and it'll just be Hoyt versus Collins in the final.
Wow.
All right. So here is the final question. Here it is. Who plays Will Rollins, Laurie's ex-boyfriend, in 2003's Freddy versus Jason?
All right. Once again, 2-2 to 1-0. And it comes down to, it could be one lucky shot. Doesn't have to be one that goes straight in. Just needs to bounce around the rim and fall.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We start with JTE.
That'd be Jason Ritter?
That is correct. Mark Hoyt.
Skeet Ulrich.
Incorrect. Whitney.
Sidney Poitier.
And Adam Collins.
Jason Ritter.
And with that, Whitney Seibold has been eliminated. But what a run it was by Whitney Seibold. But the Droogs kind of taking each other out there. Two Droogs. I don't even think they realize they're in the same faction together, those two. So it is JTE and Whitney Seibold. But JTE representing the last hope for anybody to take out corruption. These two of them.
I feel like a human versus alien versus predator here.
It is two corruption basically against the Burning Droogs as we see Collins, JTE, and Hoyt. And it also should be noted that this is the second time that JTE has made it to a free-for-all and gone past the final round. Here is the 5 questions in the next round here, Mark.
All right, 5 questions. Who can pull it out? We've seen everyone is actually mortal. So the next query is, what classic film originated the line, "They're coming to get you, Barbara"?
JT is just fending off these two monsters right now as he tries to answer just a couple questions. 5. Getting this far is impressive. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. At home.
Night of the Living Dead.
Yes, JTE.
Night of the Living Dead.
Yes, and Mark Hoyt.
Night of the Living Dead.
You got it. All right, question 2. What city does Jason famously take in Friday the 13th, Part 8?
Which I believe is your favorite, is Part 8.
I always like space.
I know you're a big 5 and 8 guy.
Man. That's right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. JTE.
Manhattan.
Yes. And Hoyt.
Manhattan.
Yes. Adam Collins.
Manhattan.
Correct. All right. So we see ourselves 2 around the board here. Let's get to our next question, Mark.
That's no good. Manhattan's a borough, not a city. All right, here we go. For a point, what MCU actor plays the psychotic character Dr. William Block in Robert Rodriguez's Planet Terror? 2-2.
Yeah, and JT is trying his hardest to fight these two off, but it just seems like
Why do you keep acting like he's the underdog? Maybe he knows more than these two guys.
Do we get JTE repeats in this thing?
Oh, 4.
Oh, damn it.
3,
It's
2,
his rule.
1. Pens down, please. Pens down, and we go with Mark Hoyt.
Josh Brolin.
Yes, and JTE.
Love his first name, Josh Brolin.
Yes, and Collins.
Josh Brolin.
Wow, so tie game all the way around. They are going for it here. They are going for it. Here it is. Here's question 4. Who plays teenage horror expert Randy in Scream?
We're just, I mean, folks, Christian and I are just uncovering every stone here, trying to stump.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, please. And Adam Collins.
JB Kennedy.
Yes. JTE.
X Factor himself, Jamie Kennedy.
And Mr. Hoik.
Jamie Kennedy.
All right, so what an interesting position it is. We are all tied up at 4. If anybody misses, if two people miss and one person gets it right, then they win the free-for-all. However, if they all get it right, we go to a 3-question sudden death. And here is the question. Mark.
You sure that sudden death is going to be 3 questions, Christian? All right. Here we go. To send yourselves to sudden death, what 2016 horror film features supporting performances from Game of Thrones actors Ralph Ineson and Kate Dickie? Which is the first name of Kate and Dickie, our friends.
That's true.
Someone's getting a call, but they don't care. This is
No,
the
why would you? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adam Collins.
The Witch.
JTE.
The Woods.
And Mark Hoyt.
Annabelle.
And your winner of the free-for-all, Adam the Coyote Collins. Adam Collins eliminates Hoyt. He eliminates JTE. He's there from number 6 all the way to the end. Collins wins the singles tournament. Collins wins the horror free-for-all. What is it that this guy cannot do? Ladies and gentlemen, and Mark Hoyt, I'm going to probably guess you're going to be pretty close to the MVP here. We're going to talk to the judges about that. So corruption might have just gotten themselves 4 points. 4 points out of this, but we're going to find out because it is also possible Paul Preston, Whitney Seibold also on the board, so we do not know yet. But Mark Hoyt, thank you very much. We are going to bring in, wait to talk to the winning manager, Shannon Barney, who's going to make her way over here. But my God, Adam Collins, what is it? You were so close in your first round or second round to going out. Did you think at that point you were gone? It was over, and did you know you were going to come back?
I was hopeful that I would, but I didn't finish writing Drew Goddard, and that almost cost me everything. So, I didn't want to turn around just have it say Drew, so I took the hit, and I misremembered the cast members of the Descent. But after that, I was really dialed in. I guess it's time to come clean and say I like horror movies. There you go.
Seems like it. Seems like
he's a big fan, Christian. Adam, I have a question. It's going to feel a little convoluted. It's going to take a lot of twists and turns. Are you tired?
I've been driving for work all day, but I've been thinking about this match all day. Listening to podcasts and old horror matches from Schmoedown history, and it just got me in the right zone. I have to say, Mark Edward Hoyk is someone who inspired me to get into movie trivia years ago on Beat the Geek. So being in his faction and playing alongside him the whole time was really exciting. And I can't wait to see more of him in the future in the Schmoedown.
Yeah, I mean, he was just, I don't even know, that might be a free-for-all record of somebody getting that many rounds, 5 points in a row. But what an incredible last round it was with JTE standing head to head there. You've been battling back and forth with legends in this thing. Did you, again, at the end there, were you pretty confident going into that last round?
Yeah, as confident as I would have been in any round at that point. I was like, look, I've made it this far. I got nothing to be ashamed of. And, I was just happy. I knew if I got eliminated after eliminating Andreyko, Franco, and Preston, that I would still be happy. So to make it all the way to the end and have this result, I'm over the full moon and howling.
Yeah, Adam, it was referenced by Christian George not too long ago that you have made a strong case for Rookie of the Year. Does this seal the deal? Is there any doubt in your mind that you're going to be standing on that podium, even if it might be a virtual one, accepting that honor for the 2020 season?
that's up to the voters, right? It's the year of elections. Whatever people think I deserve, I will accept. I'm just happy to keep playing this game. I just want to keep staying in the ring, guys. So when you said there's going to be a horror free-for-all, I knew I had to play. And the record speaks for itself,
Well, the 4 people that were voting on MVP have voted. Of all the people that were up for it, this MVP for the horror free-for-all is indeed Mark Edward Hoyt, picking up a point for corruption. And now 4 points have been awarded to corruption for both the MVP and for the win. Unbelievable performance here, Mr. Hoyt. Did you think that you had it here? Did you think you were going to take the whole thing, or are you just happy that both you and your faction mate were able to get it done?
You do not know the forces that were conspiring against me in preparing for this match. But I stood up to them all, and I came forward. And so I feel that this MVP designation is well-deserved and well-earned. I have told the Schmoedown universe that evil is patient, and now patience has been rewarded.
I have to tell you that I have known you for a little bit, and what you have going on right now, that beard is phenomenal, my friend. It is phenomenal. Your performance was phenomenal. Everything about what you did here today, you deserve that MVP. And corruption, very close here, depending on what happens in this team tournament coming up. You guys are just quickly pulling ahead. After Collins, you take that singles tournament. Now you guys both do this. You gotta like your chances about winning this whole thing.
Well, we got to just keep racking up, a few points at a time. I would have been happy if Hoyk had, taken the win. We just wanted to get all 4 points for corruption, and that's what we did. So, yeah, and to Hoyk's point, yeah, the dark forces were conspiring against him, but he rose above them because he's the darkest of forces.
All right,
I would agree with that. I think Mark Edward Hoyk is a man of mystery, a man of mysticism. And Mark, when you were competing and you just kept stringing together perfect round after perfect round, what did it feel like to finally miss a question? Did it feel like the world is ending, or did you know you were going to get right back up on the horse?
All men are mortal. Otherwise, there would be no drama to the story.
Well, speaking of drama, gentlemen, I'm sure she's excited. I'm sure she was elated to watch this. Shannon Barney, what an absolute insane year it has been for you. At one point, last place. Since then, Inner Geekdom tournament and the finals. A Star Wars good run there. Singles tournament. And now the horror free-for-all. Not only do you win it, you get a bunch of points with the MVP also. Tell me about what you were going through watching this with the other managers, by the way, and what was it like watching Collins go from number 6 to win this whole entire thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean that over an hour and a half that I spent listening to them cry and bitch and moan about their players getting eliminated left and right, and how unfair it was that Collins is so great and how beautiful Mark Edward Hoyk is today? It was very tiring listening to them whine for this long. I think I should get an award for patience, for the manager with the most patience of the year.
Tell me a little bit about that. What was going on in that room for real? Because we weren't privy to it. So what was going on as they were watching Collins and Hoyk and Whitney Seibold put on this clinic?
There was a lot of anger. There was a lot of hatred. We got to give it up to Whitney Seibold. I was not expecting him to hang in. I mean, he's fantastic, but he really pulled his weight in this little free-for-all, and I was genuinely impressed by Whitney Seibold. I don't know, maybe he really is on the cusp of greatness, and he just has not the right manager to get him over that threshold. It was chaos. It was chaos. It was anger. It was resentment. It was jealousy. It was beautiful.
Shannon, we're welcoming a lot of new fans who may not be aware of what the Schmoedown is for the first time because they're big horror movies fans. So for everybody watching who may not know that much about corruption, the competitors in your faction, what do you want to tell all the rookies what corruption is?
What is corruption? You can't handle corruption. Corruption is the devil, and we will haunt your dreams, and we will rain hellfire upon everything you know and love whenever we're given the opportunity. We are equal opportunity destroyers of all of your joy.
Fair enough. Shannon, look, the other thing here is that you pick up 4 massive points. 4 massive points as Collins does that, what his performance he does, going from 6 all the way to the end. Mark Hoyk scored a very impressive, I can tell you right now, it looks like he had over 31 points, and coming in at 13 and to score that many points was very impressive. Adam Collins scores close around 49 points, and you see yourself again with big 4-point lead here. Do you think it's over? Do you think that with the teams tournament coming up here too, that, you know, all you got to do is win a couple of matches here and you might be able to lock this thing up?
Listen, I'm a firm believer that nothing is over, but we're closing that window on a lot of you. So I'm not going to ever say it's over until it's over, because I'm not an idiot. But it's going to be a lot more difficult for you all to catch up. And I would like to extend the biggest praise unto Mark Edward Hoyt for joining us today. He was not able to participate in the singles tournament, and I asked him straight up if he would be able to come in and do this horror free-for-all, and he went beyond out of his way. He went beyond what was expected and hopeful for him to be able to do this today. I will not disclose where he is currently residing to make this match happen, but you will all bow down to Mark Edward Hoyt and what he has done to come in and do what he did today and be the second half of both of my representatives making it all the way to the end.
Well, listen, congratulations once again to Corruption, and an updated score point here. Correction, if you will. Adam Collins, not 49 points, 52 points for Adam Collins in this entire free-for-all tournament. Mark Hoyt, the MVP. Corruption taking 4 points. Congratulations, Shannon Barney. Congratulations, Mark Hoyt. And of course, congratulations to this year's singles tournament winner and this year's free-for-all horror winner, the Coyote, Adam Collins. All right, guys, thank you very much. We're going to remove the winner and the MVP and the manager. Look, man, this kid is you see players come into this league, and there are a few of them that you're like, okay, well, they're going to be good. And then you get the real big superstars. We haven't seen a player like Adam Collins, maybe ever. So it's going to be a very interesting match when he takes on Dan Murrell, who is, hands down, the greatest singles player, maybe the greatest player that we've ever seen. So what's Collins going to do against him? Well, we do know this, that Murrell's going to know to not go toe-to-toe on horror with this guy if he challenges him. And maybe that's something that he didn't want to show his cards, but he did, and he did it, and he wound up getting 3 points for his faction because he did.
Yeah, he did, but he also showed an utter display of ridiculous dominance. And so you can say, oh, maybe we just keep Adam Collins away from horror movies, but as he proved in the singles tournament, he knows a lot about virtually every movie trivia wheel slice you could throw at him. So I don't know what his weakness is. I'm tempted to say we could have had a free-for-all about Ernest movies. We could have had a free-for-all about James Bond. We could have had a free-for-all about whatever, and Adam Collins would have placed very well. Whatever you want to do to this guy in the world of cinema, he's ready for the challenge. And that is not the end of what we have in store for all of our competitors for 2020. But boy, was this fun to do alongside you, partner. I think we earned ourselves a couple fun-sized milk dud boxes.
We sure did, but you know, there's a big question here. It's a big question. Who was missing from this? Who was the overall favorite going into this? William the Beast Bibbiani was not a competitor here for the Quirky Mercs. Perry, great choice. Tim Franco, hang in there, great choice. Very interesting that the Beast was not in here, and we know about his free-for-all prowess. What would the Beast have done against Hoyt and Collins? What would the Beast have done? It is a question that leaves it up for what'll happen next time. Should we do it again? Should Collins try to put his free-for-all horror title on the line as we get the Beast in there? So that, to me, is an interesting story, and the questions are going to come to Koichi Andrew. Where was the Beast? What happened to the Beast? we know that he had that big title match and maybe he was preparing for that. So I don't know. Either way, this was an amazing performance by Collins, by Hoik, by Corruption, by Whitney Seibold. Paul Preston had great runs in this thing too. So it was a star-studded event. And yeah, Mark, we made it through.
That's right. And it's great to see the founder of the JTE rule. That was Chris Jericho, ladies and gentlemen, and he looks like he's continued to work out. So when you look at either JTE or you look at Tim Franco, you look at Perry Nemiroff, Video Drew, you look at anyone who we thought could have dethroned either Mark Edward Hoik or the winner, Adam Collins, they all fell short, but they all gave a great performance. And it was fun to see so many folks that we used to get to see in person. Hopefully that will change. Maybe a Witch's Brew spell could relieve us all of this pandemic. But in the meantime, Christian, these virtual matches, the tournament we have going on in teams right now, there's so much to get invested in with the movie Trivia Schmoedown.
So much. And if you are just joining us for the very first time, thank you very much for doing so. Please go on over to the channel. That's right, Movie Trivia Schmoedown, the Schmoedown Entertainment Network. Subscribe over there. Check us out on TikTok, if you will. We're on podcast form, all of it. And if you like what you saw here too, patreon.com/Schmoedown. Become a patron today. A lot of great behind the scenes here too. We are turning trivia into the next sport, and we'd love for you to join us for the ride. For Mark Ellis, I'm Christian Harloff, and for all of Skybound and the wonderful crew we have here today, thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
Hey everyone! I think my my co-host got eaten by a vampire, or I might have eaten him. No, Hector's just having a tiny bit of technical difficulties, but I did want to thank the guys at Schmoedown for that amazing horror free-for-all. Whitney, I really thought you were going to get it there. You were doing so good. I really thought you were going to get it, but congrats to Adam on his win. Hector, there you are. I told people that I ate you. You should have kept with my theme. Have a chunk of your face out.
When your internet works all day until the last 5-minute thing you have to do, and then your internet is crappy in your whole house. It's fantastic. You were talking about the Schmoedown. That was an incredible event.
Yes.
That was absolutely insane.
Oh, I was just like, some of those I didn't get though. Some of those I didn't get. So I need to go back and watch.
Got to give a shout out to my buddy Cameron Rice, who showed up, and he had some real brutal questions. And it's always the case. As soon as he was eliminated, there was like a string of questions where I was like, man, I knew he would have got that, and that. Shout out to JTE. It's always great to see him. Yep. He did fantastic. And Adam the Coyote Collins taking the whole thing. The nicest, meanest player. He plays mean. He's the nicest guy in the world. His last questions were like, oh, I just want to keep playing, and thanks so much. And
I slaughtered everyone, but, it was chill. It was a great time being here.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we have a really cool announcement if we haven't gotten to it yet, and a bunch of stuff. We want to remind everybody that the Skybound store is offering 40% off key items if you missed the earlier half today, and 50% off, half off of some board game tabletop games. So check that out over at the Skybound store. Also,
don't forget the Residents. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. For the fans of books, tell them, Danny.
That is also in there. Don't forget today is the last day of the Labyrinth Kickstarter, which actually they're having some limited edition art, some of the limited edition books that will only be available through the Kickstarter. So definitely once they're gone, they're gone. So go and check them out. Today is the last day. And you were saying Big Clutch?
Big Clutch. Sean Kirkham. Yes. Once they're gone, they're gone. Attack Peter. They dropped a bunch of exclusives. They rarely last if they're not already gone, so be sure to grab those as well. We were talking about the Schmoedown. We got to mention the Schmoedown merch. Check out their merch on store.skybound.com. Store.skybound.com. All of the links are in the chat. You can check those out. And there's another real cool thing. I think we're waiting on it, but okay, we can talk about it now.
We're ready. Yeah.
You guys saw the Walking Dead cast react to the Walking Dead reactions. It was hysterical. They made a shirt, y'all. Last minute, they made a t-shirt. Danny, what's on the t-shirt?
It says, don't shit yourself. Don't shit yourself.
Oh my
Here
gosh,
we
you ever
have a
get so
special
nervous?
shirt that I shit myself.
Yeah.
Was that your question?
That's it. That was where, yeah.
Hector, that has
so
actually
funny.
not happened. Maybe when I was a child. I don't know. Yeah, so this is a shirt that we have, this special horror edition from our Skybound Halloween Expo from The Walking Dead Reacts to Reacts. So you can pick up this shirt. Again, that's store.skybound.com. And we also have the IAM8BIT. Yes, don't forget all of the exclusive that we have from IAM8BIT. Pick up the my favorite Goose Game, Untitled Goose Game. I just want to get that for my niece and nephew. I know that they would just be so obnoxious with it.
That'd be fun. That'd be super cool. Also, here's a fun, cool little personal thing that I'm going to plug. If you liked today's Halloween stream and you're going to be sad that you might be missing out on something else tomorrow, the 31st on Halloween, some lovely people that I care about very much are putting together a Halloween charity stream. It is a witchy twitchy charity stream that you can check out over at twitch.tv/geekbomb. It's being hosted by Abby Trott and Maud Garrett, and they're raising money for a great cause, and that starts at 3 p.m. Pacific and goes to 8 p.m. So put that in your cals if you're looking for something to do. There's going to be some cool Halloween fashion and stuff like that. So check that out. That's just a cool personal thing that, you know, my people are working on. And Skybound is also hosting its next virtual event next month. So go to their Facebook page to RSVP and set a reminder for yourself. The link to that is also in the chat. It's going to be awesome. So be sure to RSVP for that. Probably going to be some more big clutch reveals, stuff like that. That t-shirt was dope. This is a great way to kick off the spooky season. I had a blast. Danny, thank you for covering me while my internet shit itself.
It was literally just a minute, but I could have gone the whole time just talking about myself and horror. I think we have a couple cosplays left. If we have some more cosplay that we can finish out with. Let's see.
All right. Take a look.
Yes.
Oh, more of that. Love that Clementine. I love that the video game comic booky effect. That looks great, man. Even in the jacket. Danny, do you see that detailing?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, the
Even
axe
the
looks
axe.
cartoony. I love it. Oh my
Same
gosh, we got
here.
two. Adam, Eve. Yeah, same here. Very comic booky. I love this makeup. I love this. And we even got like a bloody variant. That's gnarly. Wow.
Everyone is so
beautiful
talented.
stuff. Nicely.
Also, iconic eyebrows. Love them.
Iconic eyebrows. Nicely done, Chelsea. Let's take a look at our next cosplay. We've got. Here's the last one of the day.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Are those just stills from the show? Those look amazing.
I know. I was like, this photography though.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
gosh, I love it.
So good. What a hunk.
This is
Look
so
at that Daryl from The Walking Dead. Love from Japan. I love that. That's awesome, man. That's such a good cosplay.
Ew.
Love the photography there. That was great. That was it, y'all. We are all done with the Skybound Halloween Expo. Danny, thank you so much.
Hector, is this right? No, I turned the wrong way.
I knew you were going to do that.
It's mirrored. It's mirrored, so I'm not dumb. I promise. I did turn the right way, but it's mirrored. Hector, there we go.
Awesome.
Thank
That
you
was
for
great.
joining us. Pick up all those exclusives. Tag us if you get something, you know. Keep tagging Hector and I throughout the day in your cosplays and your horror stuff. We want to see it. Have a good Halloween tomorrow, everybody.
Yeah.
Have fun. Safely. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.